どうもこんにちは、XQK です。これ長いリーグを終えて、9試合すべて終えたんですけど、また短い期間を経て、プレーオフが始まります。いろんな T1 戦だったりとか、めちゃくちゃ爆発して負けた試合とか、すごく悔しい思いもしているので、しっかり勝ち切って、リベンジして、デイクスを倒して、2連勝、そしてアッパーファイナル、マスターズ東京。それがベストプランです。そうならなくても、ロアに行っても、最後まで諦めず、マスター東京進出しては優勝を目指していきたいと思います。本当にリーグをすべてね、毎週来てくれる人もいたような気もするんですけど、わざわざ韓国まで足を運んでくれてる、ファンの方々、そしてオンラインで見てくれてる人、あとはウォッチパーティーやってくれてる、日本人ストリーマーの皆様、本当に声援が力になってるので、僕たちが戦うプレーオフもいつもと変わるように、応援してくれると助かります。それではまたプレーオフ初戦でお会いしましょう。
Hi Secret Fam, I'm Secret Borkum and this is my story. I'm Jim Albert Timbreza, age of 26. Ang pinaka-memorable nung childhood ko is nung pinasok ko ni mama dun sa daycare. Pagkapasok sa akin, nagulat ako. Pagtingin ko sa likod, wala na pala si mama. Kumbaga nasa labas siya ng gate. Ganun. Iyak ako ng iyak that time kasi hindi talaga ako sanay din. So parang syempre sa una talaga parang nakakatakot. Fourth year ako, syempre parang medyo tago pa kila mama na magbisyo. Umiinom-inom na. Kasabay nung studies na yun, syempre barkada, yan. Yun, nag-IOC din, ganun. Gimmick. Yun, that time din talaga wala akong budget. Sumasama lang din ako sa friends ko kasi parang gusto nila ako kasama, ganun. Graduation day, syempre yun yung pinaka-memorable sa moment ko na yun kasi pangarap din sa akin ni mama yun na makapagtapos ng pag-aaral, syempre. Tapos parang sabi ni mama na, di ko ba magtatrabaho? Parang ganun, syempre, parang sila yung panahon nila pagka-graduate, trabaho agad. Yung esports hindi pa boom that time like, so yun. Mga mentors ko, syempre, ang pinaka-nagsimulang mentors ko, yan, mga kapatid ko. 4 kami magkakapatid, yung sa naming panganay, nasa Australia, sa Sydney, si Kuya A. Then sumunod si Kuya James. Pangatlo, si Kuya Joseph. Then ako yung pinaka-bunso. So, ang pinaka-nagturo sa akin ng mag-influence ng paglalaro is yung kuya kong sumunod sa panganay, si Kuya James. That time, parang pumupunta kami sa computer shop sa Nas Complex. And then, sinasama nila ako para maglaro ng Counter-Strike. 1.3 na yung panahon na yun. So, parang yun, doon ako na-influence na maglaro. Parang every night yata yun. Then, nung tumatanda ako, ang next na sumunod na mentor ko, syempre, yung pangatlo kong kapatid, si Kuya Otep, na siya yung pinakauna nag-competitive sa Esports. Sinundan ko yung yapak niya eh. Gusto ko rin yung magiging pro din. One time din, nagko-compete sa stage, ganun. Actually, lahat naman ng team na napasokan ko na may bootcamp, may aral din naman sa akin. Yung Imperial Pro Team, yun nga. First time ko na pro team yun. Yung TNC, yun yung parang bumago rin sa isa sa buhay ko. Nung nirelease kami ni TNC, then kinuha agad kami ni Bernie Sports. So, CSGO pa rin yung laro that time. More on, mas professional siya. Before mag-start yung career ko sa Valorant, nagta-try out ako nun ng CSGO that time. Sa Aster, Chinese team. Nagta-try ako for parang 5th man nila. June 2020 ata nag-start yun eh. Parang may nakita na ako nagpo-post. Sabi ko, ano yung laro to? Nagulat ako na nalalaro nila, close beta pa lang. Tapos nung lumabas na yung dinownload ko din talaga agad. Pero that time, nagta-try out pa ako sa Aster. So, every after ng practice, nilalaro ko siya. Tumagal, parang nakita ata ako ni Dispenser nun. Magkalaban kami. Tapos parang binubuhat ko yung team. Siya pa lang yung nakikita kong dating pro player sa CS. Tapos yun, niyaya niya ako. Hindi ko pa kilala si Vash na kampi niyan that time. Nung pinanood ko yung mga tournaments, yung parang pinag-isipan ko muna kasi. Tinanong ako if gusto ko daw ba maging pro. So yun, sabi ko, sige, bakit hindi? If may salary naman. Doon na pumasok yung brand. Wala naman kwenteng stream dati. Parang wala pang stars eh, di ba? Kumbaga fame lang yung habol dun eh. Then, nag-start yata ako ng Valorant na mismo. Na-approve ako sa Twitch ng partner. Siguro yung pag-stream, before or after the scream talaga siya. Kumbaga, extra time mo yung pag-stream. So, kaya naman siya i-balance as long as hindi siya nakaka-apekto sa practice. Nung nag-start ako mag-stream, nakaka-drain din talaga siya kasi parang gusto mo rin humakot din talaga ng numbers. Viewers yun. Nakakatuwa din kasi siguro as a professional player, gusto ko rin mapakita na yun nga, it's boredom time na when in terms of clutching. Parang nakakatuwa lang na pag nakaklatch ako, kahit di ko sabihin, parang it's boredom time, parang napapangiti na lang ako.
Yung isa mo push pa, Forsaken! Ano ha? Kala mo, walang tumama! PK na lang!
This is gonna be a brand Esports Championship!
Let's go!
Zero! Brand Esports
3-0!
are your champions!
Siyempre, sobrang natuwa ako kasi hindi ko alam na may offer na ganun. Parang nag-uusap-usap sila na mag-international muna tayo. Parang before kasi nun, parang nag-iisip kami kung may iba pang team na pwede mag-offer sa amin since nag-champion nga kami ng challengers. Tapos, yun, sobrang natuwa ako kasi bihira ka lang maka-experience na international org na parang mag-offer sa'yo ng ganun. Kasi yun yung mga nilulook up mo. Nung nagdodota ka pa lang, wala pang Valorant. Sikat na rin talaga yung mga orgs na ganun. So, yun, parang pagka-sign namin, sobrang natuwa kami. As an esports player, naka-affect siya sa akin. Siyempre, sa buhay ko, parang nabibili ko yung gusto ko. Parang nakuha ko yung isa sa mga goals ko. Yun nga, makakuha ko ng kotse, ganun. And then, siyempre, makapag-ipon in the future. Hindi naman din natin masabi if ganito na lang ba yung gagawin natin eh. Na-mention ko din kanina yung mga pag-compete throughout sa ibang bansa like India, South Korea, Berlin. Yun yung parang one of accomplishment kasi naglalaro ka and at the same time nakapag-travel ka. So parang bihira lang sa mga tao yung makagawa ng ganun na ginagawa mo yung gusto mo and at the same time nag-enjoy ka. So yun.
Ako si Milagros Timbreza, na nanay ni Jim Albert Timbreza. Kasi nung time na tinanong ko siya, may makukuha ka ba dyan sa paglalaro mo ng esports? Sabi niya, mama, ito yung passion ko eh. So, hindi na ako sa kanya, hindi ko na siya binalikan tungkol doon sa tanong kong yun. Hanggang sa yan nga, naging member na siya ng team, tapos kumikita na siya. Siguro, advice ko sa kanya lalo na yun sa health niya, to eat healthy food, mag-exercise, go out with friends and family, paminsan-minsan. Hindi yun nandun lang sa isang sulok na naglalaro. O huwag pabayaan ang sarili.
Siguro sa team si Jim yung ni-imitate yung mga naririnig. Kumbaga sinasabi niya yung mga naririnig niya agad-agad. Which is nakakatawa kasi sobrang random. So yun, isa yun sa mga mood boosters namin sa team. Kumbaga pagka medyo, alam mo yun, medyo feeling down. Madalas parang happy pill eh.
Siya yung nagbibigay ng positive energy sa team. Kala ko nga malaking tao yung Borkum eh. Kasi pangalan, all caps pa eh.
Oo nga no. Parang nakagaya no.
Maliit lang, komedyante to. Joke lang.
Focus on team lang din muna, lalo na this year kasi bagong franchise team kami. Yun yung mas ina-aim namin, then parang gusto rin talaga namin redemption eh. Kumbaga, nawala din talaga kami sa scene like isang taon din or months, ganun. Ito na siguro yung greatest comeback sana. In long term, sana ganito pa rin yung ginagawa ko kasi ramdam ko pa rin naman na hindi ako parang tumatanda. Parang feel ko nga pag naglalaro ko, parang 18 or 20 years old pa rin ako.
Ang ko lang sa iyo, Jim, sana wag kang magbabago, wag mong pababayaan ang sarili mo, lagi kang kumain ng healthy food, at kami rin, wag mong pababayaan sa mga susunod na panahon. Alam ko, napakabait mong bata. Mag-iingat ka palagi at good luck na lang sa mga tournaments mo darating. It's Borcon time.
Jim, sana tumagal ka pa sa sports mo at sa profession mo nang mapili. Ikaw naman ang dyan, yan naman ang magiging hanap buhay mo. Kami, support lang sa'yo. It's Borcom time.
Message ko kay Jim is sana manalo tayo this year, and if ever di man, sama-sama tayo sa pagkatalo, sama-sama din tayo sa pagkapanalo. Gusto ko sa unang beses na maglilift ako ng trophy, nandun si Jim. Kasi si Jim yung isa sa mga unang nakasama ko sa Valorant. Yan, si Bash, si Jim. Silang dalawa na lang yung OG talaga na nakasama ko dito eh. Kumbaga, gusto ko, lahat ng kamay namin nasa trophy, sabay-sabay. Parang ganun.
Si Jim na ganun, 2 hands, tapos umiyak.
Date kasi
Kasi
ni Jim.
maliit si Jim.
So, my message for the team is, yun nga, sana bigay pa natin yung 200%. Hindi lang 100% natin sa laro. Sana tayo pa rin magkakasama. And then, alam ko naman na iisa yung pangarap natin na makapag number 1 sa buong bansa, di ba? And ma-represent natin yung Pilipinas. Hey Secret Fam, thank you for listening to my stories. I hope you learn a lot from my esports experience. Don't forget to like and subscribe and follow us on our socials at Team Secret.
It's a new weekend, Valorant fans, and that means we return for Valorant Champions Tour Pacific 2023. My name is William Chill. I'll be hosting the desk today alongside Paper Thin and Valdez. And guess what? It's playoffs time. Playoffs? Playoffs! Well, no one can believe it, but it really is playoffs time.
Nobody will get that reference in
Hi,
the
that's
show.
only
Not a single person.
Only if you like old NFL memes.
Yeah.
That's all you get. That's all
We
you
were
got.
talking about it right for the show, but it is playoffs time. So let's actually jump right in because there's a lot to break down. We obviously just finished several weeks of the round robin. All teams have battled against each other at least once, and now we have our top 6. Let's take a look at the standings to see how we got here. Of course, at the very top, we do have DRX and Paper Rex. Not surprising at all. But then T1, Zeta Division, Secret, and Gen G. The order may be surprising to some people.
No, I'm not surprised at all here. I thought T1 was going to be third. I said it in the video that we recorded before the season. And I thought...
Wait. Hold on.
What?
You're not surprised that Gen G's in there?
Well, yes and no. I thought
Clinton
Gen
knew
G would
it.
be higher.
Clinton saw the future.
I saw the future with T1 though. I'm surprised, but I'm not surprised by that. But Gen G, I thought at the beginning of the season they were our second best team.
Sure.
But Paper X just like, they got something and it really did breathe new life into them, and having Forsaken be able to shift around roles so effectively, so quickly was huge for them. And it really kind of revitalized their team, whereas Gen G just went nosedive right into the ground. Just like,
yeah.
It's like they dove into a pool with no water, and it.
Yeah, well, here we have it.
Oh,
yeah, we were looking at
okay.
this before the show, and I mean, Valdez obviously Paperthin kind of primed us up for this, but Gen G, I mean, they looked so good for the first half of the round robin, and then they completely just fall off a cliff there towards the last couple weeks. Meanwhile, Zeta Division Secret trying to barely get themselves back into this playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, some questions online about, why don't we rate Gen G? What's going on? Does nobody have hope for Gen G? Well, definitely their recent form is a big reason for that. And you can see that over the past 3 weeks, they have taken a nosedive, as you guys very succinctly put it, and now they're barely in 6th. Like, it wasn't even in their control. If RRQ had won against Paper X, then RRQ would have been in instead of Gen G. So Gen G are lucky to be here, and we'll have to wait and see what they do with the opportunity.
Yeah, I think the other thing we probably want to point out is, again, I mean, Paper Rex, it was a little shaky until something landed here in Seoul, South Korea, and ever since then, while some of us had question marks about the roster lineup that they chose for the starting 5, it's been working out quite well for them.
No, I'm really, really impressed with how well he's been able to adjust. And again, yes, something was dominating in sort of the Tier 2 Japanese Valorant scene, but coming here into the Tier 1 scene in Pacific and absolutely playing out of his mind, one of our top players, if not our top player in ACS right now. And like, I think Katie, he is number 1. I think he's 1.35 coming in.
Yeah, I mean, obviously he's been kind of topping the boards. But let's take a look at some individual players overall, especially now that we're going to playoffs. If you're just kind of catching up to Pacific, who do you want to look out for? Who's been performing well? Well, the overall league play MVP for the round robin stage is going to be DRX Mako. Now, I don't think the result itself is surprising to anybody who's been following this player and the team, but just so everyone knows how this worked out is, of course, we've been voting on our MVPs here on the global broadcast, and then we compile the observer votes as well on top of each team's coach and IGL. So there's a little bit of input from opinion of, kind of their colleagues, and it seems like the ultimate decision is Mako was the best player during the round robin.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a good way to do the votes as well. Everybody kind of, we get a very full opinion on it. And Mako was by and far ahead of everybody else. And I think it makes sense. He's Mr. Consistent. He's Mr. Clutch as well. So if you can consistently clutch for your team that's in first place and wins all the time, you're probably going to be the guy that everybody thinks of when you think of the best player in the league. And that's why all of the votes mostly landed on him.
And one of the best ACSs for a non-duelist player. Monyet's the only one who beats him for someone who doesn't play duelist at least sometimes. The damage per round there is absolutely nuts. Averaging 140 per round is really, really good for a player who isn't like a frontline fragger. So, the numbers may not look like that good compared to like a duelist player, but really what he does is so much more important just beyond the numbers. It's the way he locks down sites. It's the way that he comes in at the end of the rounds and wins you rounds that you have no business winning and things like that. Just the way he's so smart about the way he uses his utility with especially when he's playing like the Viper with the counter utility and things like that. Like that counter pit against a lockdown on Pearl the other week.
Sure.
Perfect example of the way that he's so smart too.
And I think I like that you brought that up because part of anchoring, of course, comes down to not dying as well, which is something we praise him for. And now let's take a look at some individual stats. We're looking at overall ACS, which Depp, I mean, he's been putting up some crazy numbers. Of course, just total kills. He's been top of the leaderboards for quite some time as well. But as you had mentioned earlier, Paperthin, he's going to come out with a better ratio and kill death.
Yeah, he played really, really well. I mean, there's no doubt about it. And his clutch percentage is even more impressive. I don't know exactly what that is, if it's like 4 and 11 or what the exact stat line is. But still, regardless, he's having some really good showings when he's given the opportunities, which isn't often for a duelist player. Usually they're not the ones that are clutching, but still when called upon, he's played really, really well.
Well, when all of your players are rushing in, their chances are that the duelist might be the last one alive. Of course, a small shout out to Emin from RRQ, who are eliminated from the playoffs, but he was subbed in kind of as that Sky specialist, and of course his aim. I mean, everyone on RRQ had excellent aim. And then I definitely want to point out Saya player. I mean, Valdez, this is a player where sometimes we had to talk so much about the bigger picture of T1, we couldn't really focus on his play, but this number for first kill percentage is incredible.
Yeah, I mean, he's an operator player, right? He's going to be looking for some angles, some peaks, so it is natural that he has high first kill percentage, but that doesn't really, that doesn't tell the full story of what this player is capable of. There were many times where he was getting MVPs from us. He was carrying the team a lot of the time, and we used to call T1 kind of like teamwork one at the beginning of the season, but towards the end, I was even more taken aback by some of the individual play, especially from this guy, Saya player. So if you're looking for one player from T1 to look at, he would be definitely my go-to, and I can't wait to see what he does here in playoffs because he is going Super Saiyan right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, a player who's had a huge following ever since his rise on the guard back in North America Challengers, and then, fell off a little bit, kind of stagnated, maybe not entirely falling to the bottom. But then people wondered, how can he do on T1? Will he be that explosive entry again? He's definitely found his groove now here in Pacific and, of course, entering the playoffs. Now, we're looking at a big chart here with lots of numbers. No, this has nothing to do with, what your stock prices might look like. But what it is going to look like is going to be stats for overall teams, right? So you just look at it as columns. So the first column is first kill to round win conversion. We have the top three and then comparing to the bottom three. And the reason we have the bottom three is some of these teams in playoffs are still in the bottom three. I mean, namely, I'm looking at Gen G, 4v5 to round win conversion, not very high, which means if they start off on the back foot, they're not looking at good chances to bring it back.
Yeah, they're really struggling in general, but this is just kind of highlighting that they're only in the top for one category, and that's average round, right? That's not very good. And then they're in the bottom for 4 to 5 round conversion with a pretty significantly low percentage right there above DFM, who's well below them. But Gen G, man, it just seems like once the round starts to go sideways, it's like their mental is collapsing in these last 5 games. Like, they're just kind of not able to recuperate. They're not able to play off of each other as well as I thought they did in the beginning of the season. A lot of their teamwork seems to crumble. It's like once they don't have one piece, they don't have protocols in place for a backup plan behind that. Like, it's like, well, if we don't have a blind player, flasher, what are we going to do behind that? If we don't have our duelist, how are we going to make our entries? So, like, definitely there needs to be some work for, like follow-up planning here for Gen G, not just having protocols with your whole team, everything being perfect in place.
Sure. And Valdez, I mean, is there anything in particular that catches your eye in the sea of numbers here on the screen?
I mean, you'll definitely see Paper X in number 1 a bunch of times. Definitely a team to look out for. I think if there's going to be any team that challenges DRX for the top spot, I think it would be Paper X at this point. Also, the fact, we talked about some negative things. ZETA down towards the bottom in 9th place for post-planned win percentage. Definitely kind of at times relying on some of their duelists to get in there and get the job done before the spike even goes down and kind of win the round there. So maybe a weakness that Team Secret could potentially take advantage of here in this matchup.
Yeah, it's interesting you bring that up because, of course, we saw on the chart, and we've talked about it multiple times, is also they're very slow to play as well, right? I mean, they have the longest average round time. So then at that point, I mean, maybe there's some correlation between the post-plant scenarios and whatnot. Do you even get the plant down? I mean, we've talked about these scenarios for Zeta Division multiple times. Of course, we'll get into that a little bit more in depth when we get to their matchup. So speaking of matchup, of course, we kick off with another 2 matches this weekend as we start off playoffs right away in the top 6. Let's take a look at our playoffs bracket and see who's facing off initially to try to stay alive in the upper bracket. Today it's going to be Zeta Division from Japan going up against Team Secret from the Philippines, and then it's the Korean matchup, T1 versus Gen G.
It's going to be a fun day of games today, and obviously, as you guys might notice, we do have an upper bracket and a lower bracket, so even if your favorite team does fall today, that doesn't mean that they're immediately out. They do have another chance, so definitely look forward to, potentially a second chance, but definitely, I feel like this first matchup, to me, is going to be very close. The second one, definitely looking a little bit more one-sided towards T1, but who knows? Maybe Gen G pulls something out of thin air, and they totally turn around their form and make it interesting.
I mean, I could see it happening with Gen G. I just worry that T1 is too good right now. It seems like they've really figured themselves out. It seems like they're really kind of in the right zone. Saya player's playing out of his mind. Zeta's calling great games. The role players behind them are playing really, really well. Munchkin as well. I got to give him a shout out. I thought he's been playing great throughout this year. So tough opponents either way, no matter who you are. No one wants to play DRX. No doubt about it. They're like, there's no question. Paper X, I think, you feel a little bit better about, but not much with the way they've been playing lately. That both these teams just seem like they're destined for Tokyo Masters.
Yeah, I mean, of course, that's another thing a lot of fans have noted is with the double elimination system and a top 6 format, of course, DRX and PaperX, or anyone who makes it into that upper bracket, if they win that one match, they will be guaranteed at least top 3, which means they're already going to Masters Tokyo. So we'll already kind of have a picture of who will be the majority representatives from VCT Pacific to go to Masters Tokyo in a couple days' time. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we kind of reviewed how the round-robin stage looked, of course, as we just previewed. It's going to be 2 matches tonight. We'll take a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to review our first matchup of the night. It's ZETA Division versus Team Secret. Don't go anywhere.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back, everyone. Told you it was going to be a short break. We are getting ready for our very first playoffs match of the very first VCT Pacific playoffs. It's going to be ZETA Division versus Team Secret. Let's take a look at who's going to be the starting 5 for these two teams, beginning with ZETA Division. Now, this is a team that a lot of people had high hopes for, had a bit of a rocky moment in the first half, but they seem to have regained control.
Yeah, look, as slow as they are, they still have a lot of firepower. They still have a lot of really solid players. Their ideas are generally pretty good. They try to support each other. They play a very basic meta style, but there's nothing wrong with that because they play it pretty darn well. What's really interesting about ZETA is not only do they play like the slowest out of any team that's here in the playoffs, but also they have the most rounds played total. So a lot of 2-1s. So there's hasn't been like a lot of really kind of decisive wins or anything like that. They've really struggled at times against some, opponents. So definitely if we're going to see them in Masters Tokyo, we need to see another step up. We need to see another level up, diversify the strategies. Let's see some deeper playbooks here.
Yeah, I've been, those are definitely valid points. I have been a little bit impressed by them in recent times. I kind of like the way that some of the other players that aren't Depp and Laz, who we highlighted, so many weeks over weeks over weeks, we were like, oh, let's look at Depp again. Let's look at Depp again. Okay, here's Laz. He's playing well. I'm glad that, Sugar Zero had a Sugar Hero moment. 10's been really stepping up. These guys definitely are putting in the work. And, this is what it all comes down to. It's crunch time now, so... I think it's still going to be a close match, but at least I like how ZETA are slowly leveling up.
Yeah, right. I mean, just in time as well, right? Getting ready for playoffs, trying to get to that top 3 spot to go to Masters Tokyo to represent Japan in front of the Japanese crowd. Of course, their opponents today, though, they're no slouch. It's going to be Team Secret, who had an explosive start at the beginning of VCT Pacific, and then we had some concerns about them before they picked it up in Super Week.
Yeah, their Super Week was pretty super. They did win both of their matches, one of them being, of course, against DRX, and then they dispatched easily of Global Esports. So a couple of 2-0s in Super Week essentially gets them into playoffs. Without those wins, they wouldn't be here. So talking about a team that's stepping up, you definitely have to look at these guys. I have been very impressed by Jeremy, his over-aggressive style actually working out, and then, of course, dubstep as well with some insane numbers that he's putting up.
Yeah, and also Envy has to be given a ton of credit. He's been probably their most consistent performer throughout this season. You've had some ups and downs with Jesse and dubstep in particular, and Borkum a little bit as well. But definitely, to me, Envy's kind of the MVP of this team right now, this initiator specialist who's doing a great job setting his team up, finds huge multi-kills. His aim is incredible. So definitely a team that I think I have a lot of hopes for. I think they're really well balanced, just like ZETA, so I think it should be a really close match today.
Yeah, and of course, whenever Team Secret plays and they have a good match, we like to give credit to Coach Warbirds as well. We've had him on the weekly recap just to talk about the team chemistry and how they've been working towards a bigger goal, and they are trying to make it happen here in VCT Pacific. Now that they've known their opponents and getting into the top 6 here for playoffs, we actually had a brief chance to hear from the players themselves on what they think of the upcoming matches. Let's take a look.
チームシークレットは、特に相手を誘導するような戦い方がうまい、すごい優れたチームだと思います。
ZETA, Japan. We are surprised against them. Very disciplined team. Let's go, let's go. Good start. No practice, good start.
個人的なパフォーマンスが悪すぎて、逆にそれのおかげでもうプレッシャーを感じなくてよくなったかなとは思ってます。
It is what it is. Someone's gotta win.
バロラントにおいて日本一のチームであることはもう間違いないと思っているので、それを結果にして残したいと思ってます。
They have this strategy that only them do it.
That's
Team Secret.
Yeah. That's Team Secret's POV right there. That's what we all saw. Was facing off against Clinton looking like Sugar Zero with, I guess, the Radiant Night Entertainment System skin, right, with the punches there.
That's right.
Well, I mean, obviously, ZETA Division haven't maybe taking a little bit more lighthearted approach there in that little interview. But let's take a look at the data. Of course, since we had a round-robin stage, every team has faced off against each other. And the last time these two met, it was ZETA Division taking that, 2-1 victory. Paper, then you talked about it. It was never going to be an easy win, but they did come out on top nonetheless.
Yeah, it was really, really close. And I think what's really fascinating is it was a 3-map pool that they had Depp playing on Raze. He played really, really well. Sugar Zero also performed very well in this series for ZETA. So, this was a really close-fought match, and I think, where I see the difference between these two teams is I think as a unit, as a collective whole, ZETA probably brings just a little bit more firepower to the table. So maps like Split and Fracture, I think, favor them a little bit. Maybe Ascent, but I don't know what ZETA's recent history on Ascent. I don't want to say that too much, but they seem to have a little bit more bang for their buck in terms of their firepower, whereas I think Team Secret is a little bit better at mid-round IGLing. I think especially with Jesse, they're calling the shots. I think they're better when they're given more space and kind of opportunities like Haven and those kind of maps, Lotus, to really kind of spread themselves out and figure their opponents out.
Yeah, it was definitely a really close match between these two. For me, it was pretty interesting because it was the first day that Depp actually picked up the Raze, and he played it 3 times in all 3 maps. So we were all like, this is interesting. He had only played, I think, Jet and maybe 1 game of Neon up until that moment. So pretty interesting stuff. And it totally like changed the way that he was going to play as well. He played a lot more Raze since that day. As you see, even the stats were pretty close. Talked a lot about the post-plant win percentage. They actually got 100% Zeta here on Fracture, which they did win just at the end.
Yeah, I mean, Fracture, definitely a map that Zeta Division has had some good memories on, throughout the season and throughout the years, of course, leading up to VCT Pacific 2023. Now, I think whenever we look at stats like these, one of the biggest things to look at is going to be that 4v5 to win conversion, right? Because that's how you know you're climbing back in or keeping the lead, even if you're at a disadvantageous position. And I mean, both teams, it just depends on the map, but they're trying to make sure that they're able to at least secure 1 or 2 sprinkled out through there so that they can keep up their advantage.
Yeah, I think that's a really important point to talk about here, because then it signals 2 things to me. First, your duelists are going to be so important for finding those opening kills. Can you keep the op out of the opponent's hands, whether that be Dubstep or Depp or whoever is going to be opping, because that's a big key to getting that first kill. And then on the other side of the coin are players that are on the back line, like Laz and Jesse Vash, or Sugar Zero and Borkum. Like, are they going to be able to get those clutches, kind of turn these statistics on their head to kind of find that narrow advantage that they may need to win?
Yeah, and of course, a big part of that's going to come down to the map positioning as well. And you just mentioned Borkum, of course, had a bit of a shaky season as well, but when it mattered the most, Borkum time came alive during the Super Week. And we're actually going to take a look at Borkum versus Sugar Zero here, because Valdez, you also mentioned Sugar Zero. He had a Sugar Hero moment during Super Week. Absolutely.
Yeah, he really did. I think that even though these 2 guys aren't the guys that are putting up huge numbers for the team, they actually do have pretty impressive numbers in their own right for the roles that they do play as the controllers. So it was really nice to see Sugar Zero stepping up. Borkum, will he have his Borkum time here in this matchup? We'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, I think this is really cool because I think these were arguably the 2 best performers for their respective teams the last time they faced off. Sugar Zero +10 in that matchup with 26 assists. Borkum +7 with 31 assists. So really pretty even stat lines for a controller player. First Bloods went a little bit in the way of Sugar Zero, but he didn't have nearly as many opportunities as Borkum in that regard. Borkum's just a little bit more aggressive, especially on Haven and maps like that where he'll push Garage or something like that on the attacker side, try to take some space for his team, whereas Sugar Zero is a much more relegated backline player.
Yeah, I was actually going to ask you about that, Paper Thin. Is that stylistic difference, right? Borkum sometimes will take the risk in his own hands and try to make something happen. I mean, obviously we can't say objectively which style is better or worse, but do you think both styles suit their own teams well enough that it comes together as a group of 5?
Yeah, absolutely. I think especially for Zeta, like, you have to have these cautious, safe players because of the way they usually play. You need those guys like Laz and Sugar Zero that can really lock down rounds, play it smart, not just in terms of their aim, but of their positioning and their utility usage as well.
All right, well, I mean, obviously the highlights with both of them putting up quite a few, especially in Super Week. I mean, this was just their very last match from Secret going up against Global Esports, where they absolutely secure their own placement here into playoffs. Now, both of these teams, of course, doing that on their own will as well, right? Positioning themselves just enough to get into the top 6 to face off against each other here in the playoffs. If they win, they will be facing off against CRX, but that is to be a concern for a later day. They first have to win this opening match. Well, we've talked enough about the teams, broke them down a little bit. Let's take a look at what the predictions look like, and now we're going to take a look at everyone. So you can't escape just because you're not on the analyst test. Everyone's coming up right here. I know Tasteless, he's watching right now. He thought he was free, but no, we're going to take a look at his predictions. And it's Zeta across the board. On the desk here, it's me only for Secret. We've got Quack up on the caster desk. Maybe he can talk a little bit more about the Secret prediction as well. But Valdez, I mean, was this kind of an easy decision for you, or were you kind of 50-50?
No, it was really difficult, actually. Like, the second one, not going to spoil it, but that one was easier for me. Much easier. This one, it really could go either way. It's hard to say. I was really impressed by like Sugar Zero stepping up, Zeta looking really strong. I thought that as a team they were reaching new heights, so it kind of feels like their form is reaching a peak right now, so I had to favor them slightly, but could definitely easily understand, I'm not going to look at your guys' votes and say, oh, Team Secret, that doesn't make any sense. Actually, it does, because they're kind of in a similar spot, but Yeah, I gave Zeta the slight edge just because of their recent match. And yeah, it was against Gen G, who aren't really performing that well. So it definitely does depend on like strength of schedule and, you know, the teams that they were facing that they looked good against and perhaps the ones that they didn't look so good against. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. I just felt the Zeta today.
All right, what about you, Paper, then?
Yeah,
Same story?
it was really tough. Even though I wanted to go with my Laban Piñas boys, like the pineapple fighting boys.
Yeah, what
like,
happened to that?
Yeah.
Memes out the window now.
It's
serious time.
Real quick.
I just feel like at the end of the day, there's a little bit more firepower in Zeta. I think they're just slightly better in the late game, where I think this is going to really come down to. I think it's going to be a very slow game, which of course is what Zeta wants. They want to kind of break this down, take their time. But I think, you know, with like 10, Sugar Zero, Depp, Laz, like those 4 players alone are just as good as a lot of the players on Team Secret in terms of raw aim, in terms of raw skill. So there's nothing against Team Secret. I think Team Secret may be the better, like, IGL team. I think they're a smarter team, the way that they put pressure on you, so they can win that way.
Yeah, I would agree.
It really depends on the map draft.
We have a little bit of time here. Tell me a bit more about the IGLing here. I mean, what is the specific difference you're seeing between these two teams?
So specifically for Jesse Vash, he's much more of like a command and control style. He's like way in the back. He doesn't want to get involved unless obviously he's on point, like, you know, he's holding a site and they attack that way. Of course he's going to get involved then. But he'll do weird stuff. Like there was a round on Haven where he sat and spawned like the entire round, was waiting with lineups and watching the map and just figuring out what was going on. He wasn't involved at all in the round, whereas Laz is much more of like a battlefield general. He's there, he's in the front lines with his team, you know, trying to break doors down. You know, yes, he's oftentimes kind of one of the last guys alive. He'll play for the clutches, sure. So will Jesse, but he plays it in a very different way. He's much more in the mix than Jesse is at times.
Okay, and I think maybe that correlates to kind of what we've seen, especially from Zeta Division over the years as well, right? I mean, they definitely rely heavily on Laz just to even be kind of the emotional leader and emotional support for that team. Now the primary IGL, now the primary initiator. So interesting to see that. We'll take a look if that continues here in this matchup. For me, I voted for Team Secret. I actually thought overall I agree with both of you. I think the consistency just a bit more in favor of Zeta. However, the Super Week performance, I don't think we can ignore that, right? I think Team Secret, they've really found their peak and I guess kind of their patterns on how to win. And also, we can't really get the true anime storyline if Zeta doesn't go down to the lower bracket, all right? I mean, that's just written in stone for Zeta Division. That's how they roll. So I'm curious to see if that'll happen again. Of course, for Zeta Division and their fans, they would very much like to kind of take a smoother path this time around in the bracket.
Yeah, I was listening to both of you guys, and definitely it does feel like Jesse and Warbirds together, like as a duo, it feels like the strategical advantage should go the way of Team Secret. I think that if you're going to come into a match against a team like DRX, I mean, Global's another story. I think that Team Secret's just a better team right now, especially with some of the performance from the individual players on the side of Global. But in terms of their match against DRX specifically, you don't go into that and actually win unless you have a really, really solid plan. So when it comes to playoffs, and there's a ton of prep for just this one team today, I think the advantage should go the way of Team Secret, but still, you know, the firepower, it does feel like it is in Zeta's position a lot more, I would say. So, you know, I don't know. Like, I feel like the timeout advantage as well.
This is how hard it is to pick this match. Like, it's so hard.
No, I'm just laughing because I'm trying to wait to see if you're going to flip-flop
again.
again.
It's the classic flip-flop.
If Team Secret win map 1, though, it's easy flip-flop. Not yet.
But that's how tough it is to call this one.
Yeah, so slight edge to Zeta just because they shoot better.
Okay.
It is it's Valorant after all.
Yeah, it's
know,
an FPS.
I think, the round by round advantage should go the way of Zeta, but we'll see what Team Secret have in terms of strategy.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, tell us what you think on social media. Hashtag VCT Pacific. Who is going to win this one? Is it going to be Zeta or Team Secret? They're getting ready on the stage. Let's dive right into our very first playoffs match right now.
make waves. We'll make waves. We will make waves. We will make waves. We will make waves. We will make waves.
Valorant Champions Tour Pacific 2023. The playoffs begin now. The road to be crowned the very first Pacific champion, and also the road to go to Masters Tokyo begins now for these two teams. First up on stage, it is going to be the lone remaining Japanese representatives, ZETA Division.
Yeah, the hopes and pride of a region are on their shoulders right now. This is such a good team. I mean, they're phenomenal. We all know at their best that they can compete with anybody in the world, but now with all this pressure, with all this, hope that a Japanese team can make it to Masters Tokyo and represent in front of their hometown, crowd, we'll see if they can get it done.
So I really wish I could have listened to what you were saying, Paper Thin, but I was too distracted by Ten's hair. It's just very much in my face. No, I heard everything you said, but yeah, he's got a very nice forward ponytail going on, I guess, just to keep the hair out of his eyes. Doesn't really care about how he looks. It's all about the game.
Absolutely, and now we have the Philippine representatives. It is Team Secret, and I was getting ready to have a really kind of serious intro for them, and then Borkum's like, well, let me just drain out all the energy from Dubstep and Jesse Vash by just hanging on their shoulders. But I guess that means Borkum time maybe not happening today. He just wants to get carried by Jesse Vash and Dubstep for the day.
I mean, I think you would be okay with that if those two can pop off. We've seen it before this year, especially at lock-in. Jesse was absolutely nuts at lock-in, so if they can find that form, Dubstep, a little up and down at times, but when he's good, he's good. So hopefully the boomers from Team Secret, my boomer boys as I like to call them, can show up big here today. I'd love to see it.
Yeah, the boomer boys with the two youngsters, right? I mean, trying to breed new talent here for Team Secret as well. They've been doing a good job so far, and of course, it is under the coaches of both sides. It is going to be SQQ for ZETA Division and Warbirds on Team Secret. SQQ, he's been to so many international stages with this roster, with this team, to represent Japan. They're trying to make it happen this time in front of the home crowd to go to Masters Tokyo. Meanwhile, on the other side, Coach Warbirds, people have been praising him that he's been the key catalyst to make Team Secret a great team. Can that road continue today in playoffs?
Yeah, I mean, it goes back to what we were talking about in terms of the predictions. We spent a lot of time just because it is so close between these two teams, but strategical edge feels like it should go the way of Team Secret. What do they have prepared for tonight is really the question. Have they figured out ZETA Division like they were able to figure out DRX and Global Esports in Super Week? Remains to be seen, but ZETA, of course, have a lot of pressure, but a huge reason to try their hardest, of course, as you mentioned, try to make it there to Masters Tokyo.
Yeah, I think XQQ does a really good job with some of the early round prep. I think ZETA often comes out the gates really strong in a lot of their matches, and a lot of their maps with good ideas on how to counter what the opponent is going to do early. I think Team Secret generally has a pretty good overall read on their opponents, a pretty good anti-strat in terms of just like the general strategy that their opponent's going to go for. Split banned by ZETA, that's one of the maps they won last time.
Yeah, we saw it in the head-to-head. They beat Team Secret on that map, but deciding not to go for it. And Team Secret going to pick up Haven right away, and then it's a set coming up from ZETA again. Paper that you were talking about, their recent records haven't looked too promising.
They've lost it 3 times in a row. They've picked it a bunch this year. It looked good in the beginning. Since then, it has not so much. So I'm a little bit surprised by that. Vine going to be knocked out here, so neither team going to play their first time on Vine this year. Lotus will remain. That was in favor of Team Secret. So again, I actually like this map pool for Team Secret. I think with Haven and Lotus in the mix, I think those are 2 maps that really suit their style, their ability to sort of control the map in that mid-round IGLing that I think Jesse has a slight advantage in.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Team Secret coming into this are very happy with the way the map draft went, and now, everything's set up for them. They're feeling good about the maps, probably feeling good about coming into this match. Whereas ZETA, definitely some questionable decisions, but gotta give them credit as well. We'll have to see what they have prepared because, you know, there's so much riding on just this one match and the following one, so getting a good start is huge for them.
Well, the only differences are going to be the duelists as expected here between these two teams. It's going to be Jeremy on that Raze and Depp on the Jet. Otherwise, it is kind of your stock standard Pacific Haven meta. There's very little deviation from this with the Sova, Omen, Killjoy, Breach. So it's just kind of maybe going to come down to, who knows, those first bloods like we talked about during the pre-show.
Yeah, and of course, I mean, it is the very first match of the playoffs, right? If you can start on a hot streak, maybe you can tie that into the next map as well. So it looks like both teams kind of hoping that they can ride the momentum to make waves here in their very first playoffs match at VCT Pacific. This is ZETA Division versus Team Secret in a best of 3. Let's get right into the game with our casters. It's going to be Achilles and Quack.
Thank you very much, Desk. Yes, that is right. It is now time to kick. Oh, that's biased commentator over here. It is now time to kick off our first match in the playoffs here in Pacific. We've got ZETA, we've got Secret. Both teams, different approaches to the stage. One very serious, one very silly.
I think the silly one kind of shows their mentality and where you're at. And sometimes you can take that pressure off, and maybe that's where you best perform. ZETA, I think, you know, Lash has said in interviews where he actually performs better under pressure. So if that's what works for them, by all means. But I have to talk about how the map picks went. I agree with Paper Thin because, oh my goodness, so far with the current ones, Haven, Ascent, Lotus, these are map picks that kind of favor Team Secret, right? Especially in the recent weeks.
I mean, most recently we saw Secret in their last 2 series, taking down Global 13-9, being able to best TRX as we get ready to go into Haven. ZETA got the better of them during the regular season, a 2-1 hard-fought victory, but with the preparation time that Secret have had, can they turn the tides? Can they flip that script from the regular season now that we are here in the playoffs? That is what we're looking to find out. 12 seconds left to go before the barriers open and we can get underway.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of comparisons that we can draw talking about Borkum versus Sugar Zero, the IGLing of Jesse, Vash, and Laz. But I think also, just based on the composition that we have, Depp versus Jeremy, different kinds of impact, and we start things off with an exchange.
Yeah, Jeremy finding one, but then gets taken down. Sugar Zero finding that kill. Whoa. Hot on the heels out. Depp pushing in, looking for Borkum, has him revealed, takes him lower, waits for the reload time. Jesse Vash off of the flank, though, at A-Link, managing to find 2. Gets that quick little shot through the smoke. Takes out Laz for 3, gets the 4K, and that's going to be Secret taking the first round.
And this is exactly what happened the same time that they played last on Haven. I think it was Team Secret versus DRX. Jesse Vash, the 4K with the classic right clicks, and it just happens because, I mean, ZETA dashed straight into the B site hoping that they would be able to catch that initiative, but still, instant response from Team Secret.
Great kills here from that IGL. I mean, Paper Thin was kind of talking about him, saying, you know, he likes to be sat back unless he gets pulled into the front line. He certainly was right there, but he was able to go ahead and hold the line for the team. Look to fast track towards that Hunter's Fury ultimate. Depp, in the meantime, looking to push the pace, pushing out of A-Link. The smoke goes up. He's suspecting that somebody could be behind the box, but he's only able to get 1 bullet across into Inbeam. Now swings the corner and guns down for himself. 10 will be able to get 2 on his way out, so not without casualties. 2 members gone on the side of Secret, but it's also 2 rounds now on the board.
Still, yeah, I guess you could say it's a decent eco for ZETA Division, right? But still, considering how things are going and considering how Team Secret has played this map in the past now, if I were ZETA, I would approach this round with extreme caution. Team Secret, especially in recent weeks, they've been playing Haven just based off of these CQV duels, hiding inside of some of these small spaces that Haven has, especially with the shotguns, and that's what we have in our hands. One of the players has a judge. Even pushing up, they have information up by A lobby.
And be joining in. ZETA very much sitting back. Is in a position that he could go for a safe drone forward. Now just going to send a recon out. 3-member stack, though. Drone will look to clear. Makes his way forward. Counter drone coming out of sewer. They get the spot on the Raze at least. Depp, though, also tagged, forced out. And it looks like it's going to be a turn in towards B site once more.
That's right. A lot of utility spent towards A, and ZETA senses that B is kind of open right now. They will be able to exploit some of the high angles depth right on top.
Paranoia across. Sugar Zero just looking to hold this plant. Borkum finds depth. TP out to safety. Avoids that aftershock. Use one of their own. Go ahead and start buying some time for themselves.
All holding from mid, too. But look at Garage.
Still that pressure, as you say. Dubstep starting to work his way out. 10 lads looking to hold the line. Jesse Bash going to be able to find one. Now suddenly just 10. The 1v2, spotting Dubstep as he tries to buy some time. The counter swing is perfectly timed from Dubstep. The Ghost will claim the kill with 2 members left standing. Jesse says, come on, grab this ult. Or grab this orb, I should say, effectively with the spike diffuse, because Jesse already has the Hunter's Fury available. And that is going to be a bonus in the hands here of Secret, converting that into a round win. Now 3-0 to start.
And it's just a smart retake coming in from Team Secret. We're talking about the mid rounds, the adaptations that this team has, and you can see it clearly. Although ZETA read the situation right, B was open. They went and got plant, holding it all the way from mid without a single person covering Garage, allowed for Dubstep to swing out that way. You have so many angles to watch out for, and when it comes down to the overwhelming retake, the Force is pushing out of mid that way, and then Garage. Couldn't quite hold it against them. 3-0, and this is another save for ZETA now.
The orb snatched up, one away now from that showstopper. Drone to check lobby again, but I mean, this is ZETA in their natural habitat. Everybody corralled around the spawn.
Playing it safe, being very cautious, and I kind of like that. They do need to play this way, especially against a Secret that could be anywhere on the map. If they could actually kind of brute force their way past Borkum and collect on the C site, they might be able to take this. But remember, we have that Hunter's Fury. We have a lot of retake potential on Team Secret's side.
For sure. Indy himself can't be too far off having that ult available. They look for the fault line Hunter's Fury combination. Tag across, and Sugar Zero has to be fancy footed there. Manages to dodge onto the final shot. Yep, able to pick off one as Jeremy swings the corner, finds the kill. Instant headshot, 10 taken down. The lockdown now in danger. As Dubstep starts swinging out here onto the site, finds 2, gets eliminated. It's around
time.
The back now, Laz tucked away in the corner. The lockdown is destroyed. Tap onto the spike, Laz. Does he have anything? The hold is coming in. The recon, it's going to reveal that now. Bash does pull off of it. Wow. He will be good for the final kill. Deathless so far is the captain of Secret as they move up now 4-0.
Out of charges.
Not faltering under pressure, not shaking, not quivering. 8-0-1. Jesse Vash, the captain of the team, like you said, Achilleos, he is just popping off. I mean, making use of the utility, making use of the Hunter's Fury just to allow his team to get on site. And then down to the clutch, they didn't have to worry too much at all. In fact, just saw the little cape from Laz as he tried to jump peek, I think. Or jiggle peek. But still, this puts ZETA in a tough spot. They're going to have to save up. And then Team Secret, you know, cycling utility, cycling ultimates. Jeremy and Envy now, both available and online.
A little bit of damage out onto Sugar Zeros. Jeremy just wants to get situated on top of the center of the site.
Droning out short.
Drone short, but do they read that Envy's going to be far forward? They might not even need to, as it's going to be Jeremy shoving them back.
Right
the
away.
Showstopper at the ready. Crow tucks into the corner for a brief moment. Rocket going to go wide. He's still continuing to push forward, gets himself behind the brick stack. Swings out, will find one with a stinger before Envy answers in kind. Dubstep gets the better of 10. Now, there's 2 players left. Laz and Sugar Zero seeing if they can get any more weapons out of the hands of Secret. Smash holding in the back. Envy there for the peel, comes up with 3, and now it's a 5-0. And surely this has to be the moment that ZETA pump the brakes.
Timeout, right? XQQ, we're waiting for that, but my goodness, I think it's not happening yet, or whatever it is. There's got to be a different solution to this. If you look at how Team Secret are playing it, first of all, it's safe. Second of all, as soon as ZETA makes a move, they come in to pinch them. The showstopper, the way that they actually wrap around this one A-long position, knowing that ZETA probably wants to go up towards to retrieve those weapons. It's just easy pickings and a momentum-based Team Secret where every single player is starting to find their form.
Okay, Depth though looking to up the pace.
What?
Goes in with the blades, just not quite landing up on top. Borkum looking to inch his way out of garage. Right here within the smoke 10. Seemingly reading this, sees the gun barrel, waits for it, confirms the headshot. Depp now caught in an awkward position, but will still be able to deliver the first death over to Jesse Bash. Rolling Thunder, however, cuts across. Envy finding two. Jeremy getting one. Dubstep joins the fray. And suddenly it's just Laz now left. A 1v3 to try to clutch it out. Does avoid the paint chills. The spike, however, dropped, completely covered. It's a 50-50 crossfire, one that he needs to try to isolate.
So tough.
He's into 1v1s, but it seems nigh impossible, especially with Jeremy sitting around the back of the site.
Do we have any utility?
Should have some, pushes in, gets one, but can't get the second, and even then the third might have been a bridge too far. 6-0 now, as Secret have shown up to play at the start here of Haven. And that timer continues to tick down towards 0 with no timeout in sight, it would seem. Never mind, there we go.
Okay.
We finally got it.
There it is, and hopefully they'll be able to cook something up. You can see that, I think Laz or maybe even Depp, they're trying out for a certain kind of strategy to bait out the peaks, create openings for themselves, get Team Secret to expose themselves, because right now, this is a team that's playing incredibly safe. I don't know if that's actually going to work out, though. What I will say is that that was the first round that Jesse Bash died, so maybe a small win for Team Secret, for Zeta Division.
I don't think it's going to feel like much of a win at all.
6-0.
Yeah. These aren't your comp games where you manage to stray headshot that Reyna that was 35-9, and you felt good about it. This is a much different beast, and being down 0-6, floating this map, leaving it open, given what we have seen from Secret as of late, you come into this and you anticipate, okay, Zeta have an idea about how to counter strat Secret on this map. Right now, seems like that was a very misread situation.
Yeah, certainly one that doesn't feel too good. And remember, again, this is the start of playoffs. If Zeta loses this, this entire series, that's one life gone, and then you're down to your last chance. We don't want that, but at the same time, like what Will said on the desk, we might just need that for that anime protagonist story. So far, 6-0. Maybe this is going according to script.
Take flight. All right, well, now, after the timeout, so making their way forward again. It's going to be a forward push here from Depp, but getting spammed out from Dubstep on the flank. The Paranoia also does not connect. Hunter's Fury across, however, will. Laz finding one. Sugar Zero pushes up, gets Borkum, and Envy manages to dodge out of the final charge. Jesse Bash, however, is here in the back of sight. He gets Crow through the smoke. And Laz will be able to cut him down, but once again, it's going to be Laz now in a clutch position. The spike stranded on the site. It looks like he's just going to be running away, trying to save. Or does he go for a really unexpected approach angle?
And if you're a Team Secret right now, you have obviously no information on where Laz could be. And that's why they're sticking together, right? In fact, they're pushing out to clear and make sure that he's not just saving in some of these spots. Maybe taking the fight from Silong is something that they could do.
Spike is down within view of them, so they can keep note of this.
Laz has to clear out the entire site, too, and that's going to take quite a bit of time. 30 seconds remaining on the clock. A bit of utility left in his pocket.
30 seconds left.
One dart, but a fault line, 2 flashes, still in the hands of Envy. The timing almost off. It looks like Laz might have caught a glimpse. Wants to approach from the opposite side.
Pick up this.
Swing in. Oh, headshot's good for 1.
10 seconds.
13 seconds. Throws out the recon. Can plant and back sight, and that's what he's going to do.
Laz versus Jeremy. Jeremy's got nothing except for a Phantom right now. A lot of health, sure. And he might be able to take the fight more confidently because of that.
Laz behind. Spots him. Wow. Gets the headshot. That's going to be a 4K clutch for Laz. To at long last get Zeta on the board, but still, that is the first hurdle jumped. But now, at this point, on the attacking side, only having a steal around thus far in this half means that the best you could do is match it at a 6-6.
Not the worst thing in the world either. And you can never fail to admire this mental resilience that Zeta has. I mean, a sigh of relief, surely.
Many.
On to the next round now. We've got buys on both sides. Maybe an operator from Team Secret if they so choose. They've got that much money.
I mean, it's just been building up. And granted, some of the rounds have been fairly close, but been able to rack up quite a bit. Borkum again, thinking about pushing out. 10 on the watch. Backs away. Footsteps will have been heard. Turret now. They look to play contact off of it. Drone just moving forward. Should have seen one. Depp in the fault line, just drifts into the corner. Looks like it's going to be full steam ahead here for this A site, which widely and smartly Secret are evacuating because they know that that Rolling Thunder is going to be available.
That's right. That's what they're about to do as well. If just Evash can get an opening pick, just immediately evacuate and then wait for the plant to come in. So the Rolling Thunder will not touch anyone from Team Secret. Meanwhile, ZETA just pushing in, clearing out the site, getting the spike planted.
And working way forward, a little bit of damage down on the last. The spike does get planted, but that lockdown crucially available here from Dubstep, and he is in position, just waiting for it. Last, however,
Borkum.
Also waiting to see if they can get the clear on this. Oh, Depp playing forward into the link, finds one. Lockdown still ticking away. Borkum, Dubstep, one apiece. Wow, Detain comes through, but still players alive. Flash across the hold to half. Dubstep finds the kill. Doesn't go for the tap on the spike, and oh, he just pushes in despite getting paranoid. And that will be ZETA being able to finally string together 2 rounds.
And that's what you want from them. The fact that even if they're just doing it now is a big win for ZETA Division. Team Secret having that momentum in the start, you know, they held onto it for as long as possible, but now it's been broken and they're going to have to find a different approach. So far, just playing off of whatever information that they have, you know, being smart and avoiding that Rolling Thunder as well. But ZETA with the lockdown and just playing smart with the teamwork that they have. On to the next round now. Team Secret look to aggress outside of A.
Jeremy so far forward. You've got effectively 3 people watching this angle. Drone coming out. Jeremy with that lone rifle. Spamming across, no damage going to be found, however. Hunter's Fury actually going to be invested as well. Gets the tag onto 1. Can't quite find the follow-up, so 10 lives to fight another day.
Still a little bit of value. Further information onto the A side, and Depp's looking to collapse in on them.
Stun comes across, but Depp getting quite a bit of damage, has to updraft to try to avoid the pain shells, and he will. But it's really good early damage found from Secret, despite the weapon deficits.
And knowing how ZETA plays, minute left on the clock, they're still being careful about this, looking for that opening pick. Jeremy, possibly the first point of contact.
Depp as low as he is, you suspect this would be an early kill. The rest of the team starting to push their way in towards B, and as you say, Borkum very much around the back. That kill coming through, it slows them up in mid. Borkum, he's now arrived, there's one! Paranoia cutting across, TP's down, across in mid. Stay safe for now, and the Dubstep gets the swing timing, 2 into their backs with the Sheriff. And they will stop the 3rd in a row. Now moving up 7-2, ZETA getting kicked back.
And a good old 1-2 punch from Dubstep and more ultimates coming through on the side of Team Secret. They're starting to find that momentum again, and this is what I'm worried about. You're winning rounds. You have so much more room for error, so much more time for recovery that they afforded some of these aggressive plays. Jeremy pushing out of A short that way with a Phantom, knowing that he had the full confidence to take that duel if it so happens on the other side. And also just, Borkum. And now Wallbangs through. ZETA, you are so paranoid if you're in their shoes.
A very brutal beginning.
Right, especially on a map like Haven, Achilles. There's so much space, so much room. Sometimes stuff just swings out. Sometimes you're going to have a player hiding in a corner that you don't expect. ZETA is a team that's so cautious. They're going to do everything in their books to clear every one of them out.
Catching 10. We were talking about, the desk rather was talking about fragging power here from the side of ZETA, what they've been able to put on display in the past. Right now, it is so widely absent the majority of these rounds. Laz with the clutch, etc. A good shout, but in every other circumstance, it feels like they are just getting absolutely mauled.
Shock Dart comes in as well. The spike plant still getting down, but 5-on-2. Overwhelming odds for Zeta Division. How do you hold this? They do have rifles, but they hear a stampede of footsteps coming through.
Sugar Zero falling. One after the other, just crumbling. Pro, the last one taken out. 4 members still standing strong is the best now that Zeta can do. Is Secret will lock in an 8th round. Is going to be 4 rounds in the half. But Secret's right now, the pace that they are operating at, they want 10.
Just looking to close this map out early. This is Team Secret's map pick after all. I was kind of worried about this because it's not as if Zeta hasn't performed on Haven before. They have. Sure. But they are that disciplined, and in all of that carefulness, Team Secret can often just exploit some mistakes and find opening picks outside of Zeta. And Zeta is a team that kind of struggles to recover sometimes. 8-2 now. Team Secret can still work with so much. Meanwhile, Zeta just collecting together on the other side, anticipating pushes.
I mean, it's a great dart as well from Bash. Just goes ahead, checks all the way over by C main. Dart gets cleared, but again, they're going to start inching their way forward now towards A. They're pinging, there might be somebody playing close in the corner. Start backing away. I mean, look at how far back all of Secret are playing.
Always just letting Zeta in first and then possibly denying the spike plant or going with a really coordinated retake. Zeta taking so much time just to clear out. As soon as they come in onto a site, it is a send, a full hit. And there's no guessing room for Team Secret. They know they can just go in for it.
Start the check, Rolling Thunder across. Connects onto a few here. Depp still trying to stay sat forward, and it's just an absolute bloodbath. Oh, it's a lockdown as well. Committed into this one. But Laz suddenly all on his lonesome, tucked away here at long. The drop down from Envy. Can't stable his aim. Swin will get taken out.
20
Laz,
seconds.
Can he do it again? Like you say, 20 seconds, enough time to make it over towards B. Dubstep flanking in from behind, not far off. Footsteps now. Storming their way across the site. He's actually going to make it to C.
He has time. He can do that, but I'm worried that when he ran through transition from mid to C, could Dubstep have heard that? Maybe not. At least he'll find out now. Glaz has the timing to reposition, but he has to watch for C long.
And he just comes jumping around the corner. No idea whatsoever as to where Dubstep was going to be. And he greets him with open arms. Again, another bloody round, one that Zeta nearly get over the line with. But it's another heavy commitment, the lockdown in response to that. Rolling Thunder to no avail. This time Laz cannot be the clutch meister that they need him to be, and it's now 9 locked into the first half here for the side of Secret.
Just an unfortunate situation. Good fights from both sides. You can see that this is still Team Secret's game plan. Waiting for the spike to come through, sends out that Rolling Thunder, and then we go in for a big old fight, but coming out on top. I mean, despite Envy getting the first pick, Laz answers back, but down to the one-on-one. It's just that 50-50 situation.
Yeah. Let's talk about the elephant in the room. Obviously, the UI is gone. We have a tech issue, so we're hoping that everything is going to be fixed and ready for the second map, but appreciate everybody bearing with us for now.
Last round the first half, and Team Secret pushing out.
Showstopper around the back, just trying to see if there's going to be anybody in that back lurk position. There is not. Laz, however, good, does hold over at C-Long. Gets the catch on a 1. Jeremy also waiting, tucked away, letting the rest of his teammates get into position before he tries to go for this push. Depp spotting the corner, the shoulder of an enemy player, but does not go for the blades yet.
Now they're just holding. They have all bases covered. The lockdown coming through, though. And the Hunter's Fury.
Spearing across, looking for the clear. Jeremy, however, does get one. Push out of the smoke. Crow guns down Borkum. Dubstep now pushing in, greeted by a knife to the face. Rolling Thunder across. They know exactly where Jesse's at. Yep, not much else to be done there. Jeremy, however, will be the last one to fall, and it's going to be a 9-3 half here, as Zeta barely managed to put a third round win on the board. Absolute dominance at the start from the side of Secret. Now let's see if they can go ahead and close the deal, shifting over to the attacking side.
It's pretty nice recovery from Zeta, though, I will say that. The way that they hit the C site, decisively going in for it, Depp leading the charge, getting that spike down. and control over the site itself is something that ZETA really flourishes off of. Once they had those angles set up, angles held, no matter what Team Secret tried, even with the Hunter's Fury, the pushing out, Jeremy on a bit of a flank from C-Long, they weren't quite able to make it past these turrets, literal ancient human turrets on the side of ZETA. 3-9, and that's the score. Can ZETA recover? On the defensive side, I'm still worried, Achilles. I think that Team Secret on the attack, if they can play off of the momentum that they've already gotten, if they can continue to kind of toy around with ZETA, kind of put those question marks in their minds, maybe rotate around the map a lot, pull out some fakes, ZETA might not be able to catch up in time.
Oh, for sure. I mean, this pistol has to basically be everything to get the ball rolling from the side of ZETA. Recovering after that, you're very much going to be relying on some kind of thrifty. So, want to put the right foot forward, get that win, but you think about how aggressively Secret was able to play from that defending side, a lot of times catching ZETA off guard. Now they're attacking, so it could be a lot more of that. 9-3 curse easy. I mean, that's some big copium going on right there in the audience, but we've seen runbacks happen before.
It is possible. Fancy United. Who knows when? Maybe in Thailand. But still, I mean, back to this series. I think you're right. It is, that curse that everyone's trying to invoke, but I do think that there's two sides to that coin. Team Secret, they could pull off fakes, but at the same time, if they go a little bit too overly aggressive, and ZETA as a team predicts that correctly, there's a chance that they can shut them down. It all starts with this pistol.
Yes, able to take the first. Let's see if ZETA can tie things up in that regard.
Caution here. Couple of frenzies. We're just looking to start things off perhaps towards mid. ZETA possibly pushing out on their own as well. Wow, taking things in their own hands.
Really heavy presence over at C. You got effectively 4 members with just 10, who's going to be fluctuating back and forth between B and A, but does manage to find them an opening kill. Borkum going to be taken down, and without your smokes, obviously taking a site can be more difficult, but it's a little bit easier when the site itself is pretty much wide open. Footsteps going to be heard, then we'll make the call. The rest of ZETA now going to start rotating over.
It's not bad, though. They read the situation correctly. 3 out of C means that A is less defended, but now you have to play 4 and 5.
Blast pack up into heaven, and Jeremy gets some damage down. It's 10 on very low HP, but cannot find the kill. B looking to push. Alarm bot, however, alerts them. It's good protocols in place here from the side of ZETA, as Jesse is just, you're not going to get a knife kill, son! Somehow Inby keeps him protected long enough, but then Laz comes in with a shock dart, and ZETA will go ahead and take the pistol round as the defuse comes in.
Thanks.
And that's a good start to the second half. Maybe no knife kill, but still, it opens things up for the rest of the team to come through.
Depth perception very much off for Jesse Bash in that moment. He thought he was about 2 feet away, but it was about a mile. Curious to say the least. Either way, it will be ZETA finding that win that they desperately need if they want to get this snowball rolling.
I mean, that's exactly what happens as well. When it comes down to a game like Valorant, you're trading a lot of pieces or resources. In this instance, Team Secret traded a death of a teammate for information that A site was open. They might have gotten the spike down. They might be able to buy up a little bit more, but this is now a ZETA that has weapons.
Ooh, okay, 2 quick kills from Laz. Headshot after headshot. Now the shock dart as well. Not going to find too much of anything. And suddenly, just a couple people remaining. Inby taken low, taken down. Crow swings the corner off the back of his own flash. Now just the drone to really flush them out of position.
Got no choice.
Looks the shock dart to take him lower. Not going to hit. Yeah, spray through.
Cuts right through the torso. Dubstep, last one left. Looking to retrieve a weapon, a spike maybe.
It's a shallow dart, so it doesn't actually ping Dubstep, so he might be able to do some kind of damage. And there's the first headshot. Crisp with it. How many more of those do you have ready to go?
Your entire location has been revealed. Now he has to watch his back, sides, the front. Maybe a couple more peeks, but oh.
30 seconds
Double
left.
stack. They can confirm that the spike is now taken. 10 wrapping around. Will be able to spot him on this exit. Dubstep knows that. And he can't quite get the headshot. Puts him down to 70, but it is going to be first 2 rounds and a half going the way of ZETA. Now, can they do what Secret did before them and take this bonus?
I think it is possible, right? Looking at the weaponry, a lot of Bulldogs, rifles versus rifles. Maybe Laz goes in for a bit of a half-ish buy. It's a bit of a risk, perhaps, but still something that you might want just to secure that lead. I mean, bringing back to mind, this was actually a much cleaner second round for ZETA. Team Secret, they lost 2 players in theirs. It's very possible, a little bit more so for ZETA. Team Secret at the same time, though, curious to see if they have any executes, any set plays in mind.
For now, it looks like they're just maybe anticipating some more aggression out of ZETA.
That is.
They're defaulting back. I mean, if you took if the nameplates off, I would say, oh yeah, that's ZETA sitting near spawn. That's them running the clock down.
It would look that way. But that's the best thing about playoffs. Here we go, unhinged. Everyone can start showing off their strats. And ZETA switching up the pace, definitely kind of putting some question marks in Team Secret's minds. It's 1 minute left on the clock, and these guys have to make a move now. Move towards C. They do hear turrets.
It's fairly spread out util as well from 10, so when they hit the site, it's not like they have to really deal with all of it at once. Just a nano turret, obviously
here, though.
playing contact off the garage.
All right.
Fault line into the nade. 10 will get tagged a little bit there. Widely is going to be fine as Jeremy just goes ahead, jumps back across. Borkum said a little bit more.
Borkum's up by middle. Retake comes in.
Depp gets himself into the back side, finds one, and now Envy stuck. Wall banged down. 10 finds him. Borkum on that lurk. Needs to find 3 more. Paranoia goes across there, just holding this one out though. Borkum, good for 1. Can't get that transition over towards Crow. Ends up falling. And that is going to be a conversion for ZETA. They're now stringing together 4 rounds consecutively across both the halves.
The bonus round collected upon 9-6, very likely turning into 9-7, and all of a sudden, it could be that ZETA comeback that everyone was looking for.
Depp's got an op.
Op in hand. I'm not so sure about this round, but still, it's going to be a Team Secret with some buys in their hands. Stingers, Marshals, Buckies, weapons that I would still be concerned about if I were in ZETA's shoes.
I mean, the Bucky for sure. They put that on display very much versus DRX. Smash, spotted, Depp, quick with the shot, takes him down. Laz did get chipped to about half HP.
Cover going out.
Now Secret very much going to turn their sights in towards B. Turret cleared out, Bucky in hand, and this is that very site where this Bucky found value before.
Gonna happen again though.
Lockdown, however, to try to flush them out of this position.
And they're holding, expecting peaks, but no. Because of the lockdown, they can't quite push into it, knowing how ZETA would hold that thing. So backing up, Borkum finds a little corner, but now he gets pressured.
Oh, Paranoia for Paranoia. The Bucky beats the shorty, but Crow trumps both Borkum and Jeremy. Kills through Envy nearby. Desperately, the swing attempt coming through from Dubstep, but he's just an age away. And there's the defuse. He will be able to get 1 for his trouble. Looks for a little bit more, but eventually will fall, and needed to. The 3 members left standing. Now 2 rounds separating them. ZETA continue to run it back, but this is the next buy round for the side of Secret. Can they stop them in their tracks here with this rolling thunder and nearly the lockdown?
Very possible, but I do want to talk about this opening pick. I mean, something that I've been worried about is that duel between Depp and Jeremy and what their impact could be on this game. Now that Depp has an operator, and this guy's someone who can fully utilize this tool, going for opening picks, easily escaping off of it.
Jeremy's so far forward.
Might be able to find something.
And Depp, again, the first kill king. Looking to come away with some more. I say the king, he did get displaced out of first, but he has always been near the top.
Here.
Another one added to the list. And just like that, that pick gone. was talking about that Rolling Thunder. Well, it's been taken out of the equation for this round.
9-8 perhaps. Unless.
Engineer killed.
Okay, good little exchange.
Took 2 seconds. I realized he was getting shot at, it seemed like. As Laz goes for the push, and oh, he is very privy to this lurk. The dubstep gone. And that's that potential lockdown as well now eliminated. Hunter's Fury a little bit late to deny that plant. Let's get the 1 tag onto Borkum. And we'll just go ahead and shelve it for the rest once they get into position to try to get this retake off.
Def is already hot in their heels.
4v3 Paranoia across. Borkum trying to TP out. He does manage to exit just in time as Jeremy finding 2 more. Def pushing forward. He spots him with the turret. It's playing Protect. It's keeping him blocked, but it gets him just around the corner through the smoke. The defuse comes through. And Jesse, well, he might arrive to take down Dep, to take down Sugar Zero and take these weapons out of their hands. He cannot take the round for Secret. The win streak will continue, now separated by just 1 round.
And then the timeout from Warbirds, I think.
Has to be.
5 losses in a row for Team Secret. I mean, you were talking about those ultimates, but they were all deleted away by players like Dep and Laz. Again, these 2 from the Japanese core. And they're able to prove their impact in this. Even tapping on the spike for just a second, then swinging out with the blades at hand. Dep is a monster.
He's hitting the stride that Zeta absolutely needs him to hit, but Warbirds, the past couple series, when timeouts were called, wasn't really necessary in the DRX series, and DRX wasn't opting into using timeouts either.
It's playoffs now.
In the global series, we'll say, the timeouts overall from Warbirds were finding some significant value in being able to stop those win streaks and inevitably take the series and the maps. So let's see if that is going to be the case. Obviously, QQ, I don't think he's going to be too upset about having an additional opportunity to discuss with the team.
Not so much, but that's the question as well. Can you kind of figure out what exactly Team Secret are about to cook up? The Adobo Gang looking for new strategies into this. Can they secure their lead still? It's only a 1-round difference now. Can we stretch that a little bit more? ZETA has been doing such a great job at performing this, and it kind of brings back to mind the last time that these 2 teams played against each other. Remember, it was, you know, Team Secret starting out strong. They did beat them on split, but ZETA, all of a sudden, something awakened inside of Dep, Les, maybe even Crow, and the rest of them all started to frag out. Same thing's about to happen right here.
Yeah, look at the flank. The turret is there, however, set up to at least detect 1. Alarm bot as well in window.
10.
Now the clear comes through, and they don't want to continue pushing into this direction, so this is going to be a really long wraparound for the majority of ZETA to try to join in and retake this site.
Oh, and they're just going to decide to regroup all the way up A link now. Not
lobbing him
sure
in, but
about this, Achilles.
I mean, those are the nano swarms now gone. Lockdown as well going to be used.
A lot of ultimates on Team Secret's side, remember that.
Just keeping them shoved away. Are they actually going to try to push in off this one? 10 is hovering quite far forward, eventually does need to pull back.
I don't know.
Showstopper in the meantime, trying to buy some time, but he just sends it over at Borkum, who's sat in the corner, finds 1. Sugar Zero able to trade it out. Rolling Thunder from Minby. Waiting until the call comes through. They hear the tailwind forward. Dep now in the sight. Hunter's Fury as well, crashing across. They absolutely want this round and need this round, and given the ult invested, ZETA say, fine, take it. We need our guns. They will back away. It's going to be a 4v4 at the end of it all, as ZETA makes the call to save, ending their win streak at long last.
A really expensive round for Team Secret, that said, but good call from ZETA as well. And the best thing about this is, at least for ZETA, they still get to play out that same plan, push out C-Long, something that Team Secret has no idea about from the previous round. All the ultimates spent just to secure that, and it's that game of playing keep away, denying ZETA from going through the site. You can only do that once, though.
Sure. Well, so I actually kind of like the, because I'm assuming the Showstopper sent up to heaven and attempted faking that Borkum wasn't going to be in that position. And he was able to come away with 1. So,
still not too bad.
Not bad, given the circumstances. You know, the rest of the players are zoned back, so at least try to make things a bit easier for Borkum to have impact. But again, looks like Secret maybe with a bit of fast-paced attention towards A, spamming out, trying to check if there's anybody situated here at long. The drone as well going to be coming through. Laz, since his doesn't see too much of anything, though.
I mean, it's a bit of a guessing game for Team Secret. They have to figure out if ZETA are stacking on this site. And without spending utility, without pushing someone upwards, they're not going to be able to retrieve that information that they want. At the same time, blocked off by the dark cover. It's good plays from ZETA just to hide around this one spot. Depp jiggle peeking with his matte black Phantom. Here comes the hit.
Now looking for the pings. Depp swings in the corner, finds one, pulls back. It's quite a bit of damage as well as the fault line. Paranoia across as Sugar Zero arrives using that ult. Get himself here just a little bit faster. Jump peaks, spotted. Aftershock trying to clear. Laz shifts to the opposite side. Will not get caught, but as they swing in, Depp going to be taken down. Sugar Zero going to be good for one. NB finds two. Looks for a little bit more, but Laz shuts him out. Swings on the corner. Jesse Bash gets the better of him. Suddenly a 2v2. Whoa! And now Jesse Bash gets both of them at the same time. Ending with a triple, getting the plant money, and bringing this now up to 11 rounds. Once again, separated by 3. ZETA need to answer back, otherwise it's going to be at least overtime locked in for Secret.
Yeah, I might just call a timeout right now if I were XQQ, but that's not seemingly happening yet. ZETA buying up big weapons, tiny glimpse that we saw. But I gotta see the replay on this 3K from Jesse Bash. They kind of lined up for him. And it just so happens, even then, I have to admire ZETA's protocols and the way that they fought for the site. Just so happens it's 11-8. Match point. Reaching out for Team Secret.
Well, 10 looking to show them some of the Secret's own medicine here as far as the shotties are concerned. Judge in hand, tucked away in the cubby. 4 players on the approach. It's the enemy. Now it's actually ZETA who's pinging this one. It's hand. Just comes away with 3 kills. They cannot displace him. They cannot kill him, except with a shock dart. Jesse Bash will be able to finally eliminate him, but that is the entire team completely wiped out in the blink of an eye.
I mean, that ping just says so much. As soon as 10 calls it, the entire team rotates on over. And Team Secret not pumping those brakes. They will suffer those losses. 11-9, and ZETA hangs on in the balance. And just again, I mean, it's that judge play up in the corner, heavily punishing anyone who dares put a foot forward.
I mean, to be able to come away with this. Just nasty. I mean, he even turns off of Jeremy for a second because he thinks that he's already killed him and says, oh, wait, no, one more. And then kills 2 additionally.
That's the most effective range for the judge, right?
Yep.
And still, just a tiny footstep sometimes makes all the difference. And Team Secret has to be a lot more careful at future rounds.
Secret's cooking something, and it seems like it's going to end up being on B because even with 2,800 remaining, Jesse Bash has a Bucky in hand.
Okay.
Unless it was a last-second sale, but Borkum now just TPing up here on the top, goes down to 48 HP. As they clear out the turrets. Lockdown available from 10. Expecting that has to come into play, and it will. Yeah. Drops it down, Paranoia across the back of the site. The swing coming through, 10 gonna be good for 1, but Borkum takes him down. They can't push in, though. They can't secure Garage. And it's actually going to be Indy, I believe, actually, who manages to find that kill. The lockdown eliminated. Dubstep gone. Man advantage in the hands of ZETA. Borkum as well, still down at 48. Last, however, spotted, eliminated. Depp up on top, finds one. Fault line coming across. He just trips over to the opposite side. The defuse, however, being held. Depp counter swings out. They look for the eliminations, but it doesn't matter because the defuse still comes through.
And that's another round that ZETA just sneaks right by from underneath Team Secret's noses. First of all, the lockdown, just to pull that much tension away. Players had to retreat away from that thing. And at the same time, it was a little bit smart for Team Secret just to watch their backs in case there was that flank from A. But despite all of those efforts, just smoking off the spike, sticking in on it, give ZETA the win. And that's something that they need more of. They're very close to turning this around on its head.
The out, Jeremy jumps across, goes down towards Sewer. Sugar Zero just around the corner, pings him out. Depp, it's right up onto the corner. Clears the drone, tries to exit. Couple shots across, put Envy down to about half. Hunter's Fury looking to flush them out. Dubstep now revealed. Depp steadies the aim to find one, but Jeremy swings around through Sewer, finds another. Now Depp is going to be gone. And with just 10 left versus 4, no ult to speak of. Whips the shots on the Jeremy. The Aftershock brings him back to Borkum's arms. And that is going to be Secret. Now taking this to map point.
12-10.
Match point.
Can ZETA make that comeback happen? It has to start right now. And their economy doesn't exactly inspire confidence. But you can never be too sure. Laz has the Hunter's Fury. Depp is 1 point away from the Blade Storm.
They have the ults to work with, but Envy also nearly with that Rolling Thunder. And that could be the turning point. Laz getting taken down there by Dubstep. Felt like that was really the beginning of the unraveling in this round.
That's the question, right? Can they kind of disable Envy? Team Secret are just going to execute straight in, and Depp pushing out as well.
Oh, 10. He pushes through Garage. He finds Dubstep. Smokes in. A site taken. Sugar Zero still situated here. At short, finds one. Tucks back away. Paranoia at the ready. Does not hit Jeremy. The nade sent. He looks to push ahead of it, but eventually the explosion will catch him. Jeremy tries to get that shut down on the counter swing from Laz, but Laz wins out the fight. Bash at 70 HP. Shots across. Envy gets Depp. Laz gets Bash. Rolling Thunder going to be used. The spike still not planted.
10.
The stuns across. Envy looking to push this, but now the drone in. Goes rushing forward, and Crow will shut him down. And now it's just one more round to go for ZETA to take us into overtime in our first game, our first map of playoffs.
What a way to kick off the playoffs week. I mean, pound for pound, bang for buck, we go in for those trades, those exchanges right up by mid. But just smart positioning from ZETA to Vision. And at the same time, the spike not quite being able to get planted because of that heat from Laz. ZETA fights back and possibly clawing their way back to an overtime.
And if you told me about 4 rounds into this that Secret was going to burn both timeouts before ZETA had used their second, I would have called you a madman. But here we are. This is the reality that we're living in because ZETA have been fighting back tooth and nail. And this would be a very important map to drop for Secret, given that it is their selection to go to Haven.
What you got in mind, Warbirds? You're gonna have to think about something.
No.
Kilios.
Don't do it.
Come on, you don't like the Odin?
We've been over this.
I know. What about Rambo with the
Hey, sure. Rambo with a showstopper, that I can get behind.
What if he had
I do play Raze.
What if he had a judge? Then no. He's like Achilles.
Better than an Odin. It's better than an Odin.
All right, guess what? We got a judge in Depp's hands. No Odin so far. And that, again, once more brings to mind, what does Team Secret have for us? They've tried executes, they've tried aggressive plays. They didn't quite work out, but now, pinging out across A and C Lake, this signals to me could be a garage push or a B hit.
And one of the most important things is going to be Crow staying alive. He has that Rolling Thunder. The blades are popped from Depp. He's not spotting anything, and now he's going to start rotating over towards that A link. Aid to keep him at arm's length. Jeremy blast packs forward, gets himself situated on the site. After shot goes across, and it does interrupt the plant. He has to exit.
So it won't be stuck. ZETA instantly reading the situation, backing up and watching other angles now. Turret set up outside of garage. And we do have Crow tucked away neatly in this corner. Team Secret, I feel like they were going in for a gamble, but it didn't pay off because of that one piece of utility from Crow. The rest of them maybe thinking about going back towards B. Should we revisit this?
Envy with the fault line, the Paranoia in hand.
Everyone's here, though.
I mean, they're really suspecting that this site is going to be flooded. The Dart will clear it. Nobody spotted. Rolling Thunder crashing across. I think without even the tap of the spike.
30 seconds
Crow just commits this one, but yeah, 30 seconds remaining. Now they're going to go ahead and start cutting their way into C site. Clear out on the Dart. Borkum lurks forward, finds one. Crow going to be taken down. Sugar Zero, however, comes up with 2. TP's in the backside. Do they have the read on this? It looks like yes. His dubstep scoped in. Gets the triple burst across. Finds the kill. The reveal comes through. 10 finds one. Borkum down to a sliver. Spike is planted. The 2v2. Everything on the line for ZETA. Envy. He's been huge for the team so far. 11 HP. Borkum needs the headshot, but 10 will gun him down. Fault line across. It stuns onto both.
He's going through his garage.
He's looking for the flank. He misses the timing. He doesn't get the catch, but do they read this whatsoever? No one is looking behind at all. Laz gonna be the first one to fall. No! He breaks line of sight. The shock dart tags him a little bit lower. He jumps up under the box. Laz gets the headshot. The defuse comes in. And in game 1, we are going to overtime.
Laz and 10. They just turn around. A bit of a whiff, and it costs Team Secret everything.
What a monumental run back here from Zeta Division, from down 3 and 9 at the half to bring us into OT. Whether or not it's a curse, you have to give them credit for their efforts, for their mental stability to keep themselves in this game. But now the question is, who can close out the map?
Oh, I love this new overtime music too. Just thinking about it, who could be the first one to collect on those wins? Trends would have to say that it's going to be Zeta, right? I mean, you're talking about their mental stability. They recover, and they know exactly how to perform under pressures. They're not cracking anymore. Meanwhile, for Team Secret, just in that last round, Envy, he is the kill leader right now. He's got 24 frags, but in a 1-on-2, with the pressure onto him, time running down his back, as soon as he peeks out, the target was there for him, but the shot wasn't true.
That's one of those moments where you have to be able to shake it off instantly and focus up as you go into this next round. Can't have that whiff lingering in your head.
You gotta reset. Careful. But I'm still thinking, is it that Zeta plot armor? It's 12-12, they're buying back. They're on the attacking side. The side which they did not perform so well on. 9-3 was the score.
And this could tell the story of everything if Zeta is able to take this first round. So, feels like a very much must-win, obviously just given the circumstances anyway, but especially given the performance on the attacking side. A must-win defensive round for Secret. Well then, starts go in, looking to clear out some util, and they will. Alarm bot gone from Garage, but still very much occupied by Dubstep himself. Sat behind the box.
We're back to our roots. Just playing it safe on both sides, but different bits of map presence. Team Secret doesn't really have A short covered. It's just Jesse Vash on A.
Deploying drone.
Using the drone just to clear it out. Zeta trying to bait out these pieces of utility as well. As time goes by, as Team Secret spends these, we might not have that much for that retake or the sight hit any longer.
It's been a major shift from just Jesse Vash by himself in the A side to now a triple stack with Jeremy and Envy joining in.
Could be an over-rotation.
Zeta starting to drift across the opposite side. This is what they like to do, play with time.
What do you think, Jesse Vash? What is going on in your mind right now? You haven't seen much from Zeta. You saw a couple of shots through A short, but that was it. And that's why Borkum is jump peeking up by C boxes right now, and that's the information they need. Can Team Secret make it on time?
He spotted the recon, not going to ping him. He will be able to safely exit out towards CT, but that's still going to be a ton of members now from Secret corralling themselves into the back of sight. Paranoia at the ready. 10 finding Dubstep. Jeremy going to be taken down. Jeremy gets one with the paint shells, and Envy comes up with 2. Swinging to the back. Crow good for 1 now. Laz. It's just him versus Borkum. What time is it? Smoke down. The tap onto the spike, and Laz will get him through the smoke. And Zeta now have match point in their hands here on Haven.
Switching sides.
We're talking about it, the ever important win on the attacking side. Can that be good enough to end it here, or can Secret extend this and get an OT reset?
You asked what time it was. I guess it's time for ZETA Division. Potentially 1 win away from closing this out. And despite all the even exchanges and a very happy Laz now, still the heroics are not enough for Team Secret. Onto their attacking side. It's gonna be a little bit tough. We went exactly 9-3 on both halves for each of these teams respectively. And it's like you mentioned before, Achilleos, if you took those nameplates off, I would guess this is Zeta. Look at how careful Team Secret are being.
Flash is backing away. Frontline goes towards him. Boombot as well can be heard and noted. Driving down to the short. And, oh, I'm getting deja vu. Look at this.
We've been in this
a
place
Sova,
before.
a Breach, and a Duelist on the A side defending, while the attacking team starts shifting towards C.
Oh, which is the team that's higher on the streets? Again, same thing, except it's 10 jump peeking. He gets that information now. Borkum through Garage.
Paint Shell's not going to find too much damage. The Nano Swarm does delay to try to buy some more time for the rotations to come through. As you say, Borkum checking back, seeing if anyone's going to be pushing out of a lobby. But as we can tell, it's very much going to be the defender side as well as Garage approach. But Jesse Bash is looking to play forward, looking to play the hero. Flash in, he's spotted 10, wins out the fight, but is down to 12 HP. But that's still going to be a man now down. Paranoia cross, goes in the back site, depth. Starting to inch his way forward. Jeremy,
what time is it?
Safe, dubstep, however, covering for 2.
What time is it?
Borkum swings into the garage, guns down 2 of them. And that is going to tie us up and extend us into a second round of OT.
Switching sides. Overtime.
Just getting closer to that Borkum hour. 13-13. Both sides, similar plays, similar executions, but coming in for the retake. ZETA, very much different. Team Secret adapting to it, and I think this is exactly what Paperthin was talking about as well. It's very clear that this was a play set in mind for Borkum to lurk so far back just to re-aggress into Garage.
And it catches them completely unaware. Great attention being forced on them from the front of sight into Garage so that Borkum can come in for the backstab, and that is going to be a timeout now called here in OT as we're tied up 13-13. And again, ZETA, can they replicate that success from the previous OT round on attack? Find that win and find match point once again.
Back to the attacking side. I mean, we could re-explore the same options, the same strategies of, you know, spending a bit of utility towards A, making a little bit of presence known, trying to bait some rotations, but I don't think Team Secret are going to bite onto the same bait. And that's something that ZETA has to consider. And just again, I mean, watching that little story of Borkum, you know, his teammates joke about him being the small guy. They lift him up through the walkouts, but in these little moments, he comes up huge. Can he do it again to secure this first map that we have kicking off the playoffs week? Operator in hand now, Borkum checks out A short. Presence not known yet, and ZETA anticipating pushes. We're going to spend the first phase of the round.
It's not going to be the drone to check over towards Stewart. It's backed out into mid, otherwise they might have been able to get this early. Really identify that there's an operator on the opposite side. Then for now, it's still very much going to be a mystery. Step jumps across.
No one's pushing through the dark.
Spotted, now they know.
Oh, and they're looking to pinch him down.
Jesse backing away. Smoke comes down to try to dissuade them. Dart cleared. Still heavy presence, but Secrets begin to go ahead and start drifting over. Envy looking to reinforce as he gets himself towards A link.
Achilles, there's 40 seconds left on the clock.
This is right, you know, ZETA's comfy.
I guess so, but at the same time, if they do make a site hit, it's going to be A. Does Team Secret read this? We've got 2 players watching short, and that's about it. Maybe Envy sends an aftershock or something, but
they don't have anybody in position to try to spot out the flanks here. Stuns him, but Borkum still manages to draw it down, gets depth. Jesse Bash still in sewers, comes up with 2. The plant coming in, the Hunter's Fury rolling across. Crow spotted, gets a headshot, last swings it, gets dubstep. Suddenly a 2v2. One from long, one from link. Jeremy gets Laz. The headshot takes him down, and Crow still in the same position, tucks away against the box, keeps himself protected, but it's just a singular flash. Push in. How does he win this out? The tap onto the spike. He inches forward, finds one. The counter swing from Jeremy is good. Secret will take the round. They will bring themselves into another map point. Now ZETA, the onus is on them to find the win to extend us once more for another reset.
Switching
now
sides.
in OT2. I mean, we go off of trades on top of trades, and ZETA very nearly securing the site. The hold up towards A-Link was good with plays from Laz, plays from Def, but still down to the 1-on-2. Team Secret, the classic plays, work a treat. 14-13 now.
And Borkum getting that op kill was everything. Should have realistically not been allowed to do so. And now Secret once again here onto the attack, and it looks like there is no ambiguity about it. They are just stomping their way towards C site. Triple push going to be coming out of a lobby. from the side of ZETA. But it's a very swift plant. Only 20 seconds gone as Dubstep swings off the back and he comes up with 2! Dep and Sugar Zero now gone. Laz finding the kill, but it seems like this might just be it.
You got 3 players on the side itself. Envy watching long. 3 from
Not
ZETA.
noted. 10. Evens it up. Jeremy spanged through the box, backside, flash across, Paranoia. As Borkum looks to swing off the back of it, a flash as well. He's noted, he's taken down to about half HP, and Crow is looking to storm his way forward. Sees multiple, 10 at 21 HP. Swaps over to the shorty, tries to spot his head over top of the box, cannot happen. Bash finds 2, and suddenly it's just Laz. A clear on the dart, the swing from the left-hand side, the swing from behind. Jesse Bash will be the one to finish the job with 3 kills. As Secret can finally breathe a sigh of relief, taking Haven, their map pick, 15-13.
You talk about taking ambiguity away. We talk about Team Secret taking that win away from ZETA. Hard fought, pushing us into overtime. On towards the second one. But alas, Team Secret just switched things up at the last minute. I mean, what a way to turn things around. ZETA had things in mind. They were trying to put Laz up behind on a bit of a flank. Players going through the front. But once more, when it comes down to it, we're talking about pressure on both sides, and Team Secret shows us that they can regroup, they can recover. Jesse Vash.
The one leading the way. I mean, had a really hot start, a bit of a middling performance there until the very end where he's able to get them across the finish line. But this was not an easy victory whatsoever for the side of Secret. You got it. You talk about recollecting, regrouping. You have to give ZETA credit in that regard as well, being able to run things back from that 3-9 deficit at the half all the way into OT. But Secret on the, I believe, 3rd attempt, maybe the 4th one, where they had a match point, they're able to close it out. Now, the question is, ZETA, after losing such a close map, where it looked like you were gone from the very beginning, how do you bounce back with your own map pick of Ascent? Because Ascent has been very polarizing for them as far as records are concerned this season, but they continue to favor it.
Without a doubt. I mean, the desk talked about it. You're bringing it up as well, and I love that. It's certainly something worth mentioning. It has been back and forth. They clearly love this map. It's something that they're comfortable with, but the results have not been up to expectations.
Certainly not. But we saw the glimpses of the ZETA that we expected to, see here in playoffs throughout this first map. We'll see if it comes out in full force here in the second one, or if Secret are going to be able to maintain this streak of 2-0s, because got DRX, they got Global, one more to go. That'll be a 6 in a row for them. And it'd be a hell of a way to kick off the playoffs. But already getting ourselves into overtime, that for us as unbiased commentators is just perfect. It's absolute perfection.
I have to agree. I mean, thinking about it, I can look through the match history right now. And ZETA, they've beaten Gen G, on Ascent before, perhaps. But at the same time, they've lost to a lot of other teams as well. Yeah. Teams that maybe you don't really expect or predict for. But at the very least, starting things off with overtime, right? That just tells us this is going to be a long night, ladies and gents. You got to dig in your heels, go grab some snacks and everything, because this is going to be fun.
Could be a hell of a long day, but we're going to go ahead and take a much-needed break. Then the desk will break down all of the action from that crazy first map, and then we'll get into Ascent, so don't go anywhere. Pushing in, looking for Borkum, has him revealed, takes him lower, waits the flank though at A-Link, managing to find 2. Quick little shot through the smoke, takes out Laz for 3! Smoke goes up, he's suspecting that somebody could be behind the box, but he's able to get one bullet across into Envy, now swings the corner. Dubstep starting to work his way out, and Laz looks to hold in danger as Dubstep starts swinging out here onto the site. Smash, holding in the back, Envy there for the penis, sees the gun barrel, waits to deliver the first death over to Jesse back. Rolling center, however, cuts across. Behind, butts it! Wow. Half of the spike. Oh, he just pushes in. Towards B, and as he said, stay safe for now.
Clear every one of them out.
And he just comes jumping around.
That has weapons.
Lord not gonna hit. Bash spot.
Find something.
And the enemy now it's actually ZETA who's picking this one in 10. Just covering for 2.
What time is it?
Welcome back, and what a way to kick off VCT Pacific 2023 playoffs. We go right into overtime on the very first map in this best of 3 between ZETA Division and Team Secret. It is going to be Team Secret barely eking out the win at the very end.
Yeah, it was unbelievably close. I mean, 9-3 start. Team Secret looked fully in control. You know, they win the bonus. They start racking up tons of rounds. Eventually, ZETA, scrapes a few together. But it looked like this was Team Secret's day for sure. I mean, especially on a map like Haven, which is pretty balanced between the attackers and defender side. When you come out and have a strong defender side like that, it looks like that is going to be your map. But in this case, that wasn't actually true.
Yeah, I was ready to flip-flop over to Team Secret after about round 5 and round 6. You know, it really looked like it was just going to be Team Secret all the way. They got 6 in a row. But at least we did have some fight back from the side of ZETA, and I was ready to flip-flop back to ZETA after they got onto the attacker side, and things did look a little bit better. So, pretty fun stuff. Obviously, we go to overtime in our first map here in playoffs. I think that Team Secret definitely deserved the win. They kind of lost control there for a bit. ZETA did look a little bit sleepy in the beginning, but you know, Haven can be like that sometimes, where you get kind of destroyed when you're on the defender side, and you know that attacker side kind of picks up some steam. So it was nice to see that at least ZETA were able to turn it around and not just go quietly into the
night. Yeah, that's what we were all concerned about, right? Was that there just seemed to be no kind of warming up showing for ZETA Division for the first half, quite frankly, the entire first half, and then they really were able to turn things around. Now, part of that first half success coming from Team Secret did seem to come from their preparation and just kind of knowing how to adapt to what ZETA was going to do to try to keep this win streak going, and round 6 was when they were able to continue to string that win streak to stay ahead.
Yeah, I really want to take a look at the map here. It is very clearly set up for some kind of B hit. Now, Borkum is going to try to use a smoke to get out, but ZETA's going to leave 10 here, wisely so, to kind of watch for this lurk out of garage. This is good preparation here by ZETA. Dep's going to push space at A-Link and get a kill. This is looking like a great round here for ZETA, but the problem is ZETA kept attacking this B site over and over and over again, and with that extra raise utility plus the breach ultimate here that they are able to throw into this site, it allows them easier ability to clear out the B site. So I'm kind of surprised in a way that ZETA's game plan for their attacker side was like a lot of B hits. I figured with that jet, that gives you extra ability to be more maneuverable at long A, long C, kind of try to take advantage of those peak battles, try to win those, but you know, it didn't quite work out with these B pushes that they kept trying, and so I think this is just a good reaction here from Team Secret, utilizing their utility really well to get an on-man retake. And we talked about how important the first kill advantages are. ZETA gets 2 first kills in this, and yet Team Secret's still able to come back and win that round.
Yeah, and this whole B side thing is something we were kind of talking about while watching the match as well. I mean, ZETA seemed to have picked up this habit of kind of test out B, leave Dep in there, see what the reaction is. If there isn't, we plant. If there is, let's rotate. And it looked like, again, for the first 40 seconds, it's going to work. And then Team Secret's like, well, we know that you guys do this. You've been doing it the previous couple rounds as well. So Team Secret continues to adapt. Of course, they keep that 9-3 lead at the half. Now, once they swap ZETA on the defense, while we like to talk about Haven being an attacker-sided map, ZETA seemed to wake up a little bit with a couple of their quick retakes as Team Secret was trying to strike some of the sites.
Yeah, we did see that a lot of the times, especially once this push was identified, they just leave the site open. They say, okay, we're going to go for the straight retake. So you see here from the POV, they kind of just led Team Secret in, but they got all 4 members waiting here. They also have the rotation coming out of the Sova as well. So, some blinds thrown out, and that's going to give them great access to the site. They come in here right as the plant is coming down. They don't waste too much time, as we have seen many times in the past. And this is really what gets them started on a bit of a roll to tie things up, right? Because that was the bonus. They win with a bunch of Bulldogs against Vandals when there wasn't even really a chance for Team Secret to even react. They probably expected a slower push, but instead a very nice fast retake comes in from ZETA, and that was a very nice mix-up that they had that I think contributed to them catching up.
Yeah, and maybe that's where we're kind of still seeing the strengths and weaknesses of ZETA, right? If you can really rely on these set plays that you know you've practiced, go for these retakes, that's more of a you know what's coming, right? But on the attacking, as we saw in that replay you pointed out earlier, you have to keep adapting to what the defense is doing and have a little bit more flexibility. Didn't quite see that this time from ZETA. But at the end of the day, obviously it eventually went to overtime, and in the middle, Team Secret looked like they were going to have trouble trying to close it out, maybe get to match point first, but they had a great execute onto the A side as well.
Yeah, off the back of a timeout here, it was a really, really solid round from Team Secret. So they get the plant down. Yeah, they've got a ton of ults to work with here as well. So, you know, they're going to be buying time. They're just, you know, throwing out some stuff. Paranoia, instant response here from Jeremy is to use the showstopper just in case. But then they're going to have a brilliant maneuver to get a player up into heaven here. They're going to send the rocket in and then with the TP at the same time. So ZETA not aware of it at all, not prepared for it. They're able to trade it out quickly, but then you can just stagger the heck out of these ultimates, out of this utility. So a really brilliant timeout here called by the side of Warbirds. A good kind of set play design to get them into a favorable position here to at least maybe win the map. If not, you know, they do end up winning the map, of course, but, you know, get it before overtime, right? Like, keep it from going to overtime. Didn't happen, but still a really nice timeout from Warbirds. He also had the advantage of having 2 timeouts in that second half because that first half was so dominant from Team Secret.
Yeah, and of course, that round win is what stops the momentum from ZETA Division and eventually allows Team Secret to get to match point first. But then if you were watching the game, we know exactly how it all panned out. You know, towards the end, it goes to overtime. And let's talk about that a little bit. I mean, we were discussing if we had to pick a key player, who would it be? And we had a hard choice because on the side of Team Secret, Envy was performing very well for the entire match, but there were a couple moments as it went towards the end when he was starting to get shaky and some other players had to cover for him near the end.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we had a couple other names in mind. You guys were talking about dubstep, and especially towards the end, he was really stepping it up. I think Jesse Vosh, personally, was extremely clutch and did so much for the team, especially early on, and also even just rounds here and there where he was getting 3Ks, 4Ks, and really just doing his job as a leader in many different facets. So I was mostly impressed by him.
Yeah, Jesse was under a lot of pressure early in the game, like right from the pistol round where he got that 4K throughout, and he had some good shock dart kills. I mean, I talked about him being sort of this command and control style. Well, today he didn't really get as many opportunities on the defender side to kind of utilize that because the sites that he was at were getting a lot of pressure, and he was doing a really good job handling that pressure.
And I think also just to talk about the momentum that each team had, I don't know exactly what the final score lines were, but I think actually Laz ended up being the only one who was positive in terms of pure KD on the State of ZETA Division. And maybe part of that comes from, again, the fact that, Team Secret had a 6-round win streak, and a lot of them were quite one-sided, right? So no one really taking any deaths, able to rack up those kills. So part of that momentum able to carry them all the way through to overtime. So at the end of the day, Team Secret, they're able to close it out. Now we're going to the second map of Ascent, which ZETA Division picked. How do you feel about this one, Valdez?
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the stats, it doesn't really seem to make sense. I mean, obviously, we've seen this in the past in many different esports as well, not just Valorant, where a team will just go over and over and over to the same map or the same picks, whatever it may be, and they just keep losing. So from the outside, we're like, why are they doing this? They're obviously having no success here. So it might just come down to, you know, a lot of confidence that they have in scrims, and they're like, okay, this is really working for us. We haven't shown success on stage with this pick yet, but we're still very confident in this pick. So that's kind of what I would imagine, you know, even though we see the stats and they're not that great for ZETA on this map. They're still going to pick it because they're still confident, and it might be risky, especially with a bit of a, you know, mental break that could happen from losing the overtime. We'll just have to wait and see what they have prepared this time because so far it hasn't been that great.
I'm curious about that. Similar thoughts on my end, because if they're going this many times, do we expect any sort of agent change here from ZETA Division? Obviously, that's not their MO. that's not their style. But I mean, if you're going this many times, you're on a 3-map loss streak on Ascent. I mean, something's got to give.
It would be the ultimate curveball for sure, and you know, I'm trying to think of what exactly you could change. Like maybe you swap out the Sova for a Fade or a Sky, something like that. You know, Laz is pretty good on the Sky as well, so I could see something like that coming through if you're trying to push a little bit more space on that attacker side, trying to be a little bit more proactive, but I don't expect it from ZETA. I think it's just going to be kind of, you know, business as usual for them, just like we saw in Haven. So it is shocking. I mean, Team Secret this year is 3-0 on Ascent, and ZETA 3-5, not bad, but not great either. So it definitely is pretty intriguing that they don't go for Fracture. They ban Split, 2 maps that they beat Team Secret on earlier in this season. Certainly you have a lot of tape for both teams on this map, but you have a lot more on the side of ZETA on their tendencies and what they like to do, and I'm just kind of keeping my eyes out there. Yeah, nothing different for either squad. Should be the mirror,
Yeah, they go for the mirror. They like the Sova, they like the KO. Omen the go-to for both of these teams, which I don't think is too surprising given the controller styles. Obviously, we had some players like Mindfreak on PaperX who absolutely prefers Astro, we know that, but Omen does just fine with those one-ways and the paranoias on this as well. And I think ZETA Division, they've also shown quite a few good retakes that they've practiced up on Ascent as well.
Yeah, definitely, for sure. I mean, they're going to need it probably because, you know, we talked about the win rate so far for Team Secret, especially their attacker side has been very strong. I think they're like 21-9 on it. So if you look at the stats, it's going to be very hard to withstand that pressure from the side of Team Secret when they are on the attack.
All right, well, currently Team Secret up 1-0 in this best of 3 in the opening match of the playoffs. The winner will move on to face TRX. The loser will have to wait in the lower bracket. Let's see if Team Secret close it out, or if ZETA Division will keep their hopes alive onto map 3. On to you, casters.
Thank you very much, and yeah, plenty to think about, plenty to keep in mind as we get ready to go into this map. As stated there, ZETA have had a rough go of it this year on Ascent, but they continue to revisit this map. And it has been, for the most part, close games, whether it's wins or losses, except for that one glaring loss versus Gen G, where they were only able to take 5 rounds.
That's right, and that's, again, one of those teams that, you know, in the recent weeks, we've been seeing, you know, Gen G not do so well. Yeah. Can ZETA recover? Have they fixed it? The last time they played against Gen G, that was the performance. Meanwhile, the last time that Team Secret played Ascent, they beat DRX.
Sure.
So, there's so much to unpack. There's so much that ZETA could have cooked up. It's been a while. And at the same time, talking about the compositions, it's the exact same. This is the optimal DRX Ascent composition.
Yep. And, I mean, mentioning that DRX matchup, because it very much sets the stage for a lot of, you know, the results that we've seen, particularly just with the map draft that we have in this series. It was very much attack-sided, as Valdez was just alluding to. It went, you know, what, 3-9 in the first half, then 10-2 to be able to run it back. Already, though, nice share of shots through, and that is going to put 10 down, low on HP. Pop flash around the corner, Invi finding first blood. Crow going to be able to answer one back, but also finds a second to go ahead and tie it up as a 3v3. Let's see another little exchange here in mid. Jeremy puts some damage down across onto Sugar Zero. Depth trying to find this frag. Eventually will be able to do so at range with that frenzy, but look at the rotation. Jesse Vash already getting himself situated here in heaven.
Scott,
yeah, remember, slow as they are, yeah, it's going to take one shot to get the finish. Back Gen, Sugar Zero looking to go ahead and push the tempo, and it takes a little while, but eventually Jesse Vash will be able to get that shot through. And that's going to be another pistol round going the way of Secret, now 2-1 in that regard.
And that's just a clear call from Team Secret. Jesse Vash, you know, the rest of the team pushing out of middle that way, kind of pulling ZETA Division back as well, and just going for that gunfight. And that's something that I'm really worried about for this map pick, because what it comes down to with the exact same agent compositions, you might have some different strategies, but what good are those strats? The execution is not flawless, if the shots are not flawless. ZETA has to be sharp on this. If not, Team Secret might be able to walk away with a win.
Well, ZETA's not going to be getting too much done here, but I believe 4 players, all 4 of them here on A, getting caught by Invis. Let's go ahead and back away. The poke and prod over towards B side perhaps, but rotation's already beginning for Secret.
I'm pretty sure they heard the footsteps away from main as well, so on towards B, and Jesse Vash simply just, you know, he could jump peek, send a drone perhaps.
Get the spray? Yeah, he is.
All right.
This time not quite as lucky with the connections. They're still creeping forward, and dubstep
prepping the dart
on the jet. Does have Marshall ready to go. Dart down, I mean, again, I'm 10, just getting bullied by Jesse Vash.
Okay, so a wall up, not a literal one, up by B. Zeta just rotates back on over through mid. Do have the dark cover for a little bit of cover. Dubstep with the Marshall able to find a bit of damage, but straight away into the open hands of Envy.
Okay, there's the fragment through, and yet Depth is going to get gunned down. Envy, knowing that he had tailwind forward. Now, question of can anyone displace him? Marshall shot from Dubstep, and it's going to be 3 in a row. Crow only able to get 1. And now it's just the low HP 10. See if he can do some more damage. Rolls out the weapon, does get the headshot, but with 12 seconds remaining, the spike's still covered. Realistically, it's about playing for some kills. The knife will come out, Borkum will swing the corner. So 2 people on the floor there for Secret, but a 2-0 start once more.
And also a 2-man loss for Team Secret, same as what we saw from the previous map. Not the cleanest of rounds, but still a win nonetheless, and it was really fun to watch these Marshall shots puncture through the torso of the Zeta players. Good start, but let's see if we can make it cleaner as we head on over to the next round. Zeta now going for their light shield rifle buy. Crow is 1 point away from his null command, but so is Dubstep from his blade storm.
Early paranoia through.
Knife doesn't really...
Dart getting some nice reveals. Little delay on that clear. Drone checking out aim main. Nothing spotted. Smoke will come through. As Depp just eating the shock dart, eating the drone shot. We'll be able to go ahead and back away.
I mean, Killers, this just looks like Zeta's default, right? We have 10 on the alert up by B lobby tiles, and the rest of the squad from Zeta possibly watching for pushes out of A main, maybe aggressing up catwalk, just trying to find whatever they can. But in all of this, Team Secret, they're switching up positions. They're also not going to expose themselves that much.
Yeah, no smoke on short anymore, but not wanting to try to push that corner with just a sheriff in hand. So Dubstep just hanging back in case somebody does come pushing their way.
It's a tiny bit of advantage, though, in all of this. Zeta gets to rotate around and explore the map a little bit. Now we're in towards Pizza and Market. They could go in for a big old B split push, banana split.
Push in, tap on the switch, into the smoke is Jesse Bash, but Depp finds him. Down about 55 HP. The rotation's now coming through. Crow looking to lead the charge, gets himself into the smoke. Dubstep not spotting him, but Indy will be able to find 1, as well as recover that weapon, but the rest of the team very much have fallen. Finds a little bit of extra damage dealt, so 2 members gone on the side of Zeta, but this time they will be able to take the bonus for themselves.
Very impressive. And, you know, it's just like what I was talking about. They managed to go in for these tiny wins. Little bits of spaces conquered, and then they inch in, forward, ever more, until they collect onto a big old choke point like what we see with Depp up by stairs. You know, anyone who tries to make their way through, they're going to have to meet his Phantom or Vandal, whatever he has in his hands. And in those duels, would often come out on top. Since Team Secret was on that eco buy. 2-1, now it's a full buy for Team Secret. Let's see what they've got. Exploring a little bit, just exchanging. It's the same default. Both sides. Zeta now early on the rotation over. But Team Secret just seemingly giving up mid completely. Except for the 1 alarm bot up by Pizza now.
Yeah. No dart to go and clear it, so not really adding too much to the ambiguity of that position. Jeremy just playing close. Okay. No command at the ready. Does get Papa just smash, takes out Depth mid-air as he was trying to entry. Dart over the top, the fragment not going deep enough to try to cut him off. Jeremy does get darted out. Crow finding the headshot. Follow-up knife. He gets tucked away over at Lumber. Sugar Zero down low, but finds Borkum, and 10 rather wins the fight on Jesse Bash entering into the site. A 3v1. Low HP on pretty much everybody's tagged up, but particularly Sugar Zero. Dubstep, what kind of damage can he do? Spots 1. Try to spray out Sugar Zero just right on the edge, inches away from death. Manages to stay alive, and eventually Dubstep, does he consider going for a save? Or do you want to try to make the hero play? Looks like he's going to commit forward. Spots 1, last, take it down. The tailwind forward, still not necessarily identifying Sugar Zero's position, and as this Cloudburst expires, Sugar Zero will be able to hold the angle and tie us up at 2-2.
It's all up to that one little position, hiding in plain sight. Sugar Zero, ever so shrouded by his hood. I mean, those shots through that one spot just did not connect to him because of the angle, because he wasn't right bang on the dot, but still, it shows that ZETA has those plans in mind, and they are able to make it work. I mean, this one was just a simple null command execute through, but the protocols are sharp. You know, clearing out lumber, like you mentioned, going even further in. Despite Jesse Vash's heroic shot up towards depth, the rest of the squad recover, and that's a 4v5 win, and something that you really love to watch from ZETA. Next round now, 2-on-2. It's going to be Team Secret with a bit of a save, dubstep on the blades.
Enemy tag. The Jarton check forward, bench, and dubstep just goes for the updraft, takes out Laz. Does eat some damage for his troubles, but it's going to be Secret walking away with a kill in an ever-important round to try to maintain a lead for themselves. Depth, though, not being too dissuaded. Though dubstep does have one more updraft ready to go.
Oh, hit by the turret.
Contact made. Dubstep not. Playing off of that, though. Smoke now through. What does he decide to do? He's pinging him down. Looks like they actually want to perhaps push into him. Is this going to be unassisted? Yes, it's going to be yes, and he's still going to come away with a kill. The pop flash now going to be using it into the cloud burst. He looks for a little bit more. Gets one more knife connecting there on a Crow, but it cannot find the kill. Then in the meantime, lurking forward. Storm out of market, starting to come through. Jeremy going to be spotted. Now coming down, the backward pinch. Getting ready to arrive. Envy try to swing around through Mark, but then has to turn away. Bucky's shot not going to be good for the insta-kill. So Jeremy ends up getting gunned down. Puts Step on low HP, and the lockdown still going to be committed to the fight. ZETA, they want this lead, and they want it now.
Might shave a few seconds off the clock, but the fight has to still be good.
Does it clear it? No, it does not. The Tane goes through. Borkham going to get caught. Envy on his lonesome now for a couple of seconds.
Assisting him as well. How do you approach this fight, though? Look at them. All three stacked up together, side by side, in the trenches.
Alarm bot spotted. Pop flash out of the smoke, forces him back. Borkham, however, managing to find one. And suddenly, it's just depth. Tailwind's back in.
4 rounds.
He's outside, and he gets the read on it. Envy showing up huge once more. Takes down depth to get the defuse and keeps Secret in the lead.
That was the question I had in my mind, 2-on-3. How do you win this out? But all it took was spading out those peaks, and ZETA moved. A couple of shots from Envy, and he's always sharp for it now. Recovering from that state from before.
Dubstep getting this much value. The swing ahead of the flash. Interesting decision making there from the side of ZETA that ends up costing them in the end.
And it's a thrifty win for Team Secret as well. I mean, like you mentioned, right? It's a smart strat. Jesse Vash starting it off with that drone just to collect on information up by mid, which is an area of the map that ZETA has been consistently exploring. So Team Secret, good reads, good adaptations.
A thrifty win when you get a lockdown out of your opponent as well. It's got to be a good feeling. Depp now going to look to try his hand at the blades. Pop set for himself. But now it's just going to be situated here on short. Up, making its presence known as the turret's going to get cleared. One way situated for Envy to play off of. It makes this position so unassailable. Dubstep as well, looking to take advantage of it.
ZETA, though, not going to give it up. Waiting for that smoke to dissipate. Very patient. I don't know if it's going to aid them
could be
or
everything, but this timing on the 0 point is absolutely gorgeous. Envy shutting them down. Not allowing for that execute to come through at least for a little bit longer. Paranoia still can be primed from Sugar Zero.
No sound yet, right?
Okay, there it goes. He goes for the timing shot. Looks to exit. Depth taking quite a bit of damage, but the shorty comes in. Manages to find one. Borkham now going to be identified at the back of the site. Crow, good for one. Sugar Zero displaces the enemy Omen. And that is now the site completely and utterly broken open as Jesse Bash just didn't see it coming. Crow guns down 2, and it's a flawless round in reply to the Thrifty to tie us up again at 3-3.
Oh my goodness. That is one of the most flawless strats executed ever. I mean, maybe stalled for time just, you know, with a couple of 0 points or one-way smokes, but that's all it is. It's buying time. ZETA, they were in position, no noise made. Team Secret did not have that information to play off of. Meanwhile, ZETA just goes in and cutting them off at all of these different choke points, these rotational spots. They catch Team Secret like a fish in the net.
Now back onto another attempt at a thrifty. Went well for them the last time out, but without having a dubstep at his blade storm, I'm not sure if it's going to quite have the same impact, but we'll have to just wait and see. For now, Borkum just sat forward, frenzy in hand, to creep up, depth, shot going wide. Laz looks to try to catch him, but it's not going to be good enough. Shorty, however, does get drawn out. Frenzy's there. Thought maybe he would just go for some straight spray through, but he actually wants to get tucked into wine and keep it a bit of a secret here.
Tucked away, still trying to be very careful about it. Not quite noting much, but still, ZETA explores other options. Depp leading the charge. But a shot from Envy shuts him down.
That's a great start. Secret would love to just keep them above, to keep them at an arm's length. Borkum just barely missing out on the timing. Spray's still going to be good. Sugar 0, but does take a bit of damage. The approach coming through. He clears out Boathouse. Nanoswarm to try to buy some space. Turret going to be cleared as well. 2 set on the defending side. Smoke raised. Can't play off of it. Can't swing out. 3 members now looking to storm their way forward, but Sugar 0 just sprays at the Cloudburst to find Jesse Bash. Pro as well, getting Jeremy. Yeah, went forward, classic in hand, but Dubstep's completely and utterly blinded. Envy now heading for the hills as fast as he can, just with the op in hand. Recovering it in 10. He's not swung out wide enough. They're swarming in now.
I like this.
How much damage can he deal before he loses out on this, if at all? Hooked away in hell.
I hear you.
Dart to check in main, and it's not going to be anything, unfortunately. The op will be claimed, wrenched out of his hands, and that's going to be ZETA finding themselves the lead 4-3.
And it's just such a good look from ZETA as well. I mean, could have imagined in the past maybe they might.
Great shot.
Yeah, that's safe, but despite the shots, I mean, it's just smart protocols again. From the shadows to clear up Boathouse, getting the spike down, and then hunting down Envy. This is a ZETA that is confident. And you can see the clear contrast in the styles from these two teams. Team Secret a little bit more brawly. They love to go for trades and exchanges and contacts. Meanwhile, for ZETA, it's a very clear strategy in mind, countering you every step of the way, but now, again, initial shot to shut down the first player.
Great counter to a Jet is just shoot her in the face. Jesse going to be doing very much the same to Crow. Laz off screen, going to be taken down as Dubstep is just rushed all the way out into mid and caught him completely across into B lobby. It looks like Secret are not letting ZETA stretch this at all. 2 members left standing with their weapons in hand. ZETA, I mean, realistically from this position, you got to be wondering, how the hell do we keep these guns for the next round?
I mean, could play for exits, save up for the full minutes, or look for some kind of a pick. But their backs are already being watched. Dubstep in position up by Tiles, aided by Borkum as well.
They fake the TP forward just to try to add some ambiguity, but Borkum on this flank. Here's that jiggle peek from Sugar 0. Dubstep will actually be the one to take him down. Now 10, can you stop this from being a flawless is realistically the question, and he can. Nice little snap over. Reads that there's going to be somebody on the approach from behind, but cannot win the fight, and we are staying neck and neck at 4-4.
I mean, again, perfect styles being shown. Team Secret going for those trades, those brawls and fights. Jesse Vash taking the aim duel up by B main, and then getting the spray through the smoke for the secondary shot as well. It completely shuts down ZETA Division, and for whatever reason, not quite able to recover off of it just off the second shot, and then a Team Secret that peeks out of A short with that operator. A big tool, a big buff that they can continue using for the rest of this first half.
Up at the ready in case the updraft comes through. Not looking to play around with this one. Dubstep still very wary that somebody could try to encroach on his position. Instead, it's just going to be a double tuck away behind the stairs in mid.
Look at the A short control as well. ZETA has to kind of force an opening from Team Secret. Just holding still is not gonna make Team Secret move a muscle.
Shifting their way back across over towards B, and I mean, Dubstep, he can very quickly swing through into market to try to watch this, but Otherwise, it's just Jesse Vash here for the time being.
And that is what ZETA are counting on. If they can take Jesse Vash away, if they can go in quick, might just be able to walk away with a free
Dark
piece.
Use drone as well. Okay, Depp will be spotted.
He's trying to look for more.
Still not enough to draw rotations, though.
Oh, the timing of the null command, too. And now the rotation should come in, safely making passage into the B site.
Maybe Borkum was going to try to TP in, but 10 with his forward lurk finds one, turns around. That's your teammate, friend. Off shot from Dubstep will find one. Laz as well, going to be taken down on the flank. That's 3 members now versus 4. With just Crow situated out of sight. Spot on the 1. Flash flying, Crow. Hearing one, gets the headshot now. His presence is known. Depp on the opposite side finds another Crow. Comes away with that dink. Jeremy taken down. And Inby noted. ZETA, 3 members strong, win out the round. Take another operator out of Secret's hands, and they take the lead once again.
I mean, it's just smart plays once more. Having that lurk up by mid was good enough to take off one player from Team Secret. Of course, they push into it, and then we got a couple more trades. But that said, it just buys more time. For players like Crow, for the rest of ZETA, Depp up by stairs, they knew exactly where Team Secret were going to come in from, and they knew how fast Team Secret would be. So going in for those little peaks, little bits of exposure, they're able to take those shots down. 5 on 4, and then Team Secret on a save buy. They're pushing up B main.
Still Sheriff, though. They look to swing the corner. Dubstep finds one, blades pulled, gets another, and surely they can't get another Thrifty. The 0 point gets this a press. They know where they're at. No ambiguity about it whatsoever. The drone to try to lead the way.
From ZETA's perspective, this is truly terrifying. Team that should not be winning rounds is. With 3 players left on ZETA's side, they continue to push forward, but they have to be ever so cautious of every little possibility. Dubstep could updraft, could get a single hit!
Or he could just go for an ace to try and convert this into a Thrifty. Crow, his position noted. Avoids the recon, spots him in the smoke. Crow will be able to shut it down, but still, the damage is done. Once the push comes in from behind, the Thrifty will be confirmed as we tie up at 5-5 once again. RRQ's legacy lives on through Team Secret.
Hey man, Southeast Asian pride. And it's something that you have to love and respect. First with the Sheriff, then the Bladestorm instantly popped, peaking at the right times. ZETA completely stopped in their tracks, quaking in their boots. They just couldn't will themselves to move forward. You're never quite sure. Where's Dubstep going to be? Could Jesse Vash be up by defender spawn? There's so much that you have to think about that let's just reset, go for the next round. Here we are towards A main. So much forward space not taken by Team Secret.
Yeah, but it's into the meat grinder here. All of this util from the KJ, I mean, it is set up for short, granted, but that full focus is here, and you've got this rotation coming through, so 4 members strong just waiting out this lockdown in the plant. The spike still not brought into the site, just now is getting brought forward. Pop flash coming through. They look to mow them down. Sugar Zero going to be taken out through the smoke. Envy finds 10, Laz gone. Depp able to answer back 2. Crow gets another, but Borkum, he's just TP'd himself up onto the stack here. Drops down, exits through main. Crow
and just buys time.
Now spotting him. He still has no idea where Dubstep's at. Swing out the fragment to try to clear. Tap onto the spike. Looks for one, puts some damage down, but Borkum is just plus boarding through the smoke, and he's just jumping headshot over the box. Did I see that right?
Let's get the replay on that. Look, Team Secret, we talked about those brawls. They're having fun. They're pushing forward. It's relentless. And you talked about it being straight into that blender. Although the bits of Killjoy utility were cleared out by Laz's utility himself.
Okay.
When it comes to pure firepower, Team Secret with the timing on that push is still immaculate. 6-5. Team Secret pulling out the big guns now.
And just given what we saw from Secret on their attack versus DRX, you have to wonder if even making this 6-6 is going to be nearly enough for ZETA. a lot to contend with once they do swap sides. For now, Dubstep creeping up, looking for one, and he's got it. 10 holding the angle, puts him down to 20, but cannot get the kill.
Just shy of a millisecond, too. His crosshair placement was on point, but Dubstep a little bit faster.
Bro, dart at depth, trying to enter,
Oh,
but
no.
he is just getting absolutely ripped to shreds. Borkum will fall. Be kicking out, pulls away, the spike can be planted. Three members now looking to try to control the side as Crow again pushes forward with the fragment. He tries to read this one. The charge comes in. They have the split angle and the lockdown thrown in. Pop flash around the corner. Laz tries to turn.
Lockdown.
Swings back in. He drags across ZETA. Managed to bring this back to a 1v2. Lockdown destroyed, but Jesse Vash will be the finisher. And it's going to be a 7-5 half Secret. Finally able to stretch this lead just a bit more.
Could see it as soon as it started happening as well. I mean, first of all, that initial pick, yes, but ultimately this one choke up by A Short. A single spot that ZETA has repeatedly explored. Of course, it's just that, once more, mid-round adaptation that Paper Thin was talking about. Maybe a call from Jesse Vash, maybe a smart read from Jeremy, just placing those nanostorms to turn up. It completely trapped depth. And then secondly, the rest of them continue walking into that Lion's Den. Team Secret just held it up. They had the lockdown in place as well. ZETA, they unfortunately end this first half 5-7, but it's not so bad.
It's not so bad, but
it's not great.
It's definitely not great and not where you want to be, given that this is your map pick. Again, Pistol, they can win that. They can bring this back to a tied scoreline relatively quickly, but given that they've given up, what, 2 Thrifties now to the side of Secret, and some of the other attempts have not been necessarily, you know, without bloodshed, you have to be concerned for ZETA.
Certainly worrisome, but never quite sure. Onto their defensive side. I know that ZETA has a lot of strats and protocols in place. I mean, recalling back to matches that they played against teams like Paper X, for example. Sure, you know, maybe not the best performances, but they do have tricks up their sleeves. There is a play that they'll often do, just sending flashes out by A main and in depth just floating up towards A lobby. It's all have little picks that can give ZETA tiny advantages. The question being still, are your shots going to be good? Because right now, they're being read by Team Secret.
This defense needs to be otherworldly. We saw them rallying back in that first map. The deficit was significantly worse. This is here as far as, you know, map comfort goes, maximum comfort for them, even if the record doesn't necessarily reflect it. So we need to see a strong start here from the side of ZETA. Secret, though, they want to finish this. They want another 2-0 victory under their belt. And they want to take another crack at DRX and see if they can topple them and send them to the lower bracket, because a win there would lock Secret in for Tokyo.
100%. Right here. And at the same time, if you're thinking about ZETA and their run, if they don't win on Ascent, you know, a map that they're supposed to be comfortable on, then what happens for the rest of the playoffs? Do you still play this map? There's so many holes that Team Secret are poking at here that they're even exploring the same few parts of the map, mid, A short, maybe being smoked off, but just a simple B rush could take them down.
Nano to try to clear depth. Cloudburst covering his position as the recon goes through. Now going to be nanoed out and dashes back through, and once again he's just getting absolutely torn apart. Jesse Vash goes in. It's an easy setup kill for him as Sugar Zero tries to hold at boats but cannot do so. Push out of the smoke. 10 somehow going to be good for 1, but Jeremy cuts him down. It's the headshot. Jeremy gets a 3rd. Shift over to the dart. Laz now the last man standing on 1v3. Another shock dart available to him. Low HP on just about everybody. Goes for the bounce, but no kill to be found. Had he gotten that, might be favoring him just a little bit more. Recon in the meantime, lobbed up over the top. He's going to be noted. 44 HP. But he yells on the opposite side, pretty much a one-tap. So he's looking for it. He needs it, and he needs it soon. The time dwindling down, push to the corner, and he can't get in B. 3-1 now in pistols as the lead gets stretched 8-5.
Tried to seize the initiative, but got cut instead. And that's not how you want to start off the second round. Definitely not how they started off the second round on the last map. But such a decisive hit from Team Secret. And you have to credit Jeremy for some of these as well. I mean, he's been landing shots, sure, but those nanostorms up by Canoe itself, it actually kind of burned depth to the point where he wasn't able to steady his aim. So now it's going to be that buy.
Revealing area.
See a Bucky on ZETA. They're trying to make use of some of these close ranges. 4 stacking on the A site. 10 not receiving any information up by B. So far so good, but once the forces of Team Secret waterfall in, how do you respond?
To be a response with headshots, that's for damn sure. Drone to lead the way. Dep, I think Tuckto by Tree does stay protected. He's gonna pop that tailwind and gets a quick shot across. Dubstep taken down. It's the kind of beginning that you need to have. As he goes ahead, backs away, takes a bit more damage. Push into the back of side. Sugars are gonna be good for one. Dep finds another Sugar as well. Doubles down, Jeremy taken out. Dep wraps around, gets himself back up into heaven. Thinking about where he wants to go, but this does leave Jesse Bash now. Team captain all on his lonesome. Sends out his last dart. Recon still far away. Can he hold the line? Tuck back Gen for now. Dep rips down. Tailwinds to the opposite side. Jesse has the 180. He still finds 10. And suddenly, 33 HP. Draws back over to the Spectre. And Crow will be able to finish him off. For a second, it looked like Jesse had it in hand. But ZETA win the ever crucial eco here against the Anti. And they will go ahead and bring it out within 2. That certainly shifts the pace.
And I asked, how would you respond? You said headshots. Dep gives it to us.
Gives it to them. I mean, that one's just kind of lucky. But the first one was nothing but pure skill.
It all starts with that one, and that's what it comes down to for ZETA. When they can read Team Secret effectively, it's the right gambit, it's the right guess, and they perfectly counter them on their approach. Team Secret can't quite recover. Don't sigh on it, because Laz has given us great performances with his weapon on this map before.
He has. Look, Laz, I'll allow it. You're 2-12. You got to get some kills. Go for the Odin. Why not?
Especially up by B main. The rest of Team Secret not really.
Oh, they're so close to identifying. Yeah, Jeremy.
Look at how he suppressed up the right side as well, making sure he wouldn't be able to escape. Now the rest of Team Secret trying to find other approaches, procking that alarm bot back towards A.
Drone's cleared B main though. It got a peek out into lobby. So this is going to be ZETA pretty well aware, or he's wary that the main focus for the time being is going to be towards A.
Being a little bit wary of Market at the very least too. Crow up by short, Dep up by short.
Blackout just trying to escort him, and
there it is.
Oh my God, yep. That's what I'm talking about. Picks up the Odin, instantly doubles his kill, but it's not without cost. Crow and Sugar Zero both going to be taken down. Dubstep though, last man standing. And for the time being, would be in a 1v1 versus Dep as he goes for the approach towards the A site.
And slowly back into A.
Gun here.
Gripping up, spots a Spectre. Gives him a little bit more of a fighting chance,
15
but
seconds.
Okay, has to break the window. They start swarming their way in. Drop down, spotted. Dep will be the one to get the last kill. ZETA now fighting back. 2 in a row here in the half. 8-7 the score with Secret still leading.
It's a good recovery. And, you know, scoff all you want, but this works, especially for Laz. I mean, it's that unstoppable wall, suppressive fire that Team Secret are going to have to take a crack at for the next round. Where's he going to be? How do you delete him? Or do we just go forsake him? Yeah, play away from it, avoid it completely. And that could very well be the answer. Then now it comes down to Sugar as well as Crow. Can they stop them?
Fast hit that TP out. Barely in time, but Dep covering fire, takes out Dubstep. Does get pinged, does get tagged a little bit lower as Crow down to a sliver of HP, sat over by Tree. But that will be the spike planted here. And 2 members, and basically no health remaining on the side here. Fragment takes out Sugar Zero, finishing the job. Push out over the top of Chen. Depp comes up with 3 eliminations in the round. Only Laz, the healthy member left, but Jesse Fash once more, all on his lonesome. Window's broken. He can get into heaven unscouted, but needs to do it quickly as the defuse has begun. That spots him, and now they know exactly where he is, and he realizes this is just not going to happen.
That's not a hill that I want to die on. That's not a fight I want to take. He's got the bigger caliber. So 8-8 will be the score for now.
3 consecutive, and it looks like we're going to have a timeout.
Pretty soon. I mean, this starts off with that hit towards A, but little did they know, first of all, yeah, the Shroud is steps away, but Depp showed up in this round. And again, this is one of those guys who, once he starts feeling the heat, he really gets fired up. Maybe missing the first little updraft, but then going back for it again, hiding in his Cloud Burst on top of Generator was a great position that Jeremy couldn't quite call out or see, so that his team would be aware of it. Something that they could do again, very much so on the A site. So Team Secret now, Warbirds. It's the same story from the previous map. We've had those leads before. How do we secure them? How do we keep extending them? ZETA is starting to catch up. This is their map pick. Can they close it out and then push us into a third map?
I mean, Depp heating up is definitely the biggest cause for concern. Because as you mentioned, I mean, we've seen him take over games. He is the kill leader and was the first kill leader for a very long time here in Pacific for a very good reason. It's because he was finding regular impact. It's been very slow going so far in these first 2 maps of the series. And with that last round, seemingly Depp has been, he's gotten ready, let's say. But does that continue, and can Secret shut him down, as you were pointing out? This time, Odin's still here on this B site. A bit of a change up in position, though. You can see them pinging, saying, like, yeah, be wary of that.
Oh.
Slightly different angle.
Okay, no.
Oh, good flash timing. Got dubstep forward. Tashes away, but it's very much the same. Try as you might to stop the Odin. It will find value. Borkum somehow does get the res, and actually the Ares counteracts it. Laz now taken out.
Unbelievable.
10 is well broken down. That's a site opened up. A 3v4. Knives popped. Depp looking to assist in this retake. Fragment. It's one little tick across. I think it was actually his teammates. They want to clear out lumber for him. The drop down. Have to be wary of main. They check it for all but a moment. Envy does manage to find one. Tucks away back into the corner. Depp drops down into the site. The right click not connecting. Borkum finds a headshot. It's all on Sugar Zero, and he can't do a damn thing. The lead again taken off the back of the timeout by Secret.
I can't believe it. I thought that Laz was going to be Gandalf, but turns out it's going to be Jeremy with the Ares as the Balrog that whips that whip out and drags him down. And unfortunately, those fools from ZETA could not fly because of this play from Team Secret. I mean, it's just a smart answer back. Simple, but effective. And once they had those positions set up, once we had Envy on that bit of a lurk, with the tools that ZETA had at their disposal, they couldn't quite close it out with Team Secret at the ready. 9-8. We have that lead. Can we extend it?
ZETA looking for a crunch at Gelato, but there's no one there. Paranoia through. Sugar Zero TPs into the spawn, and Borkum wins the fight. And oh boy.
Depp is...
Feels like the wheels are starting to come off, but 10 with his judge could be the savior for everything. Alarm goes off, the Nano as well. He backs away. TP into the side itself. 10 spraying, finds nothing. Gets a little bit of damage on the Envy, but upstep finds Laz as Jeremy falls. Borkum with 9. Suddenly, it's just a 2v4 scenario. Dubstep holding close. Lumber waiting for somebody to come through his crosshair, and it's going to be Depp taken down. Crow now.
Contact me.
A 1v3 to have the clutch.
We saw Laz actually possibly making it work before, but now, different player, different set of circumstances. They all have weapons. Crow going to opt for the save instead. It's going to be a 10-8 Achilles. Can ZETA catch back up again?
It's brutal. It's a hard pill to swallow. Crow just bailing out, not wanting to give over this weapon. Has to give over the round win, so Secret can breathe a bit more easily, winning 2 off the back of the timeout. My question is, do we see ZETA finally call one here as we get ready
They have
to
to
move
right?
forward into double digits for Secret. Yeah, surely. This has to be the moment you would suspect.
This is your map pick. You have a lot of plans, a lot of strategies in mind. Team Secret are effectively adapting to most of them, especially on their attacking side right now. I mean, Sugar Zero, that was a valiant attempt at teleporting behind, but no. Saving up, you know, economy not here for this round. Maybe next round is the one we would call timeout, but then it would really be that 11th hour if they actually lose. Dubstep going for the blades. I think Deb possibly looking for similar wind.
Cashflow's still pretty hurt for the side of ZETA, even with widely the save. I believe I saw 10 down to 750. A couple players still do have quite a decent amount of cash, so maybe they'll be able to go for a double buy, but we'll have to wait. But for now, seemingly whatever they spotted or didn't see, Secret weren't happy with it over at B, so they have shifted now towards A site. Full Killjoy setup is here, but playing down within the site means that this lockdown can't really be committed. Turret. Dubstep over the top. Paranoia goes across. 10 just has to hug into the corner as much as he can. Hunter's Fury hoping for something. Will finally get a last little connection there on the final charge. But otherwise, that's about it.
Secret still hovering around the A site. ZETA unsure if they are rotating or not, so going to stay up around B site instead. Team Secret possibly setting up for that A split hit.
They're trying to sell this. They send that smoke across over towards market. Trying to make them think that this is where the hit's going to go, but instead it's right back over into A. Swing out onto the corner. Borkum mows down Sugar Zero. 10 at 13 health. Can he get anything before falling? The answer is going to be no. Depp now dropping down. Looks for the Sheriff shots. Puts a bit of damage in, but they just spray him out of the smoke.
And the rest of them looking for exits now, I suppose. Do have Vandals, very valuable Vandals that... Oh, God.
Still playing forward, desperately wants this to not be a flawless round.
Can you maximize that value, right? But at the same time, if you lose it...
Gonna try to get something, pushes out, and he will get the headshot on the Dubstep, but that's about it. Crow again, saving, holding that Vandal as tightly as he can.
I mean,
it's now 11-8. One more round for match point, I should say, for Secret.
Could also see it as Lash just buying time for his teammate to get away safely and draw the attention to himself, but that's precisely it. 11-8. Surely we have a timeout now from ZETA, right? But it's still such a tough situation now. Depp has the operator. That is something that he could use, but so far, Team Secret, with the way that they're playing this, rotations, clear cover and fire movement protocols. I mean, talking about that spray through the smoke, that was smart from Jesse Vash. ZETA needs a lot in order to make this a comeback. I mean, you think about the conditions that ZETA has to meet in order to come up with a win. First of all, Depp has to wake up. I mean, he did, but
a bit,
starting to, you know, calm down again, and that's not what you want.
Yeah. It's melatonin-laced bullets that Secret are using, and they're just putting him back to sleep round over round.
Very much so. I mean, you can see that he's trying. A lot of these peaks that he's going for.
I mean, they're all trying.
Surely.
Not really going their way. And that man right there, Laz, probably the quietest of them all, given the performance that we did see from him on Haven.
Did pick up that Odin for a couple of rounds, but now it's going back down. Economy not there. The option not afforded to him. Depp now on the operator. That is the question. What do you do with it?
This is everything here for ZETA. Round win
Lose this,
here, and a
match
clean
point.
one at that would very much help keep them afloat, but Secret don't want that at all. They want to stomp them into the pavement. But now it's slow going.
B-main. The turret up there, and that's going to be big information for Secret.
And they cleared with the Vandal to try to keep the operator hidden. Jeremy says, all right, I'll just slap an alarm bot there instead.
We shut the door down. I like that. Instantly recovering back towards Pizza and Market. The drone gets sent out. Team Secret playing it so slow and steady.
I believe it was Borkum that cleared as well. Yeah, that's why you see that little scope in there from Laz, and Borkum realizing the smoke is going to dissipate, doesn't want to overstay in that position.
ZETA are stacking up on the A side. There are 3 of them there.
But again, lockdown within the site. That's where 10 is positioned. Not in a spot to easily rotate over outside of window and place that ultimate.
Now.
30 seconds left.
They're aware of him. The drone leading the way. They stay hidden. Paranoia through. Tailwind forward. Alarm bot going to be cleared out. Crow doesn't even want to try to peek that one, and wisely so. Nanoswarm puts some damage down. Sugar Zero needs to be able to win out this fight, but no! Dubstep takes them both down, and it's an absolute catastrophe for ZETA. Crow re-swings, finds Dubstep, but so far that's the only casualty here for Secret, who are just running away with it.
A sudden surprise shot as he sneaks up onto its generator. At the same time, Jeremy on that leg shuts down the other players. Laz was gone. Depp swapping over to the Vandal now. The investment not paying off, and
it's a save.
Again, onto match point, and ZETA just scrounging to get whatever they can get their hands on.
And this is a catastrophe. 2 players remaining, the open hand. The market door is at least shut for now to give them a little bit of extra protection, but Borkum gonna look to break that one down. Depp, unsure of which way to look, finds one, drops down to Lumber, and Jeremy takes him down. The operator on the floor, the thing that they were saving is lost. And it seems like the plot is as well for ZETA. They need 4 rounds consecutively now as match point is locked in for Secret, who are on a war path alongside Warbirds to get themselves into another series versus DRX.
That will be the next fight for Team Secret if they so win on this round. Laz pulling out the judge. Seemed like victory was in their hands, but slipped away along with that operator. Now ZETA, just a bit of a Hail Mary play again, sticking onto the A site. Team Secret trying to be careful about it.
Alrighty, rotating around. Back to watch over towards mid here. Team from Depp. Minor skirmishing as Laz gets himself into a forward position, this time with the judge, but I don't know if they're going to play into his hand here at all. Depp having the dash away.
That's ability spent too. Cloudburst. Laz with the judge up close. It comes down to if Team Secret re-aggresses back towards mid, or if they walk towards Laz, and does he hit his shots? They don't have utility to check this.
This is everything.
Laz.
Absolutely everything. One gone. The judge finds 3. Does he get more? No, but that might just be enough. The patience pays off. They find the kills. Now it's Borkum and Jesse Vash.
30 seconds left.
2 out of 3 of the veterans to try to push this over the line and end the series right here, right now.
Right here.
Hearing the footsteps. Notes it. Paranoia comes across. He's in the smoke. It's going to be the quick kills coming in. Depp does go down on the back end, so just 2 weapons held. As the defuse can come through, and ZETA, they get a second lease on life. Finally breaking the 4-round win streak here from Secret, but do they have 3 more consecutively in them to take us to yet another overtime?
One would have to hope, but the stats don't really reflect on it. Laz, heroic sacrifice with the judge just to bring us another one, but is it gonna be Judgment Day? 12-9, I mean, so far, ZETA has only won 2 rounds in a row before. Only 3 after the initial Thrifty win on the start of the second half, but once again, very different set of circumstances. Now, Depp with the blades, Spectre and Shorty in hand, trying to control the map. Team Secret looking to close this one out.
They're so close that you taste it.
Turret towards Lobby again. We'll shoot that down.
Vash will use the drone. Dubstep with the attacking op. Peeking forward. Dep. I mean, he does, but if it's completely unescorted, he could absolutely get shot right out of the skies. Okay. Some shots across will take Jeremy down to about half.
So we're probably not going towards B any longer. Hearing that Odin. Dubstep, though.
At that point, send 10 to A. You know they're not coming towards you.
But timing it. Dubstep hears those jumps. Okay, and the alarm bot does spot him out as well. 30 seconds left, Achilles. We're going towards A.
Time dwindling.
30 seconds left.
Trying to set up a little bit of a one way here. Sugar Zero able to find Borkum. Dep gets one. Envy answering back, but now going to be left on the ground. Jeremy finds the kill. He's going to look for the res. They're trying to spam him out. They manage to get one. They get the other. The push out from the smoke. Dubstep gets one, but 10 will gun down 3. And now, ZETA. Can they keep it moving? 2 more rounds to yet another overtime. 10 still clutching this lockdown that just has not been committed yet. But looks like we'll have a timeout get called. And crucially, once we take a look at how the money looks, which I imagine is still pretty decent for the side of Team Secret, Dubstep has the Blade Storm available.
Certainly. Even if not, there's so much that they can do. ZETA, though, admiring at how they're able to fight their way back. They're never, ever giving up. That's something you have to love about this team. Landing those shots was great. It's a simple hit, simple bit of map control from ZETA, reading the situations right, peeking out of B main, taking out that turret, and then just having that presence with the Odin, right? You know, don't like the weapon, hate it, love it. It's good. It actually
does its
pushes,
job.
It actually funnels Team Secret into the A site. And that's something that maybe we're gonna do again. Maybe Warbirds cooks up a plan to take out that Odin, just like we saw Jeremy do with an Ares before.
Here's the smart strategy. Buy 2 Odins. Make the one known on B, and then have the other one waiting quietly over the A site. So when they flush over, you can still mow them down. Like every overtime in Korean Valorant ever. It's just nothing but Odins. But overtime is what we're looking to get here in this map. ZETA can win 2 more, but as we can see, the buy not too terrible here from the side of Secret. Knives popped. Dubstep looking to maintain his fantastic record as far as, ults to kills, because it feels like the ratio is very much in his favor.
Dep with the operator, sensing a threat on the other side.
Shock darts. Oh, Aldrone also gets the catch. He's got to back away.
Well, they're calling out B main as well as market. Dep instantly repositioning up towards defender spawn in case Dubby pushes forward.
Dep is playing so far forward. This is such a risk. Again, the lockdown has been held. He hasn't been in a position to use it quite yet.
Oh my god.
And this is looking very risky.
I don't like it, Achilles. I don't like it. No.
Continuing to swing wider and wider.
Okay.
Up over the top, and Laz gets cut down. Knives beat Odin, apparently, and now the push getting ready to come through into B. Suppress out, Tent pushes his way back into Boathouse, drops the lockdown.
Stairs.
The TP forward from Borkum. He's already in the site. It seems like they have no idea. Now spotted, he hasn't noted them. And 10 manages to find 2, but the lockdown's still going to be destroyed. Suddenly, it's just going to be the Omens in a 1v1. Borkum spotted, TPs, but it's not for enough, son! Sugar Zero shuts him down, the defuse comes in, and we are once again 1 round away from taking us into overtime.
Just an inch short of the wall, and Sugar Zero connects the shot. What a play, what a bit of recovery from 10. I mean, we were worried about him, up by B main. Thankfully, he comes back, puts down that lockdown.
Did he not realize that Sugar Zero was already at the base of bottom ramp? That has to be the only thing, or he thought that that TP was going a hell of a lot further than it did. But yeah, I mean, by the time the shots initially came through, he was already in an angle to just swing out and clear. I think Borkum just not quite getting that placement on that step is much as he wanted to. And now, one more to go.
We go in
Ult's in the hands of ZETA. They've got the Hunter's Fury. Up, in, Depp stays. He cannot dash out of here. He needs to get bailed out, but maybe he doesn't. He's holding the line. Scopes back through. Can't quite get Borkum. And 10 doesn't go for the counter swing. Instead, the Hunter's Fury from Laz will put him down.
One more.
He's got one more, and he lights up both. Laz finds Jeremy. And unless Jesse Vash pulls a miracle out of his ass, this is going to OT once again. The dart's flying his way, 66 HP in a dream, and the Odin will take them across the line. 12-12, we go again.
Absolutely lasered down by Laz and his Odin.
Overtime.
I mean, we talked about this guy. Where has he been? Turns out, as soon as he gets that 3,200 credit weapon in his hands, it's going to be tough as hell to pry it out of him. Along with Depp, getting those opening shots up by mid, completely stopping Team Secret, blocking them off. The Hunter's Fury as well connecting. Everything went right for ZETA to go into OT, second map.
And things continue to heat up.
Clock is ticking.
And overtime, again, back-to-back, opening playoff game.
If you're not here, you're missing out.
Very true. But also, regardless of which team you're cheering for, it's a damn good series.
Awesome.
This has been recovered and turned into a damn good series.
I'm happy to go to a map 3.
Fingers crossed the
Shout
whole
out
way.
to ZETA.
But again,
yes,
ZETA, can you start with the win? We saw them do that on Haven. They got that initial OT victory, but then couldn't convert it from there. They won that and then gave up 3 in a row.
And that's what overtime comes down to. That's what it means. One team is going to have to win either 3 or 2 in a row. And at the same time, talking about the sides, right? Team Secret had such a good first half. 7-5, not terrible, but it felt like they were doing a lot more. Now we're going to both sides.
All right. So the
Ilias
things.
not happy.
One being very well made aware a lot earlier than the other.
Here we go. Same default from
very
ZETA.
well back.
But what I like about Team Secret in this play is the mid presence. Not really being made known yet, but they are watching it. Which means that realistically, ZETA only has that option to go through A short or B main where this Odin is. Can Jesse Vash have that same impact as Laz had?
He's going again with the answering fire. Laz lines him up. Fire with fire, baby. The headshot comes through. As the fragment looks to zone them back away from the market exit. Depp now up over the top, checks out the rest of the site, doesn't see anything. Boat still a bit of a concern for them. Oh, Jeremy! What? The push on the smoke! It's completely unanticipated. He finds 3. Laz now all on his lonesome, getting crunched from behind. He will fall, and Jeremy takes the round, puts it on its back, and carries him over the line.
The one peek, and he smashed them all! How do you do that?
Unbelievable.
ZETA
Just completely unexpected from Jeremy. The push out when he did. It starts off so well. Depp gives the call, says the site is open, and as they go out, Jeremy just one after the other brings that round back from the brink, and now it is match point in the hands of Secret once again.
I don't even know how to pick an MVP after this when everyone's been making a bit of an impact so far. ZETA trying to defend. Team Secret hot in their heels, just dashing forward into the A site.
Crow pulling away from Tree. The creep up. Dubstep gets himself in a position,
Oh, no!
and Crow, he can't adjust. Dubstep finds the opening kill. Switch now unoccupied.
Sugar Zero is here.
Dart across, gets the connection. 10 dropping down, but Dubstep is wide swinging, and this might just be the beginning of the end. Sugar Zero, however, fights back. Finds Borkum, tucks away into hell, needs more. Depp and Laz find one apiece. Depp gets another, but Dubstep with the 4K will put them down. 14-12, a 2-0 win. Team Secret take the opening match of playoffs, and they will be advancing to once again look to take down DRX.
The second run back. A team that they took down before. ZETA lost in this first playoffs match. Before in league play, ZETA was the one who took them down. And it's not a very happy look on Laz's face. They fought so hard, 2 overtimes, but it still wasn't enough.
What a shutdown. Secret this time, not letting it go the distance, not letting them get that reset. They let it go to OT, and they close it out swiftly with a 2-0. As you say, heartbreak. Definitely not a good feeling for the side of ZETA. They will fall to the lower bracket after this opening matchup. But maybe, just maybe, that can be where the Cinderella story takes place once again as they fight to try and earn that spot in front of their home crowd at Masters Tokyo. But for Team Secret, if they can get the repeat win over DRX, they will be the first team to earn that spot.
Exactly both of these things that I'm counting on, Achilleos. One for ZETA to make that Cinderella run happen. That's what they are known for. That's what they can do. Forced up against the walls, they always fight back. They always punch back. Just as Laz does with that Judge. Just as Laz does with that Odin. Japanese spirit, you never give up. But still, for Team Secret, what a great win. Forced to overtime, they still come out on top. Such a great win, such a great performance from every single player out here. And also from the coaches as well. On towards the next game, I mean, Team Secret beat DRX, so is it gonna happen a second time? Does Lightning strike in the same spot twice?
It will be the true test for them because we fully anticipate, and granted, who knows because it is DRX, but we anticipate that that would be the standard squad of Foxy9 in the lineup alongside the rest of the players. Not Zest coming out for a one-off, Termi actually using timeouts throughout the series. So it'll be a second crack at DRX, but one that might have a very different flavor to it. But it's certainly a series that we are all very much looking forward to.
Highly anticipated.
This gives Secret that much more time to try to get prepared and get themselves back into it.
Please stop carrying.
I might fall in love with you. Well,
bro. I mean, once again, that's what it comes down to, but I think it's highly important to stress that whatever the results are, whichever team you're rooting for, whether it's Team Secret or ZETA Division, these guys have to go for that mental reset. You cannot let this match affect the rest of your playoffs run. I mean, for ZETA especially into that lower bracket, right?
Yeah. And I mean, how long has it been for Secret to be in this position? You know, Champions 2021 is really what comes to mind. Winning that first round and getting into a playoff position, and now winning that first map of playoffs, or that first series of playoffs. It's been a damn long while, but what a performance from them. They continue to surprise. They continue to just shut down opponents where, again, it looks like they might have the upper hand. I think that overall, this was a very close series to call when it comes down to, you know, predicting who would be able to win this one, and that's reflected in the fact that we did get the double OT. But at the end of it, it's still Secret coming away with a 2-0. The preparation that this team has been able to do is just phenomenal.
It's that preparation. I mean, that's the key word, because these guys, first of all, everyone's landing their shots. They're all fired up. They're all leveling up. But when it comes down to that strategy, I mean, that's what we're seeing playing at hand. Team Secret has that much depth to continue switching up the pace. Some rounds they take it slow. Some rounds they just rush into that ace site. And not just a simple rush as well. You got players coming in through grass, through the door in garden and everything. Things that confuse ZETA, unfortunately.
Well, confuse them they did, but hopefully they can get their heads cleared as they will be falling down into the lower bracket. Our first team to do so. We'll still have to, you know, try and wait and figure out who their opponent is going to be, of course. So they have to wait and see, so they can't even immediately get in and start doing hard prep for that matchup. So have to wait a little bit longer to determine who that's going to be. So it is a rough position. Again, maybe that Cinderella story can come through for ZETA. Still plenty more games that have to be played, but they are on that last life. So it has to be perfection from here on out if they want to make it to that home crowd on that home stage. Otherwise, it's going to be a very bitter ending to the playoffs here and a very long preparation for the LCQ.
That's a really, really rough position. I mean, it's first of all, I don't really want to harp too much on like the idea of perfection for Zeta Division, because if anything, sometimes going too perfect is also the thing that kind of costs them, right? You've seen some of these rounds where they try to play the perfect strategy, the perfect idea, perfect position, and it doesn't always work out. And if you're in Team Secret, you just go in for that brawl, you trade a couple of duels and fights, and
fast and loose.
It works. Fast and loose sometimes works. Now, the next question also is for Team Secret, who's that MVP going to be, right?
That's a very tough
decision. They were all good.
Yeah.
Jeremy, coming out of that smoke.
It clutches it at the very end there. Dubstep helping to get them all the thrifty wins that they were able to find on Ascent with the back of his blades. There's a lot of different options you could go through. I think Envy, obviously fantastic performance across both maps, but you also had Jesse Vash being, giving them such a strong start on Haven and being the guy who finished the job at the very end in that OT. So I'm interested to see what the desk's thoughts are going to be like that when we do get over to them, because I think that this is a really difficult decision to make as far as who is the MVP walking away from this series. But honestly, if we could give it to somebody, maybe we just give it to Warbirds.
Also true.
Maybe we just go for the coach and we change it up here. We wouldn't have any stats to really put up on screen for him, but that could always be the case. Maybe that would work. But either way, we are ready to throw down to the floor. We've got Jen standing by for our interview with Dubstep. So we'll go ahead and have her take it away.
Thank you very much, casters. Now, walking away victorious is today's Team Secret. Now, I'm standing here with Team Secret's Dubstep. Massive congrats, Dubstep. But I feel like Zeta really made you fight for every round, especially towards the end. I mean, overtime on both maps. What was going through your mind as they kept clawing their way back into the game?
Actually, Zeta is a very great team. They don't give up easily. They're the type of team who won't give up like 12-8, 12-9 reads. They devote their hearts so much. It's crazy how they can come back from that scoreline. But I think it was also very messy from us because we were overthinking some things. So I'm glad we closed it out on both maps and overtime.
Is the overtime and Zeta fighting back something you expected coming into the match today?
Yeah.
Pretty much, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, Zeta picked Ascent, though, and they didn't have the best track record recently. So did this surprise you at all, or is this something that you expected too?
I guess coming to this game, we should expect the unexpected. So I'm not surprised at all, but them picking Ascent is something that I took note of because I watched last night one of the Zeta games in Ascent. So yeah, I'm glad my homework was rewarded and I'm glad we got the dub.
You had a feeling that they might pick Ascent.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe you have a magic crystal ball, to look into the future. But if it did go to the third map, do you feel like it would have been a close match too? Because Zeta has shown over and over again that if it does go to third map, then they can be really resilient and win the series.
Yeah, I think Zeta and third map is their strength. Like, if they go to the third map, they automatically win the series. But I'm glad it didn't go to the third map. So, yeah, it was kind of clean by us, but not also clean. So, yeah, I'm glad it happened, and I'm glad everyone stepped up. I mean, Zeta also stepped up. Like, all the players were stepping up. It's such a great match, and I'm glad to be part of it.
All right. Is there anything towards the end of Ascent that you did particularly to close it out?
I think I got the 4K on the last round, but I did.
I think.
I forgot, but I'm glad like we stop overthinking. Like, we do what works most of the time, and yeah, we got to close out the map and also the series.
Now, with this win, you'll be playing DRX tomorrow once again. How confident are you in beating DRX twice in a row?
Against DRX, of course, they're the best team in Pacific. I wouldn't say I'm 100% confident, but I will say I will do my best. I will do better from our last match. So yeah, I'm excited to have the qualifying game against the best team in Pacific, because you wouldn't want it like any other way, right? To be the best, you have to beat the best.
All right. Well, it's gonna be fun tomorrow. Best of luck.
Thank you.
And we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you, Dubstep. And that was Dubstep, everybody. Just to let you know, there's Zeta fan meeting happening downstairs, so make sure you send them some love too. And to close it out, I'm going to throw it over to the desk.
Thank you, Jen, and of course, big congratulations to Dubstep and Team Secret as a whole as they win their first playoff smash to stay alive in the upper bracket, and they will be moving on to meet DRX. I mean, it wasn't an easy one, right? I mean, both maps went to overtime. Even for us, it was really hard to call even towards the end of Ascent of like, well, will this go to Lotus? I mean, maybe, who knows?
Yeah, you know, I liked what Dubstep had to say in the interview, saying, you know, ZETA are never going to give up. They were down a bunch of times in both maps, and they were able to claw it back to overtime somehow. So that was pretty impressive. But I think at the end of the day, certainly Team Secret proved they were the stronger team here, regardless of how close it was. They take the 2-0. So really got to give Team Secret props that now, you know, they have proven that they were the stronger team over ZETA.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really happy to see Team Secret really stepping up today. You know, 2 very difficult matches against a team that is battle-tested, a team that goes the distance in a lot of their games, whether it be 2-1s, overtimes. Throughout their entire history, we've seen them have to, you know, really fight through difficult situations, and this time Team Secret rises to the occasion. I liked what Achilleo said. It reminded me of 2021 Team Secret at Champions, like the way that they're able to kind of battle back, get through some tough opponents to get further into the matches.
Yeah, I mean, again, you could hear it from Dubstep's voice in that interview, right? I mean, it definitely wasn't an easy match for either team. Lots of relief, I think, can be felt from the side of Team Secret. Well, let's break down a couple of the rounds because there were plenty of rounds to choose from, even here on Map 2 on Ascent. Let's start with the very beginning. I mean, Team Secret, they looked like, once again, they were trying to take control of this map because they were even able to have some good ideas on how to take these rounds when they were on an eco.
Yeah, it's pretty nice to see in round 5, if we jump into that, that Team Secret here, you know, they have to deal with this lockdown. Even Borkham's going to get detained, so it kind of delays thing while the spike is ticking away. But here on essentially Nico, you see that Envy was able to pick up 1 Vandal here, and comes in pretty slow. But ZETA, you know, this has been a little bit of a rough spot for them, trying to hold down sites. They were already a bit weak, and Team Secret are able to come in here and execute it fantastically. Envy picks up a couple of kills there at the end and gets the full-on defuse. So that really gets Team Secret started on the right foot. They end up in the first half 7-5. And, yeah, it was just a really clean retake there, even, you know, not on the best round for them.
Yeah, and again, I mean, the casters talked about it a little bit, but obviously that short clip just shows us, like, it's still really hard to choose one single MVP, right? Because that time it was Envy with this heroic play to bring the Thrifty over for them, but then we've had, obviously, Dubstep, Jesse Vastier, everyone playing their hearts out on both sides. Now, the other side as well, ZETA Division, I mean, compared to Map 1 on Haven, they showed a lot more life, I mean, from the get-go, and they had some good ideas themselves.
Yeah, I really liked what they did on round 9. I thought this was a pretty good way to kind of counter sort of this early Owl drone that's going to get the spot onto Dubstep. Now they've got the null command in the back pocket here, and before Jesse Vash is going to be able to let loose with this recon, they're going to pop it. So it catches him right as he's kind of thinking about it, and this gives them a way easier time of making this entry with depth to get to the site. In the meantime, they're pushing mid. 10 does a great job here, but somehow they're not quite prepared for this crossfire that Team Secret sets up. They lose 2, but they've got 3 on the site. They've got the plant down. They've got a really good opportunity. Now, Crow is kind of going to go somewhat unnoted here, and he does a good job of being patient, catches Dubstep, switching guns, and then it's just kind of a massacre here for ZETA. So it's about timings, the way that ZETA initially uses their utility to get into the site, to make sure that they're at least there. They get the plant down. Yeah, they're trying to crunch. I like that idea too. Team Secret does a good job reading that. This was kind of the story of the whole series, just a lot of back and forth.
Yeah, and I think I like that you picked out that round because Crow's another one of those players that in the past, you know, had a lot of burdens because he was IGL, right? He didn't have many good individual moments. Now that he's free of those kind of chains that bog him down, he's able to really play his role of, okay, well, in this timing, I kind of have to be the distraction. Obviously, he gets a couple kills for his troubles as well. Now we're going to take a look at the end of the second half where both teams actually show some good ideas, good movement, but this is really how things eventually went into overtime. Let's take a look at round 23 here. So Team Secret actually has a pretty decent read. They already pushed out the operator from mid, right? You see Depp, he's repositioned, and they take the read that, okay, if we have some mid control, we should be able to pitch onto B. Most likely the op has repositioned, and they'll be guessing correctly that it's even gone all the way over to A site. Eventually, they're all able to pile through, especially getting the kill here, but if you watch the match, you remember this is where 10 makes an incredibly ridiculous hold at the back of site with the lockdown.
Yeah, really all comes down to him. And, you know, this was the big round. Round 24, they win as well, of course. But he just holds on to his lockdown. He kills 2 of them. And, yes, Borkham is going to take down that lockdown. But right here, crucially, I thought he spotted Sugar Zero. He tries to TP up there right in the face of Sugar Zero, unfortunately, and he does get taken out. It gets really high pressure in those situations. He was trying to make a quick maneuver.
Yeah.
It happens, as Borkin was nearly able to get that, but really it comes down to 10, holding down Boathouse, holding down his lockdown, essentially, to give them a chance.
Yeah, just having that awareness, right, that I have to stay alive, I have to spray down whatever kills I can get. Well, of course, at the end of the day, our winners were Team Secret, and we at the desk had some trouble choosing our MVP as well. Of course, the casters were talking about their decision being kind of difficult as well, because everyone was fragging out. I mean, Team Secret as a whole had lots of great moments. I mean, throughout, I would say maybe a bit more explosive in the second half, right? The first half seemed a little back and forth, but Team Secret just showing a lot of life, continuing here in the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, so many clutches, so many different players coming up huge with big plays at, much needed times, whether it's Jeremy here on this map, Envy across both maps, Dubstep across both maps, Jesse Bash on the pistol rounds, on the anti-eco rounds even. I mean, just insane plays all around. Borkum had a couple big moments, even though we just saw kind of a little bit of a misstep from him. Overall, this was incredibly difficult to pick an MVP because it was truly a team effort. Warbirds, like they said on the desk, he absolutely deserves a shout out here because he did a great job keeping these guys in the game, getting them prepared for today, just enough to beat a very strong Zeta team.
Yeah, it was quite impressive. This final run, Dubstep had some really fantastic looks. This was like Jeremy was, I don't know what that was. He loaded up the aim labs or something because he was going insane with those flicks in every which direction. We had to settle for Dubstep at the end of the day, although there were a couple of votes that did go for Envy on our side. I mean, the guy, he was fragging out. He was clutching, he was entering, he was kind of doing everything for the team.
Yeah, and I think the casters pointed out a good point as well, right as the match ended, right? Dubstep, of course, able to keep them alive during those thrifties, during those ecos to turn the tide a bit. And that's what you really want, especially in a close match like this. You need that X factor. And I think Dubstep, even on Haven, kind of having the best KD in terms of pure KD ratio, playing his role as a Killjoy, just able to be a reliable source of damage here on the side of Team Secret.
Yeah, and once he gets over to the Jet, you can see that he's super comfortable, he's super confident, like he's very consistent with the operator, he's unbelievable with the Blade Storm at times, and he's got really good sense of like timing and spacing. Like you can see, like he reads the way that the opponents maneuver on the map, and he talked about it in his post-game interview where he said, I did a lot of study for this map, I was ready for this map. Yeah. I'm going to get into what I thought about this map draft in a little bit because I think it was very good, but for Zeta. But, I mean, Dubstep, my boomer brother, man, like he is just like, he's 30 years old. He's still getting it done. He's still popping off. So I am so happy to see Team Secret move on.
And that means that Dubstep and his teammates, and of course Coach Warbirds, will have another chance to challenge DRX. Now, Valdez, DRX is not known to lose twice in a row, at least not within regional competition. They took, a bit of a hard loss last time against Team Secret. Even Dubstep admitting, we're not 100% confident. We'll just put up our best. What do you think? Is there still a solid chance for Secret to take down DRX 2 times in a row?
Well, I'll be honest. If there is predictions, which I believe there will be, I will be voting for DRX just because it's DRX in playoffs. I mean, how do you vote against them? Just like most of us didn't vote against DRX on the last time they faced off. And that's not to say that Team Secret can't upset once again. And if they do, then we're really going to be asking questions about, has Team Secret really just read DRX as a team? Have Team Secret really just reached a totally new level that we didn't expect to happen so quickly? Sure, those are all valid questions if they get it done. Now, making it into the upper bracket is great for them, even though they do have to play twice in a row. If they do lose, they have some time to go down lower bracket and, think it through, and they'll probably be favorites in that next matchup, even if they do lose to DRX. So they put themselves in a great spot regardless.
Yeah, what about you, Paper? Then what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I got to go DRX. I mean, I want to, have some faith in a team that isn't DRX. And I do in some ways, and I'm happy that Secret got a win, but, and there's nothing to take away from Secret's win, by the way. Like, yes they brought in Zest. Like, I don't care, because with Zest, they have proven that they are still, a third-ranked team, at lock-in, right? A third, fourth-ranked team. They're still good enough to do that. So you shouldn't be ashamed at all or feel like, DRX was hiding something or something like that. This was a DRX, trying to see what Zest was still like. How is he going to fit into the roster? And Team Secret was just the better team that day. So I think they actually can be the better team again against DRX. If Dubstep can pop off, if Jesse can continue to call good games, Warbirds has done pretty good prep. The prep that he put in against DRX was immaculate. So if they can do that again, they have a chance. but I'm going to vote DRX.
Sure. So the stat, yeah, but I think that's the story, right? Is the stats, if you wanted to look at it very objectively, it's so hard to lean away from DRX. However, no one could fault you if you were to guess Team Secret again, just because they have proven it in a very legitimate match to take down DRX. They've proven time and time again that they can take down these big teams that they're kind of the underdogs against. So Team Secret, they will be having another match against DRX tomorrow. Of course, they have a very short break. And then, of course, if they win that, they'll actually secure themselves to Masters Tokyo as well. So lots on the line tomorrow. But we're not done just yet for today. We, in fact, have our second match of the night for the opening matches of playoffs. It's going to be the Korean rivalry matchup between T1 and Gen G. We'll be jumping into that right after this break.
Question is, can anyone displace him? Partial shot from Dubstep, and it's going to tap on the switch. Into smoke, it's just forward. Spots one, but it's outside. And he gets the read on it in B. Looks to exit. Depth taking quite a bit of damage. Short from that is now the site completely and utterly bashed. Just didn't see it coming. Nearly missing out on the timing. Sprayed zero. Dubstep hate. Hearing one, gets the headshot now. His presence is known. Definitely opposite side. Finds another crow. Comes away. They look to swing the corner. Dubstep finds one. Blades pulled. Good.
Could get a single hit.
Or he could have down. That one's to the opposite side. Jesse has the 180. Like I'm just trying to escort him. And there it is. Oh my God. Yeah. Takes out Sugar Zero, finishing the job. Push up over the top of Chen. Death. Hotworm puts some damage down. Sugar Zero needs to be able to win on this fight, but no. Dubstep takes absolutely everything. One gone. The judge up in. Deb stays. Cannot dash out of here. He needs to get bailed out. A bit of a concern for them. Oh, Jeremy. What?
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Hi, this is T1 Saya player. Everyone says like Saya player or something like that, but it's Saya player. So keep in mind.
저는 상대방의 빈틈을 이제 더 크게 벌려주는 역할이에요.
여기서 정확합니다. 사야 플레이어.
저격수로서 게임을 바꿀 수 있는 한 방. 그 한 방을 맞섰을 때 이제 임팩트도 엄청나게 크고
오였는데 사야가
되게 압박감이 많죠. 가장 스포트라이트를 많이 받을 수 있는 포지션이나 위치라는 건 동시에 막 가장 많은 비난을 또 받을 수 있는 위치거든요.
오리텍스 사야 플레이어.
얘들아 진짜 부러질 때 감정 잊지 마라. 우리 진짜 이 악물고 이겨야 된다 이거. 갈아 넣자. 우리 정말 열심히 했잖아.
많은 팬들이 솔직하게 실망한 건 맞아요. T1이 좀 보여줘야 된다고. 선수 개개인의 네임밸류가 다르다든가 사야 플레이어, 먼치킨, 정점을 이미 정점을 찍었었던 선수들의 모임.
아니 더 대시되냐 너는?
와 형, 나 살 10kg 넘게 빠졌어. 다른 사람들이 다 살 빠졌대.
잘해라.
본능적으로 알 수 있었어요. 이거는 못 이긴다. 사실 모든 걸 쏟아붓고 열심히 했어요. 저희는 진짜 정말 열심히 했거든요. 거기서도. 근데 이제 많이 힘든 상황이지만 그래도 어떻게든 해야지. 절대 포기할 수가 없으니까 그냥 좀 다르게 생각했어요. 일단은 정규 시즌은 아니고 팀으로서 개인적으로 뭘 어떻게 될까에 되게 집중을 했던 것 같아요.
퓨리아와 T1 오늘 두 번째 매치를 좀 준비하고 있는데요. 그 기대를 계속 하고 있는데 성적이 안 나오다 보니까 증명해야 될 게 너무 많기는 합니다.
Fury to take down T1.
경기 내내 전혀 좌절하지 않을 거고 진짜 더 성장할 수 있는 선수가 될 거니까 다들 지켜봐 주시면 좋겠습니다. 가드 때처럼 다시 치고 올라올 수 있도록. 쉬면서도 게임 생각을 많이 했던 것 같아요. 어떻게 해야 나아질까 생각밖에 안 했던 것 같아요. 저한테 이제 남은 시간이 얼마 없는 데다가 제가 작년에 이뤄놓은 것들이 이렇게 허무하게 무너지고 싶지도 않았고 정말 늙었다. 옛날에 아니고 오버워치 할 때 말고 난 늙었다. 이 증강 현실 뭐야 이거?
오버워치 하면 잘했을 듯.
그때 3점 타임을
저런다고 잘하는 게 아니야.
카르페랑 팀 되는 것도 되게 감명은 깊었죠. 옛날에 잠깐 동안인데 되게 라이벌 구도가 심했던 적이 있었거든요. 둘이. 그리고 얘네들도 진짜 오래 해먹네. 그런 마음이 되게 많이 들었던 것 같아요.
그냥 빨리 끝내주세요.
크린지 한 말 하나만 해줄게. 네, 머리는 차갑게 가슴은 뜨겁게.
T1이 첫 번째 맵을 13대 8로 가져갑니다.
뭔가 제 스스로 대견을 했어요. 그냥 뭐 한국을 떠나고 한국에서 돌아와서 하게 된 첫 경기가 제 오피셜 경기가 여기구나 하는 뭔가 그런 되게 감동적인 마음이 있어요. 감동을 받았던 것 같아요. 그때 저희 팀원들은 다 준비가 돼 있었어요. 그걸 켰을 때 이거 이기겠구나 오늘은 그래도 그 생각은 했어요.
그러면서 앞쪽 확인하고자 하는데
자,
사이플레이어
오퍼레이터
쬐고
몰라요,
있어요.
몰라요.
조준선 정렬. 여기서 정확합니다.
1枚挟んでる攻防。サヤプレイヤーファーストブラッド頭に当てた。
보고 있는 사야 플레이어거든요.
오퍼레이터는 적들 입장에서 그 압박감, 그 상대방이 저격을 잘 쏘기 시작하면은 아무것도 할 수가 없어요.
사야 플레이어 또 잡아냅니다.
조용 이제.
まずはエロンガのフォルトラインから A ショットのオペレーターピークはサヤプレイヤーが抑えます。
팀은 연기를 잘해야 돼요. 마치 오퍼가 없는 것처럼. 그와 동시에 또 많이 과감해져야 돼요. 저가 이제 킬을 최대 많이 딸 수 있도록.
사야 또 한 명을 데려갑니다. 3명을 잡았어요. 결국 이 경기에 T1이 승리로 가져갑니다.
저는 상대방의 빈틈을 이제 더 크게 벌려주는 역할이에요. 되게 압박감이 많죠. 가장 스포트라이트를 많이 받을 수 있는 포지션이나 위치라는 거는 동시에 가장 많은 비난을 또 받을 수 있는 위치거든요. 그래도 저가 팀원들한테 인정받을 수 있는 만큼 잘할 수만 있다면 무너지지 않고 잘할 수 있게 됐어요. T1 발로란트 팀의 사야 플레이어고요. 팀에서 역할은 듀얼리스트를 맡고 있습니다.
혹시 오늘 촬영에 대해서 들으신 거 있으신가요?
아니요, 없어요.
촬영한다 해서 끌려오신 거예요?
네.
오늘 촬영의 제목은 찐친, 우리 서로 친해요이거든요. 이제 곧 VCT 대회를 앞두고 있잖아요. 여러분들은 이제 서로에 대해서 잘 알고 계시나요?
잘하는 것 같아요.
아주 잘 알아요?
잘 알기 때문에 이 콘텐츠는 좀
가장 최근에 들어온 게 이제 실반 선수랑 갓데드 선수잖아요. 실반 선수 같은 경우는 팀원들과 많이 친해지셨나요?
잘 모르겠어요.
갓데드 선수 같은 경우는?
예.
오늘 촬영은 선수분들이 서로를 얼마나 잘 알고 있는지 확인을 하는 게임을 할 거예요. 여러분들이 모두가 한 팀이에요. 이제 여러분들이 승리를 했다. 다음에 귀찮은 촬영 하나를 줄일 거예요.
와우.
이제 패배를 했을 경우 여러분들 중 2명을 꼽아가지고 재미난 촬영이 하나 준비되어 있습니다.
내가 봤을 때 지금 얘기하시는 게 저희가 질 수밖에 없는 게임을 하실 것 같거든요.
여러분들이 서로에 대해서 잘 알고 계시면은 충분히 맞출 수 있는 게임입니다. 자신 있으신가요?
네. 자신 있으면 교관해줘 교관.
교관? 젠지 발로란트 팀 자신 있습니까? 자신있습니다! 격투기 대답합니다. 자신 있습니까? 자신있습니다! 라고 합니다.
첫 번째 게임은 밸런스 게임입니다. 제가 각각 한 선수별로 질문을 드릴게요. 다른 선수들이 이 선수가 어떻게 대답을 할지를 맞춰주시면 돼요. 총 6문제잖아요. 그 중에서 4문제 이상 맞히시면 여러분들 승리입니다. 첫 번째 질문 드리겠습니다. 발로란트 경쟁전 중 더 화나는 상황은 연막 안에 있었는데 TS의 총을 맞고 죽은 상황, 혹은 숨어있는 킹 선수 샷건을 맞고 한 방에 죽은 상황.
계시는데?
사건은 그럴 수 있거든. 근데 연막처럼 그럴 수 없죠.
맞아.
그럴 수 없어.
연막차 개빡쳐 그냥 아무것도 안 하고 있는데 죽은 거 아니에요?
근데 여러분들이 지금 놓치신 게 있어요. 상대가 중요한 걸 수도 있어요. 킹 선수한테 죽었냐, TS 선수한테 죽었냐가 중요할 수도 있어요.
약간 유도 약간 질문인 것 같고.
살짝 첫 번째 맞지. 지금 살짝 그거다. DRX에서 보낸 장애이다. 팀 내분을 일으키려고 보냈다.
난 솔직히 샷건이야.
샷건? 형은?
형만 딱 고르면 돼.
지금
2대2야?
아. 형 어제 그거 생각해봐. 조하다가 내 대가리 먹고 죽었지 연막샷으로. 그게 형이라 생각해봐.
나 그러면 나 진짜 연막샷.
맞지 연막샷. 그런
그것 때문에 졌어.
그거였어.
그것 때문에 한 라운드
그렇게
졌어.
됐어?
그것 때문에 한 라운드 졌어. 한 라운드.
하나, 둘, 셋.
그래서 연막샷.
실반 선수 하나, 둘, 셋.
저는 키형. 나는 연막살을 잘 안 당해봐가지고 경쟁전. 뒤에서 페이팅 하니까 안 당해봤지. 네가 앞에 가다가 받아봤어. 아니야 나는 페이팅 잘 안 해. 와.
킹 선수를 적은 이유가 뭔가요?
그냥 샷건 맞으면 그냥 석이 나간다? 석이 나가가지고 이게 더 화날 것 같아요. 여러분. 그리고 승건이 형의 샷건이면 더 화날 것 같아요.
아니.
다음 질문 드립니다. 발로란트 스킬 중 가장 OP 스킬은 레이나 여제, 세이지 부활.
진짜
이거 정해져 있잖아.
너무 쉬워. 무조건 부활이지.
그냥 저거. 세이지 저거.
세이지 저거.
하나, 둘, 셋.
빰빰빰빰빰.
TS 선수 하나, 둘, 셋.
무조건 세이지. 역시.
와 미쳤다.
역시. 아니 여제는 켜도 1대1을 이겨야 돼. 근데 세이지가 있다? 1대1 한 번 줘도 돼 상대랑.
알겠습니다. 질문 드릴게요. 세 번째 질문입니다. 다음 중 더 무서운 상황은 갑자기 잘해주는 실반 선수. 두 번째, 할 말이 있다고 따로 부르시는 감독님.
이거 좋다. 나는 감독.
나도 감독님이긴 해.
나도 감독이지.
너도 감독님이긴 하지. 선수 있지.
근데 영섭이가 좀 극단적으로 잘해주면은. 왜? 갑자기 엄청 잘해주면은 좀 무서울 것 같기도 한데.
아니 왜 꺾어 자꾸.
미안해. 일단 이렇게 얘기하고 나 감독님이라 생각해.
너 감독님으로 적을게.
하나, 둘, 셋.
감독님.
왜 감독님이라 생각하셨죠?
일단 갑자기 할 말 있다고 부르면은 그러니까 따로 부르면은 압박감을 좀 느끼지 않나. 네.
킹 선수 하나, 둘, 셋.
아니 뭐야?
너무 예능한다 지금.
뭔 예능이야?
진짜 실반이야.
왜 실반 선수로 적으셨죠?
갑자기 잘해주면은. 근데 뭔가 운명이 들 것 같아요. 뭔가 잘해주고 나 왜 이러지? 그러니까 나랑 같은 생각했다니까. 내일 가는 애처럼 갑자기 이렇게 해주면 왜 이러지?
그런 것도 있고 나중에 뒤에서 뭐 할 수도 있고.
그러니까 뭐 이러지? 근데 무서운 느낌?
실반 선수 어떻게 생각하세요?
좀 놀랍긴 한데. 그러니까 지금이 딱 적당해요 그냥. 내가 봤을 때 일단 마음이 안 맞았다는 거에서 이 두 명이 다음 차례 가야 됩니다. 내가 봤을 때 지금.
다음 질문 이제 갓데드 선수에게 질문 드리겠습니다.
잠깐만요. 기다려봐요.
me the champion. Welcome to my kingdom. Survival is my instinct. Caught up in the system. You better listen. Call me the champion. Champion. Call me the champion. Call me the champion. It's been a long, hard road. Okay, I took a couple blows, but I'm still standing on my toes. It's been an uphill struggle, but my spirit never buckled. Now I'm back and I'ma reap just what I sowed. It's been a long, hard road. Okay, I took a couple blows, but I'm still standing on my toes. It's been an uphill struggle, but my spirit never buckled. Now I'm back and I'ma reap just what I sowed. Call me the champion. Welcome to my kingdom. Predators been stalking, but survival is my instinct. And certain men get pounced on, caught up in the system. But I'ma tell my own truth, yeah. I'ma make them listen. You better listen. Call me the champion.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you guys took care of whatever you needed to for the day during that break, because we have another banger in line. It's going to be T1 going up against Gen G in the second match of the playoffs here at VCT Pacific 2023. Let's dive right into it. Let's take a look at the starting 5 seat, especially on the side of T1, who's going to come out, of course, on the side of Gen G as well. Actually, both of them kind of swapping back and forth, and T1 continuing to stick with Ban in the starting 5.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense with the way he's been playing. I mean, it is a literal upward trajectory. Like, it's almost as T1's fortunes have gone, a big part of it has been on the continued improvement of Ban, the continued improvement of this roster in general, but he has been a really pleasant surprise. He started out really poorly at the beginning of this year, you know, and then I personally thought Intro might be the better substitute for him in a lot of different scenarios, and then, you know, the Jet on Fracture was really shaky off the rip, but now he has been just absolutely lights out for the last couple weeks.
Yeah, not surprised by this either. I think that T1, you know, this is the roster that's working. Ban individually is playing great, so that's what they're going to go with for playoffs for now. And yeah, I mean, there's a lot to say about this team. We talked about it at the top of the show as well. Saya players having a insane end of the season. We'll have to see if he can keep it up alongside of his teammates. Everybody really doing their job, and T1 have really come together as a team, as a whole. Definitely one of the stronger teams here in playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, something that I think some of us are surprised happened so quickly. I think a lot of people agree that the potential was clearly there on paper, that the individuals have proven themselves before, but how quickly was it going to happen? You know, some people thought, okay, well, maybe they make playoffs and then they'll have a decent shot and then they'll grow into a team, you know, at LCQ or maybe next year. And they said, no, we're trying to get to Masters Tokyo right now.
Yeah, and I really thought coming into this season that they had the potential. They had the pieces there. If Saya player could be that Saya player we saw in the guard, and we have been seeing that lately. If, you know, Munchkin can continue to be that strong support with that Sentinel role. If Carpe could get himself together as a new player to professional Valorant, and he certainly has. A lot of that is great, and then even with the bigger picture ideas with their kind of their Gecko composition on Bind was brilliant. The way that they set that up, the way that they cut the map together was stuff that, you know, I was talking about early on in the season, where I was like, you can use Gecko with Harbor and Viper because of the way I call it pizza slices. You're cutting the map into pizza slices, and you can use that Gecko ability to really punish those areas and clear those areas. So the way that they set themselves up, the way that they've done that is brilliant. So it's not just individual play, it's the strategic minds behind all of it as well coming together for them.
Yeah, exactly. The fact that they're able to look at both the bigger picture and the smaller picture, the micro mechanics as well, within the short span of time, absolutely impressive. Now, on the other side of this matchup, it's going to be Gen G, and a bit of an opposite story here for Gen G, a team that right off the bat, even at lock-in, we all thought, okay, this team is looking so promising. They could easily be top 2, top 3 here in VCT Pacific. And then towards the later weeks of the round robin, they started to really fall apart.
Yeah, and it's hard to really pinpoint what went wrong. I mean, we've seen Eco in the lineup, we've seen Sylvan in the lineup. Doesn't seem to be individually a issue, right? It's, you know, these guys as a team, they looked strong. I think, you know, bringing some of that momentum over from Locken, as you were mentioning. But as the weeks came along, teams began to figure them out. They did not develop as quickly as some of the other teams, and very rapidly they have fallen off a cliff. Some of the players that have really performed individually, like Meteor, like GodDead at the beginning of the season, began to not have quite as big performances, and then I don't know. It's kind of interesting. And as a team, as we know, to get into playoffs in the first place, they needed to have, you know, PRX to defeat RRQ. It wasn't even based on their own, you know, win at the end of the season at least to make it in.
The stars needed to align for them to get here, and yes, certainly, like, it means a lot to them. You know, GodDead was streaming the match, and, you know, he had a very hilarious reaction after they won, you know, a very emotional reaction. Today on Twitter, just about 30 minutes ago, Meteor was tweeted in 3 different languages,
Yep.
I want to win. I want to win.
Yeah, both in Korean, Japanese, and English, right, for
Exactly.
the broader fan base that he has gathered throughout his career.
Yeah, and I really think they can. I mean, I know this team's capable of it. I just don't know fully what happened without being able to really sit in those rooms and talk with them for a lengthy basis to understand the mentality, kind of what has changed. You know, is it TS's shot calling? Is it the coaching? Is it just confidence? Is it the play? You know, is it the synergy between the different players with Sylvan coming in? I don't know exactly what it is, but it is shocking. It is the biggest fall of a team I think I've ever seen in Valorant.
Yeah, well, hopefully, obviously, they've been given the second chance, even Forsaken from Paper Rex in that winner interview in their last match was like, well, you've been given a second chance thanks to us to prove yourselves now, or something along those lines. Let's see if they came prepared with that mindset. We had a quick chat with both of these teams. Let's hear from the players themselves between T1 and Gen G.
T1은 뭔가 몇몇 선수 빼고는 개인 기량도 부족하고 게임 읽는 능력도 부족하다고 생각해가지고
Gen G is like similar to DRX. Also, their playstyle is I think a mix between DRX and then Talon.
T1을 만만해 보고 있진 않아서 솔직히 말하면 제가 견제되는 거는 제타님이고 머리가 워낙 좋은 분이라 들어서 근데 제가 머리가 나쁘거든요. Do you want to say the Gen G right now?
Gen G fighting. 들으면 안 되니까. 그게 제일 재밌는 거야. Sometimes they are hard to expect, but sometimes they play really structured.
게임을 읽지 못하는 선수가 좀 더 잘해주면 좀 더 재밌는 게임을 할 수 있지 않을까.
the ending ceremony. There's a lot of humorous parts about this. First of all, TS is very good about keeping up with the trash talk no matter what. And then, yeah, the ending, both of them kind of not entirely confident in their fighting abilities off the game, but obviously they got to bring their A game here in this matchup. Now, of course, every team has played each other here in VCT Pacific during the regular season, so let's take a look at how it ended up last time, because here's the thing. I know a lot of people are wondering, you know, why is everyone voting T1? Gen G absolutely just blasted them during the round robin.
There is probably, you know, those 2 guys on Twitter that are telling us that we're wrong and that Gen G's going to take it. They probably took a look at the head-to-head record and they're like, well, Gen G's obviously the big favorite in this matchup, guys. What are they talking about? Well, this was a very long time ago. This was when Gen G was really good.
Yes.
And they still had the momentum going. T1 hadn't found themselves yet. Munchkin wasn't playing really well as he is now. We didn't have Saya player popping off quite as hard. He had some like decent op shots, but that's about it. And of course, we didn't even know if Ban or Intro was going to be starting. It was a team that it felt relatively new to the stage, even though obviously individually they're not at all. So totally different situation.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think, you know, you'd look at this and you'd be like, oh, well, geez, Gen G was way better. But the teams have like changed in their structure and their organization and everything. And I don't know, man. Like, I don't know what happened with Gen G after that DRX loss. I don't fully understand why that broke them. I mean, I understand why they would be angry if they lost it. It was a close series. It was a 2-1. Of course you want to beat them. A lot of those players don't beat DRX very much.
And it was possible. It looked very possible.
Exactly. And I thought they could do it, but like, I get it was frustrating, but I don't understand why that was the one that really just tilted them into orbit. Like, they are a really good team. Like, you should understand that most teams are going to lose to DRX in this league. Most people expect that. Like, that's kind of the known result, but they still since then just haven't been able to put it together. I had my hopes that this team was going to Tokyo, and now I think they're lucky to be here, of course.
Yeah,
Maybe it was a little bit of like a snowball effect, right? It was first that loss to DRX, and then they lost the 2-0 to Global Esports, and then maybe after that they kind of like fell off a cliff. And one loss turned into 2, which turned into 5 in a row all of a sudden. And it was really rough for them to handle.
Yeah, that's something that a lot of people have questioned as well, is that maybe it wasn't necessarily just the DRX loss, right? I mean, because obviously we cannot know exactly what it was. It's just the timing happened to be ever since that DRX loss. But again, when they face off against each other, I mean, the stats, it's kind of interesting because we don't really see stats tell the whole story very often in a single match. But for T1, it clearly shows that they were not working that well together as a team. I mean, you look at that first kill to round win conversion, they were not able to close out even half of the rounds where they were able to get the first kill, let alone how many times did they get the first kill. I mean, there's so many other things to consider here where T1 clearly just were not complete as a team of 5 or 6 just yet in the beginning half of the regular season.
Yeah, and I think that's what this comes down to, right? Current form is always something we talk about when it comes to teams matching up on any day, right? You can have a very historical, amazing past, but if DRX all of a sudden lost like 6 matches in a row, we'd be like, well, it's not the same team, obviously, and that's exactly what happened to Gen G. They were supposed to be second. We even had Buzz over there on Weekly Recap. He's like, well, Gen G used to be our rivals. Right. Now they're not, because they're not they're not Gen G anymore. So, again, I'm not rooting against them. All of us have been hoping that Gen G can make it to a similar level because we want to have this team be competitive again and make these matches interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, we actually mentioned both the key players that we want to highlight in a comparison today already. We talked about Saya player, how well he's been performing, how well he's really lived back up to his name. And then, of course, Meteor, how desperate he is. And if you're a fan of either of these players, you know how much it means to them to be able to get these wins on the board.
Yeah, and you can see here, this is the last 5 weeks, the tale of 2 Korean teams. With Saya player playing out of his mind, you can see his stats are through the roof. And on the other side of the hand, Meteors are pretty so. Sometimes they're okay, 241, 221, ACS isn't horrible, but that's not what you need from a player of Meteor's caliber, a superstar duelist who you bring into this team to be the guy. Meteor needs to be the guy. He needs to be destroying today if Gen G is going to have any hope. And there had been good setups, especially between him and GodDead. When GodDead first came in, the way he was setting up Meteor with the KO utility, I was like, this is a match made in heaven. These two are meant for each other. But since then, there isn't nearly that same level of coordination. And again, that to me signals that it's a mental thing. It's some kind of teamwork behind the scenes thing, not necessarily an in-game thing, but something else going on outside of the game that we can't, again, like you said, we can't comprehend exactly what it is.
Sure, yeah. We will never know unless they come out and say it at some point in a documentary or an interview or something like that.
It's pretty funny you mentioned the guy factor, because they recently did a little skit about that over at MSI, actually.
Oh.
So in terms of that guy factor, we definitely know which one of these two is currently that guy. So yes. I kind of, it feels very obvious for us here on this desk. We're going to take a look at some of the highlights. Saya player has been, he's been maybe the best player we've had in Super Week, right? Which is incredible to say amongst all the other amazing players we have seen. The guys over at PaperX just absolutely dunking on people. Obviously, the players that are on DRX, like Mako. But I don't know. I feel like Saya player was like my MVP of Super Week, which is just insane.
Yeah, to me, it's like, did the cream of the crop rise at the end of the season here? Is this fool's gold here for T1? Like, is Saya player? I think Saya player. I think by now we shouldn't be doubting him too much. He does have downs every once in a while, but for the most part, he's on the up. Like with the guard here with T1, when he's in a real team, in a real structure, when he's given some time to kind of adapt and grow with his teammates, there is clearly potential through the roof for him.
Yeah, absolutely. And, we used to say the same about Meteor, but currently he is in that dip right now. So can he get himself back up in time for playoffs, try to get to the top 3, maybe even lift up the trophy here in Pacific and then go to Masters Tokyo? That remains to be seen. Let's take a look at the predictions from the global broadcast here for VCT Pacific. Oh, look, there is nothing to discuss. But, okay, all jokes aside.
Anti-jinx spray, maybe?
Yep. Twitter's already getting that out, the anti-jinx spray. But I think you guys covered it pretty well, is that, yes, in the beginning, this might have been split half and half, maybe even in favor of Gen G. But just the recent form of T1 looks a lot cleaner.
Yeah, I mean, if you go back and look at the predictions, I'm sure Gen.G probably got the majority of them in that matchup, and they did win that one. But times have changed, and we'll have to wait and see. I like what you said about Meteor. You know, we saw his highlights, right? I mean, he has the potential. If they reach their potential tonight, Gen.G can challenge this team. They just need it today against T1.
All right, well, it is, I mean, they're not quite eliminated if they lose, but it is pretty much do or die time for Gen.G because they've been given this precious second chance. Meanwhile, T1, they are hungry to prove that they can rise up to be that rival to DRX or Paper Rex, get to Masters Tokyo. Ladies and gentlemen, this is each team's opening match here in the playoffs. It is going to be T1 going up against Gen.G.
Make waves. We'll make waves. We will make waves. We will make waves. We will make waves. We will make waves.
As fate would have it, the Korean team rivalry between T1 and Gen.G continues. This time here in VCT Pacific 2023 playoffs. This T1 going up against Gen.G, and first up on stage, it is T1 currently on a meteoric rise here in Pacific.
Ooh, using Meteor for the enemy team.
Oh, I know what I did.
Yeah, these guys look really relaxed. Everybody's laughing, having a good time. No sign of nerves in their last bunch of games. Very confident. And to be honest, I don't think this is a team that will get overconfident. I think they know what they have. They respect Gen.G. And I'm expecting a lot of them from tonight.
Yeah, I totally agree. I don't think they're taking Gen.G lightly at all. I mean, you shouldn't take any of these teams that are in the playoffs lightly. Anybody can beat anybody. We know that. We've seen it throughout this season, that there is not a team that doesn't have some kind of weakness to be taken advantage of. So I think here for Gen.G, this is pretty interesting with Eco starting out. It highly makes me think we're going to Fracture. And I think that is kind of an interesting choice because that's a map that T1 is starting to get really good at. The band's starting to get really comfortable on that jet. So if that is going to be the map, I'm not sure. I am definitely concerned, but you can see GodDead giving us a little bit of praise here. He's happy to be here. Very happy to be here.
Oh yeah, I mean absolutely. And of course, Eco continuing to kind of be the jokester of this team. Still just trying to make sure that the mood is good and lighthearted here so they can get relaxed. But you can see it on Meteor's face. I mean, that's a player that just never ever wants to lose to anybody. I've mentioned this before, but even at lock-in, I mean, he was so desperate to try to prove himself against Aspas because he was sick of people calling him out that he wasn't going to be as good of a Jet, right? And now he's going up against Saya player who also has that same mentality of I want to be the absolute best duelist in the world. And of course, both teams being led by their head coaches, Autumn on the side of T1, Elma Putty on the side of Gen.G. Of course, for Gen.G, Bile in the booth as well once the game starts. And let's talk about the coaching a little bit. Autumn, I mean, a lot of us had questions on what exactly is the impact that Autumn can bring to this team. Towards the later half, as they've continued to improve, he has played a huge role.
I agree. I think he's done a really good job of getting these guys working together, getting Carpe, which is, you got to give him credit at least for this. Like maybe throw some of the buying strategic things I was talking about earlier out the window. The fact that he's got Carpe playing the way he is right now, a very solid initiator, a very serviceable player for a player who's brand new to Valorant within the last year, you got to give him a ton of credit and respect for that.
Yeah, I mean, any team that is able to turn it around to immediately have to give everybody credit, right? All the players, the coaching staff as well, everybody plays a part, and clearly they've got something good going on over there at T1. and just excited to see what they can continue with that. Meanwhile, a lot of pressure on the shoulders of the Gen G coaches who are looking to turn their season around. At a, they're given a chance here. They get into playoffs. It's not going to be easy, but you get a chance, and yeah, I'm just curious to wonder what's going through their heads as they try to get their players ready.
All right, map bans and picks will be going through. Of course, this is where the coaching staff can already flex a little bit of their own prep and their confidence. We're going to see Split and Pearl banned out, and all right, it's going to be Fracture picked up by T1, but therefore that makes sense. Eco playing on the side of Gen G here for map 1.
Love this pick from T1. I think it's a map they're very, very strong on. Gen G, this has been one of their better maps here on Ascent. It's a tough matchup here for Gen G in a lot of ways because of the deep map pool that T1 has right now. So Gen G, they're 2-1 on Ascent. It's been one of their better maps that's going to be left available. So absolutely, I think the right choice there. I think both teams making good choices.
Yep, and then Lotus. I mean, this is a map, especially on the side of T1. They've consistently floated quite a few times. Of course, we talked about the bind as well. T1 showed the confidence. Now it's forcing a lot of their opponents to have to ban it at least in that second round unless you have your own tricks up your sleeve.
Or your DRX.
Or your DRX, yeah. Well, they had a bit of a change from normality as well.
Yeah, that's true.
As well as return to that double duelist role. But anyway, we'll see if that returns at a later matchup. Currently, we're going to kick things off on Fracture, then on to Ascent, which, mind you, the first time these two teams met, it was on Ascent that Gen G went 13-5 against T1. See if they can make that magic happen in map 2. Taking a look at the team comps here for Fracture. Of course, the double duelist coming out for T1. We talked about it. Ban looking more and more confident on that Jet.
Yeah, man, I'm really excited to see him. He's been popping off on this Jet. The first outing, with that Jet, I was like, ooh, this ain't it. Like, there were some shaky moments. He made some plays, he made some whips, but now he's got that confidence back. He's got it flowing. He's been doing a really good job of kind of finding some tricky angles, finding some unique spots that throw teams off guard a little bit. And I do like Carpe here on the brim. I think he plays it very, very well. I'd rather see TS on the brim. I've been calling for it. I want it back. I want TS on the brim. But it hasn't happened, so Gen G back to their kind of what is these days their normal Fracture comp.
Yeah, they're going to have the double smokes with the Viper and the Omen, so they'll go for that instead of the Brim, and just with the Raze there for Meteor. So we'll have to see if today will be his day, or if T1 are just going to run away with it.
Yeah, absolutely. A little bit of Raze battling here going on, and of course, 2 duelists versus 1 duelist. T1 versus Gen G in this best of 3. We're going to kick things off on Fracture. Now onto the stage with Achilles and Quack.
Thank you very much. Yes, it's time now to get into our second playoff match. T1, Gen G, a tale as old as time. Really, at this point, Gen G kind of overtaking KT Rolster as the main rival of T1 as of late. But a big battle all the same. Gen G, can they bounce back? This is their moment to prove that they still have what it takes and that they deserve this playoff spot.
Pretty much like the meme that you tweeted out, right? They have to earn this.
Yes.
RRQ fell so that they could rise up. Can they actually do it against T1? They did it before. I mean, that's the main thing that we are keeping in mind the last time these two played. It was Gen G winning T1 2-0. But
it's Gen G, not ZETA Division, don't worry.
Yeah, but still, I mean, tiny little bugs aside, gotta squash them. But Gen G, I don't know. Fracture, we'll take a zoom into this map. They have a pretty even win percentage. Recent matches, not great, right? They lost to ZETA.
Now here's the question. We keep saying DRX broke Gen G. But as that lower third just said, the last victory that they got was versus T1. So maybe there was some kind of curse unleashed on them after they beat T1.
Maybe
it had nothing to do with DRX.
Oh.
Maybe it was entirely T1. Either way, as you'll notice, we do have the UI back, so thank you to our admins for getting that fixed. Is ban. Again, here on the Jet, pushing forward, does manage to find one, skirts away with 12 HP. Managed to make that exit nice and easy as Munchkin on the opposite side, finding a kill of his own with the Sheriff. Meteor will be able to push forward, takes him down. Fan now out of the fight, and Munchkin swarmed. We find ourselves now in a 3v3 as T1 get in a position to try to go for this retake. It's an all 3-man approach through B main.
Right there. We've got quite a bit of utility on our hands as well from T1. I'm not so sure, Ban and Munchkin going for 2 Sheriffs, but that is what they did. So I think Meteor might have picked up 1. He's got a blast pack in hand, repositioning himself. It's going to be a little bit tougher for T1 to make their way through because they don't quite have the cover. Carpe will help out.
Smoke does come down. Meteor doesn't want to try to push in front of this. Yes, he does. He will be able to find one. Takes a blast pack out. Trying to get the safety. Saya player finding one before falling to God Dead. That's going to leave ZETA now. The 1v2. Paint Shells goes his way. He's got to jump off the spike. And the shot through the box. Meteor gets him. And that is going to be Gen G finding the first round. The pistol is theirs.
The start that we're looking for. I mean, we were talking about it. Clinton was talking about it. This is that condition set for Gen G. And, you know, players like Meteor need to step up. And at the same time, talking about that champion mentality. You want to be the best duelist in the world, you have to prove it. And Meteor is starting things off with a bang. You know, 3 frags, the final headshot wall bang with the Sheriff that he just picked up from his counterparts. That's something that we need more of. Meanwhile, for T1, what happened to that coordination? They're going to buy up on a couple of Marshals now. Well, Gen G, the upgraded weapons are aggressing in towards Dish. It's a simple push. It's effective. It's good.
Yeah, Van trying to catch King here. Puts a little bit of damage down on him, and Munchkin as well. Very much going to suffer the same fate. They can't even quite get some damage down to force him to buy some new armor going into the next one. That does leave Side player all on his lonesome with a Marshal in hand. This is his standard buy, so I think Gen G very well aware, as no matter what, Sai is going into that next round with a Marshal at least. We'll start working his way over, but footsteps may have just been heard there by Eco. Paint Shelter ready. Scope in a little bit delayed. Swing out on the opposite side, and he can't quite line up the headshot, so will be a flawless follow-up here in the anti-Eco from Gen G.
Sort of aim punched a little bit, but still, this is such a decisive push from Gen G. Something that we want to see more of, right? Just blast packing onto Dish that way, covered by the fault line. They ensure those 2 frags. It's a great start, and hopefully Gen G gets to keep up with this momentum. Meanwhile, for T1, I mean, again, they're kind of being read. This was their map pick. Surely they have some tricks up their sleeves. Fracture is one of the maps most played by Gen G. I mean, second to that, the first one would be Ascent, and that is our next map as well.
True. Van looking to push the pace. Dashing down in towards tree, some shots flying. How do you feel about it? Round 3, showstopper, but Side player is having none of it. Catches him in the head midair, shuts it down, gets rid of that early ult. Wow. Van able to drag across, spotting Eco before the smoke comes down from the sky. Spike on the floor, TS finds one, brings us back into a fairly winnable position, given that ZETA is at 10 HP. Swing around the back though, Munchkin able to come up with that elimination. That leaves King now on his lonesome, looking to play with the Sheriff since he knows he's going to be at range, but Munchkin still gets the Vandal headshot, so that will be the bonus going the way of T1.
Just needing to see that replay from Saya player as well.
Yeah.
I mean,
great shutdown.
That's how you want to play it, right? Reading your opponents perhaps, with just reacting right on cue, shooting him out of the air. 1 to 2, T1 slowly starting to recover.
Okay.
Okay. He had the high ground.
He did. Meteor was going down on the dip. Does suffer his first death. That's going to put him at 5-1, I do believe. All right, it's a good stabilization here from the side of T1, losing out on 2 weapons. Still not ideal, but definitely not catastrophic. But this is still where Gen G could look to turn things around by taking this 4th round for themselves. But Munchkin, early start, and now one of your smokes players gone. Eco trying to hold the line, but Carpe snaps in. Finds him. God Dead now spotted. Dead. King does strike from the sewer. Carpe clearly getting a little bit frazzled as far as where that shot came from. And as the Jiggle Peak comes in, ZETA somehow draws down to tie it up 2-2.
Impressive aerial acrobatics. This guy just goes for that jump peak and still able to swap weapons. He lands the final shot, now breaking Gen G's economy. What happened? You know, we were talking about it the first 2 pistol round and the subsequent round. Gen G were pretty decisive, right? They went for kind of, set plays just to take map control. This time, a little bit slowed down, and T1 exploited that. They pushed out, and they got them all.
Munchkin now just 2 away from the lockdown, currently at the top of the standings. Blazing trails here for his squad. See if he can get that online. For now, is over by Dish. We can see no Gen G players hovering on the north side of the map. And Meteor does get an instant headshot across onto ZETA, so it's going to put the IGL out of the round. In the meantime, the rest of the team do start, or continue rather, inching forward here into a main, where the Elijah, the KJ setup is going to be ready to greet them.
Right around the corner. T1 on the other hand, Munchkin with this setup confirms the information.
It's just far enough around the back there. Munchkin not going to get tagged. Paint shells. Thinking about which piece of util he wants to use.
Okay. Carpe does block it off.
Null command as well, not going to be, rather, the 0 point, not going to be hitting Munchkin. So Nano gets used, alarm bot still set, paint shells going deep, but he's already got himself down onto the side properly.
Okay. I mean, Gen.G, you know, with these slow approaches, what they're really doing is to bait out that utility, bait out the information. But now,
oh man, take it down. That could be a weapon recovered now.
30 seconds left.
No one in position to try to cover for that. 3 members left. Carpe does manage to find one, spots another, gets King, Goddead taken out. Carpe, a triple for him. I believe he might have heard the weapon pick up there. Last pack forward, Saya player going to be able to take one. Carpe will get the 4th as Munchkin falls. 2 members left standing. T1 take the lead.
Carpe is sharp today. Playing those
like
3
the ace.
shots still, yes. Having that ultimates available to them now, T1 stands a chance at finding that momentum, that lead.
Bit of an ill-advised re-swing there from the side of ZETA. Spotting Meteor, but still going back in to set up for that headshot. Either way, though, Carpe, huge anchor on the site. Now, 2 very large ultimates available for the side of T1. See if they're necessary here in the round.
Still a little bit interested.
Oh, guess TP's into spawn. Do they read this?
Really, they must be aware, seeing the dark cover. Pinched in position, but still, Gen.G make their way onto the site. Munchkin.
Right there.
Spike planted.
Okay, orbital strike does come down. Goddead killed as he tries to exit out of it. Shorty at the ready. Showstopper around the corner. Does go over towards the corpse of King. ZETA finds 2, but Eco answers back. Rolling Thunder now cuts across, stunning him up here in A main. ZETA hearing this, wants to go for the push. The headshot needs a hit. No! ZETA low enough. Eco able to find the kill, and now he's got a Rolling Thunder of his own. A 1v1 versus Saya.
Oh,
He's
that's
got
not
no
good.
idea where he is. The fault line getting ready to push. He manages to pivot, actually. Does get the stun across onto the raise. Time dwindling. Saya looking to go for the push, but Eco will steady it, finds the shot, holds on to the ult, and keeps Gen.G neck and neck.
EKO. I mean, that's just one way to play with it, right? It's smart positioning, smart usage of utility, and like you mentioned, Achilleos, pivoting away and saving that ultimate as well. T1 tried to go with the coordinate to execute, but Gen.G, because of Eco's sharp shooting still, I mean, let's face it, right? Despite being concussed, despite being hit by the Rolling Thunder, he was able to recover. And that's the stability that we're looking for. Now Gen.G has 3 ultimates to play with.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. While, you know, he does hold on to that Rolling Thunder, it's 3 expended from the side of T1. Orbital Strike, the Rolling Thunder, as well as the Showstopper, all used to try to win out that round, and they fall shy of the mark.
Oh, God.
Look forward, though. Saya player just taking a nice cheeky blast pack out. Nothing more that Eco could do there. King now gone. Ban, however, lurking forward, trying to get arcade control, but completely disregards the underpass, and TS makes quick work of him.
Well, interestingly enough, Munchkin up by tower with a judge.
Turns away from the flash and will be able to find one. Do they continue to push into him? The answer is yes. Goddead going on the chase, and we'll just eat a couple ticks of that aftershock as the lockdown gets used outside of tower.
Rolling Thunder spent as well. Eco still holding on to his. Not needed.
It's a quick adjustment to try to win that one out, but Munchkin cannot find the kill with 2 players left standing. Gen.G will once again take the lead for themselves.
Excuse me, yeah. That was spent by Eco. The way that they just fought back straight into T1, trying to discourage them from their current positions. I think the way that T1 are playing this, the early round aggression is something that Gen.G are starting to adapt to, and that's why, especially around the B side, this one area up by the tunnel is something that, you know, players like TS are looking to exploit.
I mean, crucially, it's, you know, a 4v5 conversion there. Lose King off the rip. Now gone. Once again, looking to push the tempo, but the same is happening over on the opposite side of the map here as Gen.G starts storming their way into A main. Knife is not going to find anything, and Munchkin's just hightailing it away. Wants to check that north side, make sure that he's going to be clear, and now can focus back over, but nanoswarms are burnt. If not destroyed, bam, instant headshot, takes out TS. A huge step in the right direction to try to pull off a Thrifty as, the shots come in. Third one's the charm. Munchkin finds Meteor. suddenly, even with this pit, T1, they bring this into somewhat of a winnable position with Eco down to 20 HP.
In this spot now, you have to figure out where your opponents could be positioned.
Right here on the edge of smoke. Yeah, Ban will get found. King takes him out. Leaves just ZETA. The weapon recovered to try to find some damage. At this point, round no longer really winnable. Just looking to see if you could take some more guns out of the enemy's hands here.
It's reading it right.
Last second push, and okay, we'll be able to get one more. 3 on the floor. Gen.G moving up now to 5, and that's going to draw out a timeout. Autumn not liking what he's seeing, wants to pump the brakes.
Now I'm starting to wonder, Achilles, you might be onto something. Could this be Gen.G's return to form, right? With the way that they're playing so far, even on this one, just a decisive hit back towards the A site. Viper's Pit set up, they had everything going right for them. And it's just that much more of a tough situation for T1 to retake from. The Viper's Pit and Goddead's sharp accuracy from the site itself. T1, despite Ban getting that heads-up duel with the Blades, not quite able to find any more space. So the timeout from Autumn. I mean, how do you work around this? So far, the aggressive hits not quite working out too well. It just signals to Gen.G that, all right, the other side is less reinforced. We can rush and take this. Meanwhile, if you play too passive, you know, you are going with that double duelist setup.
Sure. Lends itself to want to push the aggression, but not everybody at the end of the day can be Paper X.
Especially on a map like Fracture, too.
But it has widely been working a treat for the side of T1 when it does come through. Ban, you know, Paper Thin was talking about it quite a bit. You can see just a standard or a very steady upward trajectory in his Jet performances, map over map for every single time that they played Fracture, but it's definitely off to a rockier start compared to some of the past performances. See if he's going to be able to level that one up, especially once they do pivot eventually over towards the attack side.
He does have the operator now. Watching towards bench. Here comes the hit up from Tree.
Full blind across. Won't be able to cut Meteor's entry in half. Swing out from Munchkin. Good for one. Looks for a second. Can't quite get it done. Just puts a little bit of damage down onto King this time. Very much taking note of that underpass, but is he ready for the push? The answer is yes. Finds one. And into the smoke he goes, but the shorty shot's not going to be able to come across. TS finds him. Leaves just he and Eco now left alive to try to defend the site versus 3. TP up on top of Gen. Does he read this at all?
I mean, there's noise. T1 kind of anticipating it.
Drops down, and that's not the weapon you want for that.
Too far.
Maybe expecting somebody a little bit closer. Not to be found, as Carpe will be able to go ahead and get the last 2 frags. They'll hand that defuse over to him. Getting another orbital strike online. T1, the timeout, seemingly working for them. Operators recovered, and now they bring it back to within 1.
You kind of like it. It's simple, it's effective, it's just a classic hold. Aided by Ban's operator. Thankfully, at least for this round, nobody was pushing up by Arcade. If it so happened to be a B-site split, Ban might have been deleted. But at the same time, playing up by Tower, Gen.G not quite able to reposition. T1 just shuts it down completely. Gen.G now need to be the ones to look back at their strategies. Going back to a bit of default hold. Up by Dish, the alarm bot could reveal their position.
Now it's just going to be the orb grab. This is Eco's. So Rolling Thunder will be online. They're just going to look to orbital them out of here. And it's not going to find much damage. 94 HP remaining there for Meteor, the only one really getting tagged by it. So really aggressive play from Carpe, but while not reinforced by anything like a fault line to catch them, can't keep them locked into the beam. Now, Rolling Thunder goes across. Not going to catch anybody on the site, but Munchkin now in a bad position. They go ahead, they paranoia him out back over here in A main. Push coming through, tries to win the fight. King able to flush him out. Pop flash into the face of Carpe, but he's just going to hold down House 1. Does come up with a kill as the plant comes in.
Spike planted.
Corner plant. Man looking to open the door, sends out the cloud burst.
Right there.
Not going to be spotting too much of anything here. ZETA reading it's going to be a deeper lurk. Sends a fault line over towards TS, and it works a treat. They manage to flush King out. Carpe off screen, now finds Meteor. Saya gets Eco. And suddenly, it's just the IGL, the captain, Gen G, to try to keep them in this round. But versus 4, I don't think there's really much of anything that he can do. Spots 1. The kill there. Carpe down to a sliver, but Ban will swing out. Finds the kill. The defuse will come in. And that is going to be T1 tying it back up now 5-5.
Simple trades. And the gunfights favor T1 in this instance. Looking at the retake, the way that they just pushed out of defender spawn, Gen G not quite able to hold it. At the same time, Carpe staying alive. I mean, definitely a little bit questionable about the orbital strike usage, but perhaps spending it meant that, you know, Gen G could have gone in for an open site take, and that's exactly what they did. They spent their ultimates at the same time, leaving them a little bit more vulnerable for T1 just to take them down. 5-5. And here we got Bile timeout.
Yeah, it felt like maybe a little bit slow in the comms as far as what they wanted to do there. Because again, if you have that fault line that cuts across and you stun a couple people, the orbital locks them in. Maybe you find a kill, if not, a significant amount of damage dealt to the opponents. But it was just not really fully there between the two. So I can understand what they're going for. It does look a bit silly at the end, as somebody's a Meteor fan.
Yeah, without a doubt, your entire sign is covered.
But he is, I want to see you in Tokyo.
He is one of those players that really wants to go to Tokyo too.
Oh yeah, I mean, spent last year playing in Japan. Be nice to go back.
Gen G.
Double Marshall now. As Meteor, I mean, he started off hot. You think back, third round coming in, was 5-0, had that showstopper. It's only been a gain of 1 kill so far, but plus 8 deaths in the meantime. Can he get back into that groove? Goddead is the one to typically assist him in doing so. As there's the push, and well, he will get the body shot across. Ban, his gun packs a little bit more of a punch.
Very much so.
Oh.
And he's swinging it well. Now getting information up by Tree as well.
Yeah,
not needing Ban. Munchkin holds it on his own.
Goddead will get 1. TS finds Ban. Good kills to be found. Null Command going to be committed to the round. Gen G feeling good about their chances, despite it being even numbers. Does have a Vandal recovered for himself, but Rolling Thunder, the showstopper, all are available. Side player rushing forward. TS seems like he hasn't heard him yet. Now sees him. Sire wants to close the distance. And yep, point blank. TS gives his life over to it. Fault line catches both in tower. It's Eco and Goddead locked in place, and Goddead with the Vandal loses out of the first fight. Now leaving Eco in a 1v3.
Positions.
Cut him off, he pushes in, finds one, but ZETA's got that crossfire. T1, they will be taking the lead. The timeout from Gen G. Not going to be leading to the round win, at least not in the thrifty attempt. We'll see how they fare with the bye coming back through.
I mean, surely that's what the timeout was called for, but at the same time, it's one of those situations where Ban has been showing up with his operator. He has been a thorn in Gen G's sides, and they need to pull that out. Meanwhile, the rest of the way that Gen G hold post plants, they get spikes down, but T1 has been sharp on these retakes. They've been sharp on these protocols and the way that they play off of each other. It's really coordinated. Simple trades, and it's effective.
0 point out.
Slowing things down.
Believe that tagged Carpe. Let's see the overlay confirmation. Looks like he's all right. Pop flash over the top. Rolling Thunder used aggressively, actually, on the opposite side. ZETA making the call to try to rush and get a crunch going in A main. It does force 2 members of Gen G retreating back.
Again, similar thing. Trying to sell this signal to Gen G that, hey, A-side might be more vulnerable now. What they don't know is that Carpe is kind of the only one on B-site, perhaps aided by a side player.
TS is creeping around. We'll get some eyes over towards Arcade, so we'll see if this ends up with yet another pivot, but lockdown.
Whoa.
Up atop of rope just to really force them back and dissuade them from coming over towards A. I mean, that's two very aggressively used defensive ults here.
It is the last round of the first half. I can understand that. But
Sure.
all this does is it just burns down the timer.
But is it going to be burnt enough? Because that's everything that they had aside from basic util. So ult's now gone.
TS as well.
Ult
Okay.
available. Hello. Man taking his time. Does get spotted. Now blades have to be pulled. Instantly gets two. Ban dashing to the side. Gets the fourth and suddenly is on for the ace. TS now on his lonesome spike strand and time is gone. T1.
10 seconds
They will
left.
take the half 7-5. There's not a damn thing TS can do about it.
Well,
he's there. Get the ace. Go, Ben, go. Oh,
Okay.
Carpe. Well,
7-5.
4 consecutive rounds to end the half.
Good sign for T1. Terrible for Gen G. I mean, thinking about that strat, there was an idea in mind. The From the Shadows could have distracted Ban had the rest of the team pushed along with it. But they didn't. The coordination wasn't quite there. I'm not quite sure what it was. They just got the information and only went in after From the Shadows was canceled. Ban instantly reacting over to it, getting that quadruple kill.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about it. His opping has been solid so far on this defending side. You know, maybe it's not going to be complete highlight plays with the operator, but he's typically getting a high impact first kill. He's taking down somebody, which, granted, everybody on the side of Gen G going to be a high value target. You get rid of Meteor, that's the lone duelist, that's their entry now taken out of the equation. You get rid of somebody like King, half of your smoke's now taken away. So any pick that he can get is going to be good, and he has been finding those kills, but he wasn't fragging out of control. He was down near the bottom of the standings, but widely, everybody was doing about, you know, a similar job. And then he does that in the last round of the half. So
he was just getting warmed up.
Yeah. Ban.
That's what Ban does.
Again, talking about this upward trajectory, and right now it's looking like it's going to be continuing. And one of the things to keep in mind, the last time that they played against Gen G, it was 13-5, 13-5, Gen G winning both maps one-sided. Ban got, in total, across those two maps, across 36 rounds played, 9 kills. He has now surpassed that. So he's having a much better outing this time versus Gen G than the first.
And that's what you have to think about, right? Because Ben has now awakened. He's evolved into this duelist, this player who can do things by himself. Meanwhile, we're all talking about Meteor and how much he needs to be set up by God Dead. It's very difficult, it's very conditional if you keep on having to rely on that teamwork, that team play. Sure, it's good in a bigger picture, but you need to be individually sufficient as well. And that's why, you know, you're talking about it. Ben gets so much impact value off those operator picks. Anyone that he deletes is something that will hurt Gen G's teamwork. This team needs to have more individual firepower. And right now, apart from the first few rounds that we had, it's not quite there. It's starting to dwindle. T1 on the attack now with their double duelist composition. Can we see players like TS and King anchor down sides like they've done so before?
The fault line is good. Eco managing to get the stun on pretty much everybody. He's 4 members approaching from Trey now towards B, and Eco's drifting, okay, around towards Jen. Smoke's now coming down, God Dead. He's making his presence known, sends in some straight shots, and actually does get a clip there on Asaya, but ZETA responds in kind, and his is a headshot.
Eco still trying to play around the smokes.
Ban hearing his
hears
rotations.
all those footsteps.
Once he decides to swing, well, the answer's going to be now. Munchkin does get taken down. Pain shells to try to clear. Oh, and he's in a rough spot, but covering fire is there. ZETA gets himself up in the tower. Meteor, however, replying. 3 kills now, needs the ace. Try to get Gen G another pistol round win, but spots Carpe, and Carpe wins it out despite the classic disadvantage. That's going to be T1. Moving it up now, 8-5.
I mean, just even, I don't know, being crouched that way throws Meteor off. He tried, and it was really close to it. But look at how T1 plays. I mean, Ban having that much confidence to go for peaks, trying to tailwind and updraft away from the paint shells, but also being bailed out by his teammates. ZETA instantly comes back to cover for him up by the top of tower. 8-5. Gen G needs to recover. They only have a shorty in God Dead's hands. Meteor with no Marshall. It's a Sheriff.
Not Nade to try to clear back box. No one there to receive it. Saya splits, goes right. Ban goes left. God dead. Somebody help this man.
He's trapped in there.
I mean, they're suspecting that he's got a
Spotted.
shorty, but now he's been spotted. Munchkin making note of it, and he's going to get ready to creep up from behind. Bulldog shot at range. ZETA able to take down Meteor, turns away from the flash. Now they double face back over towards Tree. Capping on the spike. Goddead has gotten himself up here onto the site. Munchkin arrives from behind. Goddead gets 2 for his trouble. ZETA finds 4, suddenly he's on for the ace, but Munchkin will slurp it up. Finds the last kill. T1 will be able to take out the anti-eco round.
Just a little firearm is all you need sometimes, 9-5. A good little bit of economical damage, but because those Bulldogs are bought, T1 still has a chance of turning this round away. And that's what we're all looking on. Can Gen G recover? I mean, those shorty kills from Goddead were good. But at the same time, this is a very different positional setup from Gen G. I mean, in the past, we used to have King up by tower. This time, it's Goddead with the shorty. King now repositioned back towards the B site with his toxic screen, trying to hold off T1, but Rolling Thunder gets sent.
And it's going to find both. Goddead sat here, taking a couple pot shots. Ban trying to clear the way. Friends with the shorty. Okay, good. Okay, the regress from King does find it. It's a 1-for-1, but now Saya finds TS as well. Push out of the smoke. Eco, good for 1, but Carpe guns him down with the frenzy, and now they have access to defender spawn, rather. And they're just going to retreat. They're going to take the A site.
Playing together and smoking it off as well. They spend it, but King!
Okay, great timing. Great judgment. Carpe eliminated. No further smokes to be had now in the round. Alarm bot is set off, but King and Meteor, what can you do?
You have to isolate those duels and find those positions. Where could they be? Surely ZETA now revealed up by side. He repositions towards main. Keeping in mind, Munchkin has a bit of futility on the site itself too, on those spikes.
First Nano Swarm set off. Second one still there. Okay, triggers it. Yeah, just trying to drain the clock here. ZETA should have seen 1 crossing over into the site. He put some damage down to King, putting him at 11 HP, and that should be enough, but Munchkin cannot steady the spray. And with 11 health, King will survive. But as Gen G wins the round, the third here in this half, they lose out on 4 of their weapons.
That's something that's going to be really painful. Look at their economy right now. They can't really buy back in full. So although it was a win, it's not a full recovery. Not yet, Achilles, and you're right. Meanwhile, for T1, I mean, sure, a little bit in the gun plays. They managed to get 1 through the smoke as well from King. T1's positioning and stuff, well, it was good. Execution wasn't quite there, but they still have the lead. Gen G now Meteor with a showstopper, perhaps looking to get a weapon, but lo and behold,
it feels like
T1.
Desert. They might have expected this to some extent. Absolutely no one playing around that north side. They're going to go ahead and look to swarm into the site. TS sat here, but eventually fished out of the smoke. Carpe finding 1. Zico makes his presence known. King trying to poke forward. The molly comes in. Carpe not interested in post plants. He wants to shove them back so they can get the plant down, which does get further interrupted by that aftershock. God, that eliminated the push coming in. Saya good for 1 there on a King. Ban set back towards rope. Looks for a little bit more. But they're both so low.
Just looking for a couple more picks.
Any damage you can do would be very good, but widely, it seems like Gen G just gonna have to stay put and trying to die to the spike.
Is Meteor looking to flank them?
Oh, so. Definitely seems to be the case.
No, we'll just have to die to the spike. T1 has to save exit through A main.
Okay.
All right, covered weapons.
Okay, they do save both.
All right. Still though, score will be 10-6.
Yep, double digits now achieved. As we get ready to go into round 17. Timeout, second one now, gonna be used from the side of Gen G. Vile, putting a lot of stock in being able to turn things around from here, but that is a long way back. 7 rounds that you're looking for without being able to pump the brakes at all.
I mean, recalling from the first half, right? It was that timeout from Bile too. They lost on the initial round because it was a save, but subsequently, slightly okay performance, but not quite the recovery that you're looking for. This has to be different. Gen G now, you know, it's, call it what you will, maybe operating off assumptions. Meteor with that showstopper kind of wasted. It just shows that T1 are a lot more cohesive and they're reading the situation correctly. Meanwhile, Gen G, despite this being one of their most played maps, one of the maps where they have a decent win rate on 50-50, you know? It's not the great performance that you're looking for. It's not the recovery that you're looking for.
Certainly not. Of course, some more proposals in the audience as per usual.
Make a tissue ring out of a ring out tissue paper.
Yeah, that'll go great.
I don't know. I mean, we can have our theatrics and you know, laugh on stream about RQ and getting that spot through the playoffs, but you're here now. Every match, every round matters. You have to make it a win. You have to earn your spot. We're starting things off with a bit of utility, a bit of aim main control. Now pushing out, but guess what? We take the zip line all the way to the other side.
Eagle pushes into the paint shells! What am I witnessing?
I wish Sideshow were here. Anyway, onto it.
Was he stunned?
T1
Was there a
has
fault
sight.
line? I didn't notice. Either way. The God then gets one, Carpe trades it back. A man advantage. Does Gen G need to
Going
retake
up
this
tower.
site?
TS?
TS, I mean, it could be everything, but it's going to be a 1-for-1 at the end. The Meteor will fight Ban to bring it to equal numbers.
T1 has all the information at hand, though.
Last player
King
standing.
winning out on the one, and Munchkin has got the transfer. A 3K for him as T1 will once again deny a round win after a Gen G timeout.
This was off of Miles' timeout. Oh my goodness. And now we're going off to a not so healthy economy once more.
We'll spare Nico the replay, although I am very curious.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll rewind that later, but looking into the future, this is now potentially match point for T1. Gen G scrounging the buys that they have, only a couple of Vandals. Meanwhile, a lot of ultimates on T1's side. Looking to secure match point.
Lockdown going to be used. King spotting Ban. Oh, I believe digs him through the corner of the wall. And Ban is completely getting surrounded at the moment. They've got two people pushing from that north side. He manages to find one. Turns, gets God dead, dashes away, but Meteor will be able to spray through the smoke. But the damage, it feels like it's done. That could be one weapon recovered. Side player now set up here in the tower.
Doesn't even have to peek.
No, he doesn't. Could just let them come to him. TS
enemy
dead.
remaining.
Eco killed simultaneously off screen. As Meteor now gets himself back into spawn. But a 1v4 does have ambiguity. He has the element of surprise to play with. And will turn it into a singular kill, but now with 5 health, no money. Surely he has to just run away.
Munchkin could catch him.
He will, it seems like.
You heard it.
Swing out, yep. Gets him right as he starts running. That's going to be 12-6. Map point now locked in. T1
Match point.
looking to run away after a bit of a surprising beginning to this one. I mean, remember back when it was 5-3, Gen G in the lead in that first half. It's been pretty much all T1 ever since.
I'm speechless. And at the same time, T1, it's so much strength. They only spent that lockdown just to take the site. Everything else, everyone was already set up in post-plant positions. Now they have a very good chance just to fight this even fight and close this map out.
3-3 in ultimates. The pit available for King. When do you pull the trigger on this? You're spotting them. Does he send it now? Paint shells go up. Fight. Saves them off for now. Still not being invested though.
Surely you know the orbital strike is about to go off.
King just looking to hold the line. Ban pushing forward, rushes out onto the side. King finds one. Showstopper now at the ready.
Whoa!
Jumps out. King will be able to get one. God, then gets another. Brings it back into a winnable position, but Carpe gets the elimination right as that paranoia expires.
Munchkin sneaks in.
Spray into the smoke. Oh, and he is playing sneaky. But Eco, a bit faster to react. Finds him. TS will get Carpe. And Gen G will stay alive. Unbelievable.
Staying alive at the hands of King. I mean, that shot, the way he repositions around the site itself, getting Saya player mid-air, is something that they were desperately looking for. And at the same time, he saves up his ultimates for the future round. It's a good win. They need a lot more, but not too terrible. It's a good look for them. More of a chance.
Hey, we saw the run backs that ZETA was able to make to take us into overtime in our first series across both of those maps. Perhaps Gen G at least have that within them.
Back in towards a main.
Here. Go get him.
Munchkin exploring the other half of the map as well. Ban maybe looking for an opening pick. The rest of T1 just holding outside of A main in case of a push.
There it is. Cyan finding one. Eco trying to draw it down. Backs off. Rolling Thunder is at the ready. Paranoia used. And he's thinking about it, and he's going to send it.
Wow.
Nate, however,
Spike
forces him back
there.
across the opposite side, and they cannot counter-aggress off of the ult. It's just used defensively.
A well-timed paint shells from Saya player. Meanwhile, Ban lost his duel up by a tree as well, so T1 only has one path forward.
Side player caught. TS finds one. Makes his exit back over to Sands. Seems like Gen G should be able to keep things moving as TS looks to push out. He and Eco will go ahead and put a halt to the aggression. 12-8, 4 more to go. Gen G. Can they do it?
Looking a little bit better. I mean, they can keep this up. They could take those guns out of T1's hands. And then we'll have more rounds. It all starts with one win. The way that they're actually taking this now, playing discipline, playing safe, getting control of the map and holding on to that control is something that's aiding them on this defensive side. Especially up by A main, especially if they can win those duels out by tree, it blocks T1's paths. Now though, exploring other options. Meteor able to get one, but look at what tree bench has, excuse me. 4 players.
Big opening kill. He looks for a little bit more, but Ban does find Meteor. King unable to trade it back. Just puts a little bit of damage down onto the Jet. 4v4, rolling the orbital. Both available. King still holds the pit.
Still, Gen G doesn't quite have much information. Still going to be an 8-hit.
Shots towards King's side. Both ults going to be invested. Neither finding a catch, but they do clear out tower. Man's able to entry. Spike can now go down, but can they hold the line?
If anything, Gen G could very well aggress off of the spike plant.
Break on the 0 point. Ban finds one. Carpe gets another before he gets taken down. TS and Eco once again. The 2 members left alive.
This could be the round.
See Eco thinking about it, but he's going to be caught with a flash. Taya finds him. Ban looking for the shot, swaps to the shorty, and he's going to be able to win it out. A 3K from Ban to go ahead and get them over the line. 13-8 is the score as T1 will take their map pick of Fracture.
Just narrowly whiffing those shorty kills, especially up by tower. T1 was fully in control. We had an opening pick from Gen G, but again, that 4v5 recovery from T1. Just knowing exactly how to react in kind to everything that Gen G throws at them.
Wow, they went to Korea. Indeed, indeed. A classic reference for a classic matchup between T1 and Gen G, but it is T1 coming out the better here after this first map. Gen G doing well to run it back a bit where it felt like it was very much out of their hands. They put a couple of additional rounds on the board, but it's not enough to instill not much confidence, unfortunately, just given the previous form.
I mean, even in the last few rounds, it's just T1 actually playing out in terms of strategy and playing out in terms of winning some of those one-on-ones. Gen G, whatever it is, not everyone is awakened yet. Meanwhile, for T1, I mean, looking at the kill feed, the scoreboard, Van, Carpe, Side Player, all on top. Especially with Van hitting that quadruple kill.
Yeah, huge turnaround from Van. I mean, not that he was doing poorly, but, you know, again, it was kind of a shared effort. He was treading behind. He was getting some good opening kills for the team. But by the end, he was able to just go ahead and storm away with, you know, top frag, 7 first bloods for himself. The next closest being Saya Player with 4. So it was a monstrous performance from Van, who continues to excel on this jet, on Fracture. And now, if you're Gen G, with Ascent on the horizon as your pick, you're probably anticipating to have to go against Saya Player now on Jet.
That's something you have to look out for, man. I mean, just thinking about it, this might be a classic matchup, you know, Korea versus Korea, surely, but not the classic result. In the past, you were talking about it, right?
Yeah.
13-5, Gen G on top, but this time T1 with that recovery. Gen G still struggling. It's really odd. They looked a little bit better towards the end, but out-stratted by T1.
Yeah, I mean, they need to have out the gate a strong performance as we get ready to go into Ascent. We'll see if they're going to have that. We'll see if this break is enough time for them to collect themselves. But we're going to go to a commercial break. Then we'll have the desk break down the action. You guys know how the flow of the show goes, but we'll see you in a couple minutes. Yes, he does. He's got to jump off the spike. And the shot.
Weapons are aggressing in towards effective. It's good.
Down, gets rid of that early ult. Wow. On Eco, trying to hold the line, but finds him. Goddead now spotted a little bit. Okay. Fractal as far as on the north side. But after that, 3 members left. Carpe does manage to find one, spots another. It's King. Goddead. Side Player going to be able to take one. Carpe towards the corpse of King. Going to go for the push, but Eco shy of the mark. Oh, God. Now Vaughn Fan, however, it's a quick adjustment to try to win a pull off a trip. He is hold the shot. Blind across, but he's ready for the push. The answer is yes, finds one. And into the smoke, able to flush him out. Pop flash into the face of Carpe, but doing so, it's on his own. Goddead. Fan taking his time. Does get spotted. Now blades have to be pulled into the gets 2! Fan dashing to the side. Gets the ball.
Get it off as well. They spend it like King.
Okay. King putting out the one and
All right, that wraps up map 1 on Fracture between T1 and Gen G, and T1 does come out on top this time. Of course, the last time those two met up against each other, Gen G won 13-5 on both maps, but T1 says we are a different team now, and they're able to prove to Gen G that they look stronger.
16 first kills. That is incredible to get for one map, especially one that was this close. I mean, by the end of things, nice little run back by Gen G at the end of the map. But yeah, T1 felt mostly in control of this one. There were, a couple times where Gen G were able to surge back, but definitely the better team, T1, this time around. Felt like a relatively uneventful map that they eventually won. We did have some pop-off moments, though, from some of the players on T1.
Yeah, I was really, really impressed here with Ban again. So he's really kind of shaken off whatever rust or issues he was having at the beginning of this year on this map. Now this is certainly T1's better map. Again, I said it before, and I'm very happy to see it come through, that I love this pick for them. I think they're a much better team right now than Gen G. I don't like the way that Gen G plays this map currently. Meteor's Raise is mediocre. To be honest,
yeah, it looks shaky.
It's shaky. I don't know what else to say. He's really good on Jet sometimes, but he clearly is just not that guy. I mean, and I'm really concerned now for the future of Gen G here. Like, not just winning this particular match, but like LCQ, like question mark, like can they get through like the lower bracket? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we'll see. Maybe maybe they can turn things around even on map 2. But hey, those 16 first kills. Well, it looks like Ban made a lot of them happen. 7 out of the 16 on the side of T1. Ban reaping up the first kills here. Really fulfilling that role as that Jet. And obviously, on most maps he's playing that kind of main controller. But whenever he's given the opportunity, he likes to come back to his main agent Jet. And he's proven himself. And I like the way you put it, Paper Thin, right? Whatever it was, he got used to it. He settled it on his own terms or maybe with the rest of the team. And now he looks comfy and looks like one of the star players here for T1.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. I mean, T1 don't necessarily play this way, but, with the double duelist coming out and them looking this strong with it, and Ban obviously popping off 7 first kills on the Jet, like, you could even consider, trying to pull this out in the future on other maps and try to, like, play a PRX kind of style. They don't have to do that. They do have other strengths. They are very solid and sound strategically, so they can kind of just play the way they are. But, yeah, it's just once again another one of these small advantages that T1 continue to really pile up on that great foundation they have.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, we were kind of following this whole map, and like you said, Valdez, it didn't seem to have too many dramatic moments, right? Rounds kind of played out the way you would expect them to after the initial 20-30 seconds. But there was one round where we kind of got to see both the bigger picture and some of the explosive individual play from T1 as well.
Yeah, this round kind of kicks off here with Gen G trying to respond to some of the early angles that T1 was taking here on their defender side with the ops. So they sent some flashes out towards B, but nobody, T1 kind of expecting it. They played back. So this forces Gen G over to the A side, and now they get, stalled by this lockdown. I actually like this use of this lockdown here because it kind of gives them a little bit of time to kind of reassess, make sure there's nobody coming in towards B. Like there's, you'd expect a team maybe to rotate back to B off that lockdown, but Gen G keeps going, and Ban, who is so good on these first bloods, is even better here in this round with this huge Blade Storm. And this is, again, just the confidence that we're seeing from him. It's not in anything in particular special there that, the whole team is doing. The lockdown's kind of neat because it's kind of unorthodox in a way, but it's just Ban just coming up huge there in a key moment.
Yeah, and also understanding the mission, right, is that I am going to be left alone. Their backup's not going to come in time, so I just have to try to get whatever kills I can, and he maneuvers it correctly in a way where he's going to get 4 and really shut down the round. Now, of course, a lot of this, obviously, Ban played very well, but you need the entire team behind it, and we talked about this before when we were previewing this match as well, but obviously one of the main IGLs here on the side of T1, it's going to be ZETA, who also put up some very respectable numbers himself.
Yeah, he absolutely did. I mean, the ACS won't tell the whole story, obviously. There were a lot of clutch moments that went into his favor. He was not only leading the team in a high capacity, but he was also getting the kills where it counted.
I want to give this guy a lot of credit this year. I think, when we did the MVP votes, Mako was my first choice, Forsaken was my second choice, and this guy was actually my third choice because I think he has such an important role in the turnaround for T1. Not just the coaching staff, we've given them a lot of credit, but ZETA also deserves a ton. Everybody talks about him as one of the smartest players, one of the most underrated players in Pacific right now. The guy, fragged out here very nicely, but it's a lot of the the big brain stuff he does. Like, you know, I remember tons of players, especially like I remember watching Boaster stream, and he's constantly stealing lineups from ZETA.
Yeah.
Because like ZETA comes up with these really unique, innovative lineups for different agents. So this guy, he does it all, man. He's such a brilliant player.
I mean, there's even the interview just within T1 where Carpe talks about how he kind of took a look at ZETA's spreadsheet, right? And he was like, I don't know how he does it. I mean, there's just so much going on. Of course, I actually think that was when we were looking at kind of the focus players from each team here at the VCT series, and ZETA was the one picked here for T1. And I agree. I mean, this is a player even back when he was with C9 in North America, where he was gathering a lot of attention as a very clever and crafty player who could still hold his own. Now he's given the reins as kind of the main IGL here for T1. Of course, they kind of balance it out with Munchkin supporting him time and time again, but he's really able to lead the team, and now they are leading 1-0 against Gen G in the playoff match. The winner of this match will go on to face Paper X. The loser will have to wait to find out their opponents in the lower bracket.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out. I mean, Gen G, to be honest, from what we saw from this first map, didn't really go too unexpectedly, right? I think that they showed some decent bursts, but T1, across the board in many different aspects were the stronger team. Maybe they can jump into the second map, which will be their map pick, which was Ascent, I believe.
Ascent, yeah.
And change something up because, this is kind of like the same vibe I was getting throughout their losses, where it's like nothing's really changing. They just look slowly slightly worse, and they're just losing. So do you guys have any other ideas as to why
I
this
actually
is going on, or like what they can turn around?
I like that you brought that up about they kind of are doing the same things and they're still losing, because here's the thing, is you kind of hinted at this before, Paper, that is their comp on Fracture and the way they play it, right? They play this like somewhat unique comp where they force the Omen in, and the theory there is fine, right? They have a lot of recyclable smokes, they have a lot of recyclable abilities, and it looked okay in the first half, but now teams have kind of figured out how to play against it.
Yeah, you kind of read my mind here. Like, I like the ideas, but again, like, most teams are going to run a Brimstone, so it kind of makes it hard to use a Viper's Pit a lot of times, or use that Viper utility where you don't have a reaction that has that same kind of clearing mechanism that the Brimstone ult does, for example. So you switch to an Omen, okay, well, that worked a little bit at the beginning, but now teams are, like you said, figuring it out. You don't have to worry about nearly as kind of some of those major ultimates coming through that really kind of can make or break a round in terms of like completely opening up a site or changing the positioning of players as much as you would like to have on Fracture. So I think they need to rethink this. I think at the very least I'd like to see TS on Brimstone because he would pound on that agent. Just, I mean, he had lineups for days too. Like, and he could shoot those mollies from, Narnia, and they're landing right on target. So I do think that the comp is a bit of an issue for Gen G right now on this map.
Yeah, curious. Also, because TS within Korea was a player that a lot of his colleagues or his opponents would praise on how much work he put in. I mean, even Coach Bio back in the day when they were together on other teams like TNL would praise that if we ever needed to swap roles or learn new agents, TS was my guy that I could rely on. Obviously, Fracture, now it's done. It's in the past. They got to move on to Ascent, where both teams probably bringing out meta picks. Of course, we're probably going to see a little bit of a jet battle as well. And now I'm curious, because in that pre-show, kind of trash talk interview we had, right? T1 ZETA, I believe, talks about, okay, well, do they play more like DRX today or do they play more like Talon today? They have these two sides of the coin. Sounds like you want to see a bit more Talon out of Gen G today.
Yeah, why not? I mean, the DRX stuff isn't working, so let's go for something a little bit off the script. Let's cook something up because, like you said, TS, very smart guy. Bile, the coach, very smart guy. They have had a lot of success in Valorant historically, but they seem to fumble at times. They seem to have these moments where they kind of get stuck in a rut. Like, they're not, and by that I mean, like, they aren't kind of being creative. They aren't being adaptive. Like, yes, they might read their opponents well, but when your opponent's just playing better than you, sometimes you got to try something a little bit unorthodox, and that's tough for teams like this to do. They're very, kind of by the book.
Yeah, I think especially Korean teams have a history since the beginning of time in esports, any esport. If stuff is not going well, we go back to comfort, and we just try to force it. We try to play the fundamentals, and hopefully that gets us to where we need to be. But many a critic has come along and said, well, you're going to have to change something up because nothing's going well. And, honestly, I'm on the same page with you guys. I think they should. But is Map 2 Ascent the place to do it?
Oh.
I don't think they will.
No.
Although we do want to see it.
Yeah, out of all the maps to go kind of crazy on Ascent, probably not the one that you would want to pick up. But we'll have to wait and see, right? This is their map pick. They were given this second chance of redemption here to enter playoffs in 6th place to try to get a comeback going in the storyline of Gen G here in VCT Pacific 2023. Now, for compositions, nothing
Shocker.
crazy. Yeah.
Shocker. I am beyond myself. You know, like, this is unbelievable. I cannot. No, it totally makes sense. This is exactly what you expect. And I mean, yeah, like at times they do pilot it well. I like Meteor better on the Jet. I like God Dead on the KO. You know, Eco Sova isn't too bad, but Sylvan Sova has looked better in some ways, mostly because Sylvan's gunplay is usually better than Eco's. Not always, but, you know, Eco looked really good there. Actually, I will say he's kind of been a bright spot today for Gen G, where, you know, normally I'm a big Sylvan fanatic, but today I thought Eco played really well in Fracture.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Eco was one of the brighter spots, especially in the first half, just trying to hold it down there for Gen G. But now it's a mirror matchup. We're going to have agent diffs across the board. Can Gen G make it happen in their favor to tie it up 1-1 and go to map 3? Or will T1 prove that they have now changed to become the better team to challenge the top dogs here in VCT Pacific? Let's find out as we go to Ascent with Quack and Achilleos.
Thank you once again, gentlemen. Yes, it is time to go into this map and see whether or not Gen G will be able to rally it back, whether or not they can take this into a Game 3 all the way to Lotus.
I mean, hopefully that's what we'll see, right? We're all here for that Gen G rejuvenation, but that map 1 wasn't quite what we're looking for. If anything, this is also just that test to see if T1 has actually shaped up, because last time they played, T1 did lose 13-5. In fact, if anything, this is actually truly one of Gen G's best maps by far. That's why they picked these exact same compositions, these exact same agents. Saya player versus Meteor, or maybe even Ban versus TS, for example.
As the T1 fan cheer, very much present here from the audience. We'll get ready to go into this one, see how they are going to fare. Gen G first on the attack. See how much impact they can find. Early days, taking a glimpse. Looks like it's just going to be a singular Sheriff in the mix here, as Munchkin will be carrying that one into the round. Meaning, it's just going to have a turret. So, let's see what he gets done.
Curiously enough, potentially pushing out into mid. But that's where they'll meet a lot of players up by tiles.
He's going to back away. Saya still lurking within the smoke. Meteor
right around the skirts of it.
Drips over to the far side. Dart at the ready. Saya sat within. Ooh, takes a shot. Does make a connection. Got that down to 70. Dart now going to be used, but just tuck away a pizza.
Took a pretty long time to let loose that arrow, but still, it's a lot of information for T1, and no, there's quite a bit of presence around mid.
Saya's still just looking to push this.
I like that Gen G are holding it, though, anticipating anything, looking for that first pick.
Seems like they're ready for him to be aggressive, but the headshot comes in. Eco will be able to finish him off.
Just a little bit faster, a tiny exchange. T1 now regrouping. Munchkin back, and he gets a headshot for it.
Pretty damn crisp. Fragment out. Carpe looks to slow up the advance. Drone going to be going forward. Sends out a stray shot through the smoke. And okay, Meteor as well, just spraying through. Will find ZETA. Brings it now to a 3v3, but Meteor low, 38 HP. Munchkin rotating around. Turret is here to play contact. And slow as he is, Meteor does stay alive. Moves up into this. Do they read it? He's about to swing out. Spotted. Woo! Quick little flick to the side. Chest shot will get it done. Kill is found. Plant does come through. Can they hold it versus 3?
One by me made.
Oh my goodness. Another. I mean, talking about how he's running without his util. Only the turret in the mix. And Munchkin is getting absolute value out of the Sheriff. A 4K for him, as well as the defuse to go ahead and fast track the ever-loving hell out of that lockdown.
Yeah, three more points is all we need. My goodness. And this is one hell of a way to start off the second map. And a big statement to Gen G as well, saying we are truly that different team now. It's kind of just like what Valdez was saying on the desk. You know, we're looking for those big points, those big wins from Gen G, but again, it's still not quite here. It was a little bit smart of them to kind of hold up around mid, not really winning their fights, but they managed to sneak through market and get their spike down. See if they can do a little bit more.
Pushing up, spotting the shoulder of Carpe, but unable to find anything there. No damage traded back. Instead, we'll just get ripped down to 22. Saya not looking to push up, doesn't want to clear the turret, wants to maybe lure them into a false sense of security. And okay, well, as I say it, does clear it. And gets King
Clean.
to boot.
It's one frag found, the rest of them without armor.
And they
Gonna
just
have
rotated to this position. Dash is down, but he's about to get another one.
Oh.
Pops it, gets a shot on the TS, swaps to the Sheriff, and okay, maybe a little bit of an overswing. Eventually does get punished, but look at the HP bars.
Oh.
They're just destroyed.
All we need is a little gust of wind, I suppose. They're going to have to regroup, and surely this does not inspire confidence for the rest of the players who are alive right now as well. They're going to want to be very careful about how they approach things.
At this point, if Munchkin had the turret set up, he could just get a triple kill.
With the turret.
That would be lockdown online for round 3.
That would be one heck of a highlight.
30 seconds left.
Good job, Timmy.
Give Timmy the MVP
He's the
at the end of that
MVP.
one. Key player, Timmy the turret.
We're straight into Carpe, and he's got that Spectre. One left click and hold, and all of them could fall.
Okay, shot goes out. One dead on the cross. TS taken down to 2 HP.
Gonna get the spike down.
Span, look for a bit more, and yep, that'll do it. 2 quick kills, just the Marshal left on the floor. Saya's the only one dead. T1 will start things off 2-0.
A dab will do ya. And that's going to be still Gen G. I mean, we've been talking about this. Let's not be too hard on them, right? They're still a great team. They're still great players who are capable of incredible shots. But down to some of these rounds, they get a little bit slow, a little bit careful, overly careful. If they just overwhelmed Saya, they could have taken that Marshal in his hands a lot earlier, but instead, it was a little bit of a careful approach. Now, on to the next round. They have the full buys. They have to make them count, but Saya's looking for him.
I mean, no one's peeking out. Right around the corner. Updrafts, he's trying to play elusively. If he had landed that Sheriff shot, then everything I know about this game would have come into question. But Fragment goes out. They do force Carpe into the open. It's good from God Dead to flush him into a position where they can punish. There will be a man advantage now for Gen G.
This is what we're looking for, too. T1 getting a little bit over aggressive, and Gen G rightfully punishing them. Let's get a little bit more Munchkin as he is ready for the next peak.
Oh, and okay, Eco able to win out onto both.
I have the spike.
Leaves Ban now on his lonesome. Spike recovered. He's assuming that this is going to end up being a B hit, especially as that market door does get shut.
Spike is taking a long way around. It still is going towards B. Ban could upset this.
Knowing his position, I almost expected that they would shift this back to A perhaps and try to have King go for a wraparound kill to catch Ban, but will just be them still pushing this forward here into B.
I guess. Let's work with what we know. We do have a little bit of cover outside of the door if Ban wants to play off of it, but instead he's going to be heading down towards stairs. There is a bit of Killjoy utility in his face.
Clear on the turret. Oh, that does hit King. Good, just game sense to get that read. Here at TS on the opposite side. Smokes go across as they look to spray him down off the back of the alarm bot. Good damage found.
Now just looking for the exit. If you can keep them long enough for the spike to go off, that would be cool, but no. They've run away.
Hey, just TP into the side. Go for the ninja diffuse. Why not?
Try it.
Maybe you get a Hunter's Fury out of him.
Throw it.
All right. Looks like he's not going to do that. He wants to kill him. It's not going to happen. It will just end up going down to the spike at the very end. So Gen G getting themselves on the board here in the bonus.
Good
recovery. Pick up 1 and only lose out on 2 guns.
Now they get to buy back up a little bit, just enough. And that gives us, Gen G, a better chance. Side player pulling out the operator, though. And that could be a very punishing weapon. What we've seen so far, at least in round 3, is T1 getting a little bit over-aggressive, trying to peek out a little bit too much. Eco able to shut them down. Let's see if they can do more of that.
Come into the unknown.
Straight into the B site we go.
Just faster on the draw. Oh, Paranoia comes across. Saya has to back off. Nano just in front of him. Shorty held, but now gonna be spotted, and okay, still holds the dash, gets a shot in, but the dart lands at his feet, and Nico will claim the kill. Reveal on the 2, but not that much damage found widely there for the side of ZETA. TS now creeping into the smoke, catches Ban completely off guard. Gets the kill, and that might just be the retreat called here for ZETA and Carpe. Not much else to be done here.
Gotta fall back. I mean, such a smart play. And the operator completely lost it as well.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know if you want to do that, son. Okay. There's the flash. We'll back away. And looks like Gen G wisely not wanting to really over-aggress. They do have a couple people with a good amount of cash in their pockets, but will just stick together and look to maintain this flawless.
I mean, initially it was just that bit of pressure from the Xayah player with the op, but not being able to use it because of that much utility being thrown at his face. Swaps over the shorty. It's not the effective range that he was looking for. Hence, Gen G gets an easy sight hit. Even moving forward, TS with that smart little bit of adjustment, that little bit of movement around the dark cover, completely baits players inside, and he is able to take them off. And that's the Gen G that we all saw before. Maybe they can do more of it, because now T1 does not quite have the economy, just a couple of rifles that they brought over from the last round. A couple of ultimates still, though. Lockdown Bladestorm. Xayah player could do a lot of damage. Meanwhile, Eco with the Hunter's Fury.
He's going to be using it. Goes for the updraft to peek across into B. Just sees the turret for now. And given the trajectory of those turret shots, they can very much assume what just happened.
Gen G playing it safe.
Playing up into market now. One noted. Drone comes across.
Guy's looking for a peek.
Doesn't get the ping, and Munchkin trying to play on the back of it. Good for 1, good for 2. Ban in the meantime finds Goddead.
I don't know, they
2
have that
members
information,
but ZETA wins out on the fight versus King. Now it's all on TS.
This has been, and TS gets to sneak in, but team's gone.
Only so far though, because that alarm bot is still sat right outside of market. So this is going to alert him. And suddenly you've got 4 players staring at you. Munchkin already is.
Hello.
There it is. Checks market for the swing, and now Munchkin will take it away.
Precisely like you said, Achilles. All 4 rushing and gunning him down. 3-2 for T1. And a little bit of an odd play from Gen G. They had the information. They were anticipating pushes outside of mid, outside of B main. But whatever it is, I mean, it's just so smart, so sharp from players like Munchkin and ZETA. Playing off of each other that way, swinging together. Gen G did not react in time, despite having the guns. Off to the next round. Still the same lockdown in Hunter's Fury. Each one waiting for the first move. Maybe Gen G carefully aggressing towards A main, anticipating pushes, mid as well. And it's T1 playing so far back on site. They were looking for that information, maybe a commitment, maybe a bit of a retake play.
Push forward, spike still dropped. Back over towards top mid. Looks like TS is going to mosey on over to grab that. It's Carpe.
Sure.
Continuing to put peek around here rather at tree.
They're saving up a lot of utility, and T1 aren't going to bite any baits because, frankly, there is no bait being thrown out. Just on towards the B site, and Munchkin has that retake play set up. If they go in, you know, our utility, we could spend it, but we have that lockdown just to keep them trapped in sight.
It's nade for nade, shots flying. Paranoia, however, does stave them off for now. Meteor got tagged down to 42, but they get Goddead on the entry. They're going to look for the res, but it's still out in the open. Looks like they will be able to pick it up, and Munchkin sends them straight back to hell. Plan now coming in.
Planted.
Gen G, let's get that established. Lockdown, as you say, for Munchkin is available. Gets very much chipped away at. Good shock dart. Landing near his feet, takes him to 24. Lockdown, however, still going to be used. Hunter's Fury comes across. They're looking to break it down, but now King gone. TS finds one. Munchkin gets another. Xayah, they just sweep their way through. The fuse can come in, and T1 will double up 4-2 over Gen G.
Just incredibly fast as well. T1. I mean, it's a smart play. Let's see the replay on that, because as soon as that lockdown gets set, he knows it's going to be the Hunter Sphere from Eco. And off of it, every single player from that T1 squad rushes down the site, knowing that one player from Gen G would be stuck in that Hunter Sphere animation, effectively evening out the fight. T1 would have the odds on their side. 4-2 when we continue to move forward. Gen G's economy not so healthy any longer. Meteor, can you pull off that same play that Ban did on the previous map?
Get out of my
Eco's
way.
going for the hero rifle. Down to 1100 with that.
Oh,
okay, up over the top. Meteor getting
like
one,
that.
but it's going to be a trade out of the KOs here.
Oh.
As Meteor gets another.
Oh.
Looks for a third, and he finds ZETA. And that is the kind of speed and aggression that Gen G have been needing. They managed to break through. Now they're in a good spot. TP from TS gets himself into Boathouse. And this could very much be a thrifty takeaway from Gen G.
Gotta live up to your name. These 3 kills are great. Now T1 are afraid. Trying to hold back.
Spike planted.
Clearing every corner. Never quite sure where Meteor could be. And the site fully under control. Gen G has set up camp, and it's up to T1 to find those picks.
Okay. As he swing back in. Pulling off the angle. Send out the recon for now. They're trying to catch them. Meteor finds another. Now on for the ace to try to pull off this thrifty. How badly does he want to hunt for it? Well, he's not going to get the opportunity because Eco will put that hero rifle to use by taking down Saya player, and Gen G will bring it back to within 1. Monstrous round for Meteor. Exactly what Gen G needed.
Let's see that again. And off the win, a timeout being called too. Looking to seize that momentum.
And it's a good round, but it's not one that obviously you can rely on all the time. Blade's going to get shelved
Perhaps.
until he can build up the next one. So it seems like Bile still wants to intervene, still wants to have a conversation with the players so that they can string 2 together and get this tied up and try to take a lead from there.
And even then, I mean, still, it's just a pat on the back for Meteor, because this kid, his facial expression never changed throughout all that fight. But you know how sharp he can be. And let's see if we can keep that rolling still. Switching up the buys, perhaps, or the strategies. Bile is going to have his work cut out for him. It's just a 1-round lead right now. And again, this is Gen G's map pick. This is their strongest map thus far. T1 looking to close that out against them. To prove them wrong, to prove all the doubters wrong.
Let's see how they fare now. As we go back into it, whether or not the momentum is going to carry forward. Because ZETA in particular is going to look to shut it down. The Odin, of course, going to be coming through as he's sat over on the B side. Right? He's a Sova. These things go hand in hand. There's nothing that I can do to stop it. It's purely just natural instinct, you know?
No. Another pair match made in heaven. It's going to be side player with that operator, and I think he's definitely looking to make use of it. First, he was up by B main, and that was completely discouraged a couple of rounds ago. Now Gen G spread out thinly across the map. Just a bit of a default. Looking for that information to tell them of T1's positioning.
Oh, Carpe, okay. Spotting one, sends out the flash, just wants to exit. Goes back to safety, paranoia gonna be used. Ban, not getting caught by it, tries to get tucked away here in hell. He does, but Domes one, looks for a second, can't quite make it happen. TS finds the kill, but Saya player with a quick adjustment takes down Meteor as he looked to get deeper into the site. 3 members strong, plant coming in just below heaven.
Now it's just waiting for them to peek out again. Gen G trying to spray through the floorboard.
Saya as well taking some pot shots. A bit more difficult to nail though.
Tree.
Oh, one
God.
spotted, and Munchkin reads Eco's position beautifully. Finds the kill, and the op shot will be the finisher. At T1, well, it seems like they use the timeout against them. Autumn, plenty of time to converse with the squad. They get the setup, and they frankly just nail their shots.
And that's exactly the thing as well, yeah. I mean, timeouts, the opposite team gets to talk as well. But I think the main thing is this was a clear plan, a clear strategy that Gen G were trying to execute. Starts off default, anticipating pushes from T1. But instead, it's T1 who holds against them. Gen G recollects and goes in for that A-split push, but they did not account for the fact that there might be an operator inside players' heads. There might be ZETA with that perfect recon bolt that just reveals the locations of the players on the other side. Now back to the next round, Gen G gets to buy up, but only for this one more round. It's going to be a bit of slow play in towards A. Looking for that confirmation of players on the site.
Cover going out.
Interesting.
Fragment, I guess, to check wine. Make sure that no one's going to be in that spot. Paranoia does go across, catches a few. Van very much making his presence known. Now swings out, gets a second. ZETA also took down Meteor. And it's just an absolute destruction of the attack here. T1 only losing out on their Omen. And now 6-3.
We have all those lineups. You have those clear plans in mind, but the protocols, as soon as those pits of utility land, yes, you clear on A main, you have A main control, but then you just rush in through the dark cover. The T1 band places so accurately. As soon as they walk through, it's lambs to the slaughter. That cannot happen again, especially now. T1 has a flourishing economy. Gen G on a bit of a half-buy, bit of a save.
Quite catch where that
Saya.
fragment landed, but yeah, Saya is going to take a sprayer shot
Dear
through
Lord.
is ZETA. What more is there to be said on the eco? Trying to get some presence, trying to find some semblance of map control, but T1 hold down M1. And they just come up with kill after kill.
You never know if it's M1. Maybe they have fire bound to another key.
They're binding at the scroll wheel. This is some 1.6 stuff.
Look at this. Oh my goodness. They're just peeking into it and everything. You can used to see, I think, was that Munchkin? He's like, yeah, it's whatever. 7-3. You got to buy back in. King has a lockdown.
Here.
You can see that once more. We're back to that Gen G style of anticipating pushes, waiting for T1 to make a move. It has worked before. Will it work again? T1 not really over-aggressing that much. Just a bit of noise, a bit of presence up by A main.
Carpe, yeah, commits quite a bit there. Just to clear the angle, backs away, does get a flash out of GodDead in exchange.
Which means it still comes down to those firefights, and T1 has been winning most of them.
Munchkin, in particular, has been an absolute demon.
So sharp.
Just unreal. Okay. From the Sheriff beginning to now. A ban does get suppressed here on the site. Push out, and it's Carpe actually gunning him down from the flank.
What on earth?
Ban will be able to get one, but yeah, show me his POV, because it's 3 quick kills from Carpe to yet again just shut it down. And clearly, Gen G, their legs are just being swept out from beneath them. Absolutely nothing to stand on.
Every round, that's right. They keep getting knocked down. If you were in Gen G's shoes, you might even call a second timeout in this first half because it's just that important. I mean, maybe not now. It's down to the last round of the first half, but wow.
It's just crisp and clean.
And rightful celebrations, right? I mean, Ban instantly smoking it off. Paranoia sent out straight away. Gen G completely stopped in their tracks. They get countered every step of the way.
Saya player again. Fearlessly inserting himself out into mid. I mean, he's not even playing off a hard angle where he can quickly break line of sight. I mean, granted, he can do so with his dash, but look at him. He's just sticking around, tries to go for the shot. Says, okay, I can grab the Vandal. Never mind. I'll just keep holding with this operator. Van, in the meantime, does find TS trying to creep his way up over into A main. Now they're down their smokes.
Shock dart.
Goes to the left side. I think it might have just barely tickled Meteor. He's at 95.
Okay.
TP to check A main. Saya a little bit slow with it. Wants to swing back out. Forces the dash from Meteor. Goes back to the operator. And we'll go ahead and relocate.
Shot the Vandal.
Time.
Straight to market.
They're working their way forward.
Zeta's here.
Munchkin holds the up, gets the quick shot across. Meteor going to be taken down, but Eco wins out onto Zeta. Full flash. Has to back away. Does so. They get themselves into the site and now have the lockdown to boot.
And a kill.
Swings in. Yep, Saya
30 seconds
take it
left.
down. Now a 3v3. But position. The advantage is there for the side of Gen G. Lockdown was destroyed. Answering lockdown comes across. Munchkin can't adjust fast enough. But this Fury has to be usage to try to clear this one. It's all on Ban. Does he swing? Crosshair a little bit too high there. It's the recon. Not spotting too much. Right on the opposite side of the box. Finds one!
No way.
Suddenly Ban in with a pinch. Sees him on the opposite side. But the shorty is there, and Eco will be able to get a last round on the board here for Gen G as we get ready to swap sides. 8-4 T1. The game very much in their hands. Gen G need this pistol.
That's when we strike.
Needs so much of it still. A good round from Gen G, the way that they actually managed to take down Zeta, the way that they managed to sneak in and rush down out of market. Playing up close as well, despite the lockdown being set down. Eco was able to send all of that back towards T1. 8-4 at the end of the first half. Not so shabby last round, but still most of the results favor T1.
What they do. God, that'll take a brief moment now to remove the tissue in all likelihood before inserting it once again. But it's do or die time. I mean, because obviously, yes, there is a lower bracket. You're not eliminated by losing this match.
Maybe,
but given the circumstances for Gen G, the expectations, this was the time to come out swinging.
This is that rematch.
Yeah. And while it might not be as one-sided, given the 13-8 scoreline in the first map, it does feel like with the direction that we're trending in, it's going to be a different result. Because T1, they have this in their hands and they're not looking to let it go.
And for me at the same time, it's just, I'm wondering if like RQ are watching this, you know? And I wish I kind of knew Korean as well, because it's like what Paperthin was saying. You never really know unless you're part of a team or you're in those rooms hearing those conversations, what is going on with this Gen G squad. Their shots, you know, some of them maybe not the best, but they are still hitting them. And when they have those strategies going right, they are able to find so much. Meteor with that almost ace. They're still a very capable team, very capable squad, very strong players on their side.
There are, but the consistency hasn't been there. It's been so few and far in between when we do see those plays come to fruition, when they work out, when we have those high impact rounds. But they need to be seeing it now, going over to this defending side.
That's what it is.
They want heavy presence around mid. Off the rip though, Eco noted. They know exactly where he's at, but still managing to find one. God, they're trying to play surprise in the corner. Does put some damage down, sets up for that single kill to be coming through.
Good hit.
Eco now continuing to push, and Meteor gets in behind.
One more!
And there it is, and that's what we were hoping for. That's what we want to see. Meteor gets himself 3 to kick off the half. Gen G win the pistol.
A smart hold, a smart choke from Gen G just to push off T1, keep them inside this B main. At the same time, Meteor being so smart as to dash up forward, keep them from behind. A pistol round win means they get to buy back up, and that's going to be one Bulldog for the side of Gen G. Okay, no, 2 Bulldogs. All right, Eco buys up another. T1 looking to recover from it. Side player with the Marshall. Munchkin with his Sheriff.
Knife across. Looks like God Dead. Not looking to play too far forward, but is going to be noted exactly where his position is. Meteor clears out the turret.
You love to see when Gen G goes on the aggressive. Now Eco making a trade happen. Meteor getting one through the smoke too.
And Munchkin found one on the opposite side of the map, but that will slow up T1 for now. Looks like it's still given the proximity, going to end up being this A-site hit. Meteor, not really noted in this forward position. Fragment to buy some time. Check behind.
Also allowing for Meteor to sneak inside this dark cover if anyone reaggresses into it. 50 seconds left on the clock, and T1
Caution
rotates
here.
all the way
Caution
over. We got Eco on the other side. Jump
He's
Eco
waiting
for this. He's got a full kit of utility as well. All right, he hears them.
He's saw enough. Drone now coming through is Carpe, the Marshall in hand. Looks to zone them back.
Oh, that's good.
30 seconds left.
TS tried to catch them from short, but he was blocked off by, I think that's Carpe.
Revealing area.
Darden looking for the pings. They get themselves into the smoke. Eco good for
Nice.
one. Gets the transfer over. Finds the other. Unless Carpe can do something here in the next few seconds.
10 seconds left.
Just looking, yeah. Just King as the casualty. Gen G will be able to fight back. Not losing too much either. 2 rounds separating. If they can convert this, take the weapons out of T1's hands, win the round, suddenly they're right back into the conversation for taking us into a map 3.
And then we'll have a real game. You can see more of this from Gen G. I love it when they push out. I love it when they're able to get those trades off of each other. Like you mentioned before, Killers, that was Munchkin trying to aggress our lurk up by the B site. And it was a good hit.
Pile
Back
stretch.
onto it. Wow, okay.
Looking like it. Dashboard, God, that's taking quite a bit of damage, and Eco.
Oh.
Looked like he was distracted a bit by the drone. King
what?
Finds Munchkin through the wall, and side player's got to dash away. And ZETA, it seems like he has absolutely no idea that Meteor's in this position. And this could be a monstrous surprise. Fragment shows him back into the corner. He goes pushing forward. Meteor, good for one, looks for the next. ZETA will manage to stay alive, but he's down to a sliver, and he's completely locked in place. Got that low himself, but they get the timing there on that
Spike planted.
reload of the gun. And now it's just Carpe and Saya to try to hold the line. Carpe about to face off with everyone. The gun barrel spotted. They swing into him.
Player standing.
He just can't stand up to him.
A low Saya player too, 25 HP, up by Heaven.
He's got to respect that turret. And tries to play off the timing of it. Can't get it done. Huge win for Gen G. 7 rounds now going on the board. They have a plethora of cash to work with.
That conversion they were looking for. Meanwhile, T1's broke. I mean, it's such a smart, little play from Saya player, but truly a confident, decisive Gen G now pushing on B main. Everyone held up around mid, especially I think Meteor hiding around Fountain, and then going in to close out in ZETA. ZETA's sacrifice might have given, Carpe and Saya a little bit of time to get the spike down, but down to the duels. Just not having that extra player, they're gonna die. It's gonna be 8-7 and Gen G getting a bit of information, a little bit of trades towards A.
Charging forward, Saya looking like he still wants to play for the entry. They smoke off tree. Go ahead, they swarm their way through. Site will be theirs. Gen G gonna look to retake, but Munchkin does find one. Can't get the follow-up. King good to deny the weapon out of his hands. And brings it back to a 4v4.
And a one-way smoke as well, leaving Heaven as the only option. Saya's watching it closely with Stinger.
ZETA as well with the Guardian. Start pushing their way out. Meteor finds Saya. The drop down here into the side.
What?
Ban Carpe with the Stingers, managing to find some kills. Now suddenly, it's all on King. He's swinging around. He spots one, but Ban with the classic will finish the job. And the Thrifty comes in to shut it down. T1 reestablish a 2-round stretch lead.
I need the replay because I'm just not sure what happened. Everything was going right for Gen G. They even got the bonus round, but all of a sudden, the Thrifty of all things. Oh boy, do these turntables turn.
They just keep occurring, it would seem, off the back of Munchkin with that Sheriff. He's just too damn good with it. It's broken. I mean, 7 HP, the difference maker between that round win and loss. Ban narrowly able to come out on top. Meteor gonna be going for the knives. Ban though, catches TS dropping down into mid.
Starting to find those picks. Meteor on the blades.
Tagged, finds
Still
one.
good.
He's going to be getting pinged. Updraft to try to avoid all of the shots, and that he will. ZETA unable to punish. Only a little bit of damage down, and I don't think they want to try to re-peek him.
Nah.
Here.
He's supported by Goddead as well now. There's going to be a lot of footsteps towards the A site. Do cut noise closely. Meteor pushing into them.
He's drifting up. Ban's there. Gets the headshot, gets the reset, now has another dash.
Oh!
Gets ZETA. Goes for the push, and Munchkin will say no. Finds the kill, a pop flash going through. The knife not going to find anything. Spike recovered, 43 seconds remaining. T1, where do they want to take this?
The round's not over.
Like for now, they're gonna go back over towards B, and given the stacks, this would be the correct decision for them if they can get through Goddead.
30 seconds left.
Door is shut.
Counter
The
rotates
rest
coming
of
in.
them Rotating. All comes down to that first pick, and Goddead's looking to cut them off right underneath their knees with that fragment.
So much time. Cloudburst now down. They start to push the recon
Seconds.
up over the top. He's looking for the reveal. Munchkin
Oh!
somehow wins out of the pipe, but they still need to get through Goddead. 9 seconds left. They know where he is. The plant coming in. Munchkin looking to cover. Finds one. Goddead gets the kill. Saya gets the plant. Knife at the ready, and Saya wins out the fight. 10-7 T1. Again, narrowly scraped by a round win. And even with that win, they're going to call a timeout.
I mean, do it right just to recover. Watch the replays again. Having such faith in your teammate. That is teamwork one. Saya sticking the plant, Munchkin covering his back. You know, not even afraid of Goddead if he does peek out of Boathouse. Despite the heroic performance from Meteor. Just even buying time for his teammates to reposition. The fragment that was so well timed from Goddead. T1 defies it all.
Absolutely unreal. The last 2 rounds, being able to scrape by like that. And again, it's got to be a heartbreaker for Gen G, especially for Meteor. Gives them such a significant advantage. Finding those kills with the Blade Storm. Overheats a bit, yes, does dash forward into Gelato, finds 2 players. Can't win out from there. But you still walk away from that play and you say, okay, I've done enough. I got my 3. The rest of my team can close it from here. And then it happens again. As I believe it was Ban, last man standing once more, if I'm not correct, not incorrect. And they just managed to win that out.
Sort of fumbles.
Or was it was Saya? No, never mind.
All right.
It was Ban's camera that we had on the replay. That's why I'm getting baited.
But that said, it's his 4 ultimates that we're looking at from T1. Gen G not backing down. It's a bit of a save, but look at all that utility.
Big reveal. Eco eating a bit of the nano, goes pushing forward, but the shotgun blasts are heard, noted, and avoided. I mean, he's pushing a smoke with 3 people in it and still barely gets any damage. Great headshot from King. Needs more of that. We'll be able to find a second, and hold on, pump the brakes. Munchkin's dead. And that will be Gen G with a swift reply. What is happening now?
All at the hands of King. It's King's domain is what's happening. That Sheriff, the shots that he landed. Take a look at this. Took a little bit of recovery from Ban, not being able to connect on that recoil control. Gen G closing in on this gap, and now they get to buy back up. We swap sides in terms of economy.
Here.
Oh, it seems like we are far from done. Knives used by Saya. Thrown to lead the way in towards mid. Absolutely no one to be spotted. Alarm bot goes out, cleared. Just as he jumps over the top of it. Dash in, tag here on the switch. The door going to be shut. 2 players now. King, as well as Eco in on the site. Up over the top goes Saya. Finds one. Meteor in the meantime takes down Fan. Dashes out. He gets himself over towards switch. We still have to displace Eco. And Eco finds 2! Ooh! The bang through onto Carpe and ZETA. Saya now dead. Meteor gets Munchkin. And oh yeah, we are far from over. Gen G answer back, shut down the push, only losing 1 now. One more round. We'll tie it up at 10-10.
I thought for a second that Eco was having a couple of shaky rounds, but in this one, he just turns it all around. Getting the quick spray with a Vandal. Even finding Saya player, and then Meteor for the final finishing blow. 10-9. Like you mentioned, Akil, there's one round away. King on the lockdown. Munchkin's been holding on to his, too. Not quite finding the right opportunity to use it. T1, perhaps a strategy has to be called. Oh, Meteor, though.
Drop down into mid. Meteor might have been able to note that, though. Saya trying to cut around the side. Get a spot on him. Dash at the ready. He wants to put some pressure down on the tree. Has to clear the left side. Nothing spotted. Alarm bot is going to be there. Turn as well. Noting him, and he swings right into Goddead's crosshair. Van in the meantime pushes out of main, finds two. TS and Goddead now gone. Lockdown has to be used center site just to flush them back away. Flash in, Carpe maybe trying to sell that they are still going to be attacking in towards A, but now with that smoke going across, Van arriving, Eco knows otherwise. Push has to come in. They put some spray down. In the meantime, Meteor has gotten himself in towards B lobby over at Tiles, and he catches Carpe rotating in.
Gen G slowly starting to recover. Lockdown only buys so much time. 2 seconds remaining, and then maybe about 30 seconds left on the spike. They can still go in for a retake.
They're not approaching from main. Oh.
Wow.
And now the recon goes out. Slowing them up even further. Has to be cleared. Paranoia on the one side. They spot him. King desperately trying to fight back. Put some damage down. King will find Ban. Pushes out again, finds another. Suddenly, it's all on Munchkin. The shorty swap, and Eco will take him down, gets himself over, looking for the defuse.
I think he's got enough time.
Just enough, yep. 0.65 seconds to spare as we will get tied up 10-10.
I mean, take your throne, King. These guys are starting to recover. They're starting to wake up, and it's all these shots, all these hits that they're getting.
Man, having a whale of a time.
Surely. Trying to come back into it. But despite getting the spike plants, holding it post, they weren't quite able to steady their weapons as the push went in. A lot of the pushing from stairs, Gen G were able to win those. And now it's the T1 with a slightly mismanaged economy. It's going to be, Guardian Stingers all across the board.
Two Bulldogs to try to work with. Carpe set behind the box in case there's some over-aggression here from the side of Gen G.
Meanwhile, Gen G really close to 3 of their ultimates. Just playing it safe in T1. Trying to inch their way forward.
You're dropping down. Avoids the drone. Goddead.
Fast.
Like not getting darted. Does interrupt the drone. They just go ahead. They back away from the smoke for now. They look to reassess. Munchkin in the meantime on a bit of a mission. Pushes up. Clears out. Turret. King tries to swing off the back of that.
And that's what he's often done. If he finds a pick, the team rotates over. But this time,
they just shut the door. He's trying to win the fight. Cannot do so. Only puts King down to 79. It's Goddead. Will find 3 on A, and Gen G will find a lead.
For the first time in a while, especially on their own map pick, their home, Gen G are starting to pick it up. They're landing all of those shots, T1. They were trying to find that opening. They were trying to sneak through. Munchkin with that Guardian, just a hair away. And off of it, tiny mistakes, Gen G answer back in full. Timeout now being called.
Both timeouts now used by T1. Gen G still keep one in their back pocket. But right now, they have a 4-round win streak as they take the lead back for themselves. And Autumn certainly has his work cut out for him now. Can he stem the bleeding and get them back into this, or is Gen G going to be taking us to that 3rd and final map of Lotus?
It could happen, and Gen G fans everywhere are happy about it. Little God Dead cosplay. I mean, that's what we want to see from them. They're starting to pick it up. They're starting to land their shots. Meteor as well, with so much of it coming through. Eco and King finding their own as well. Meanwhile, for T1, I mean, they've been employing the same strategy for a couple past rounds. Munchkin always on that lurk, maybe goes off on an adventure of his own. But if he doesn't find a pick, then that's not as effective as they like it to be. Half buys all across. This is our last stand for T1.
Gen G can get the map point to get this win. They will be able to force Meteor out. Span just going to be TPing up on top of the wall. The approach from Saya could be everything. Noted, however. Munchkin looks for the counter swing, and they just can't equalize it. TS gets away scot-free. Shots there. The spray not even connecting. Paranoia going to be used. Cloudburst only going to last so long. Meteor in the meantime spotted. God Dead gets one. Fragment comes down to try to slow them up. ZETA swings in. Catches the enemy jet. The flash across. God Dead looking to hold the line. TS, however, behind him. Backs him up. ZETA gets another, but Eco gets ZETA. And with 3 members left standing, Gen G will take it to 12. Map point in their hands. 5 consecutive rounds now, and T1 Autumn, he can do nothing but sit back and watch.
Finally finding their form. And T1 going off of the same executes, same ideas, and not quite able to find that trade. Munchkin and Saya, especially up around mid, got completely shut down by players like God Dead, as well as TS. Now with a Meteor operator. He sees him.
Warning shot sent out.
Saya's got no shields.
Blade's now popped. As you say, Saya, full glass cannon, but wins the fight on a one, wins both! Saya, completely untouched, takes him down. ZETA in the meantime comes up with 2 of his own, and suddenly God Dead is the only one left, and Carpe gets him in the head at range. It's a flawless round as T1 keep themselves alive. 1 more to take us to overtime for the 3rd time today. Gen G, Bile calls the timeout.
What on earth just happened? He had no shields. What?
No one shot him. Didn't matter. As they just flood out one after the other. And just like that, Gen G forced to use their 2nd timeout to try to get the job done. They want to avoid OT at all costs.
Certainly, and just push it to that 3rd map. And even if it does go into OT, T1 still needs to scrounge those rounds together against a Gen G that's finally found their form, but just 1 round away from closing it out on this map pick. I mean, still peeking into each other. It's clear that both teams have that firepower available to them. It's the strategies that still sometimes go back and forth. Gen G trying to react to it, trying to answer in kind, but T1 in that instance, having that many players side by side together, Gen G not able to hit those targets. A little bit overwhelmed.
They are, but still did have plenty of money. So the buy not weakened whatsoever. The only thing really lost is going to be the knives there from Meteor. Hunter's Fury from ZETA. Eco as well to match. God Dead with 2 could get a null command as wisely they back away. Hear the rifle clear the turret. Can expect that there's an operator hovering behind it. Heavy stack though, here in tree. 3 players on 1, 2 on the other. Pop flash going out. Saya the first to fall. Hunter's Fury now crashing across. Carpe Ban gonna be good for 1, but Eco finds Carpe. Ban trying to play elusive. Swings out. TS is there. Avoids the shots. TP. Where's it gonna take him? He goes into the back. Will have to cancel. 2v3. Gen G. The round, the map, seemingly in their hands.
The spike as well.
It is being held. Munchkin forced away. The dart at his feet needs to win. They can only get one.
Okay, ZETA.
The IGL versus 2. Alarm bot of no concern.
30 seconds left.
Checking one way, 30 seconds to try to somehow isolate this.
Oh, they're
Keep us
gonna
in for OT.
crossfire?
But they're looking for it. A smoke comes down. 15 seconds now remaining. ZETA, he has to win the first battle, and he cannot! Eco takes him across the line, 13-11, and we are not done yet. Ascent is Gen G's. And they will extend this all the way to Lotus for a map 3.
And it's just Gen G starting to find themselves, especially towards the end of this second half. Players like Meteor, Eco, Goddead, they were all working together. Choking it up by a short. Van could not make it through.
I mean, good heroics from T1. It felt like they had this one in their hand. I mean, remember, it was an 8-4 half for T1 in their favor. Munchkin doing some absolute magnificent things for the squad, but in the end, not quite enough. Eco, I gotta say, 2 very good performances from this guy who has been back and forth on and off the starting 5.
I mean, just unbelievably able to clutch rounds and swing the favor back towards Gen G. 5 rounds in a row, Achilleos, and now this might be a win on Ascent as we move forward into the last map. That is going to be Lotus. A map which, I mean, T1 played pretty well against, I think, Team Secret a couple weeks ago. Not so sure how Gen G looks on Lotus. But whatever it is, if they can keep up this momentum, that could be huge.
And they've had, yeah, T1 has had some decent exposure to Lotus. They've looked relatively strong on it. Gen G, at the moment, 50-50. Their wins coming from early days RRQ. Remember, that was, you know, that first matchup for both of those squads. And then a win over Detonation Focus Me. Aside from that, 8-13 loss to Global, 7-13 loss to Talon. Gen G, have they been able to fix things, trim things up on Lotus, and can it be good enough to take down T1? That is the question. But the whole narrative for this matchup here today has been earn your spot. It was given to you by PaperX beating RRQ. Gen G, they've taken the first step. They've got it done. This map win under their belt. But now they need one more if they want to knock T1 down to the lower bracket.
And that's the surprising thing, that it actually could happen. Everyone on our desk, you know, we all predicted T1, but we love to see this Gen G. Now rejuvenated, now Meteor finding so many incredible heroic kills. Is it possible? Can they close it out on the third map?
Well, it looked like we were going to have a pretty early evening, but not to be, not today. So we will have at least one more game. We will have one more map to be played. That is going to be Lotus. But first, we're going to go to a commercial break. The desk will break down the action there from Ascent, so stay tuned. Let's clear it. And Ash is down, but he's about to get another span. Looking for a bit more, and yeah, looking for him. No one's peeking out. Yes, now creeping into the smoke. Look at the ping. Munchkin trying to play on the back of it. Good for 1, good for 2. Okay, 1. That's going to be a trade out on the KOs here. And Speedier gets another. Look for a 30. One spotted in Munchkin. Very much making his presence known. Now swings out. Right catch. Where that? Yeah, Saya. He's going to take a sprayer shot through. ZETA has been winning most. So now continuing to push, and Meteor gets it behind.
One more.
And then himself into the smoke. He goes in for 1. He gets kills. It's all on King. He's swinging around. He's spot swung. Stands there. Gets the headshot. Gets the reset. Now has another dash. Gets ZETA. Goes full in it. And still barely gets any damage. Great headshot from King. Needs more of that. Plays Eco. And Eco bites 2.
Well, 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 welcome back, everyone. We are getting ready for yet another map because Gen G was able to bring things back and take map 2, their pick, on Ascent up against T1. Now, in the beginning, we weren't quite sure if that would be able to happen, but Gen G really turned things up in the second half.
I want to know how you dominate in first kills again and still end up dropping the map. Well, I know how. It's because Gen G played really tenacious defense, some really good retakes, some really good holds there on the second side. It looked like after the first half, 8-4, that we were just going to be rolling away with a 2-0 and moving on to T1 versus Paper X, but it didn't quite go that way.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think the first half was extremely dominant to T1's side, but then they flip sides, and then immediately Gen G gets on defense on Ascent, and then it's extremely dominant for Gen G. So they were able to just shore it up. It was a very close map by the end of things, but a lot of the signs that we saw from when Gen G were succeeding did come out. It was nice to see Meteor really step up. Also, Eco is beginning to have a day out. Looked great on map 1, but not insanely great, but then he ended up as one of the top fraggers here for the second map as well. So individually, these guys from Gen G really step it up, and yeah, it's just a great look overall for them as they get across the board. They give themselves another chance to take the series.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, on the side of T1, Munchkin was really putting up some crazy highlights. But let's also give a shout out to King. I mean, sure, he wasn't at the top of the leaderboard, but if he wasn't able to get some of those sheriff kills, they would not have had a chance to turn things around.
Yeah, he had a couple really, really important clutch moments to kind of keep the team alive. And that's what you want out of a guy like King, who, yeah, he may not, as a Killjoy, be always called upon to have those big rounds, right? He's not always going to be the guy who's putting up huge numbers because sometimes the people in front of you are doing a lot of the work for him, and now, he had Meteor stepping up here on this map and Eco doing a great job, but that's what you like about King. He's a gamer. He really is one of those guys who's just in the moment. I mean, he always seems to come up with big plays at important times.
This is how you know we only tell the truth at the desk, because King's a gamer, and we just said that. So
yeah.
King is a gamer. True. We only tell you the truth. You can
That's
believe
right.
us here on the Analyst Desk.
True.
Now let's take a closer look at some of these rounds here from Ascent, because we got to get ready for a third map as well. Let's kick things off in the first half, and there was an interesting round from T1 where they were actually able to utilize the info that Gen G had against them.
Yeah, I really like the way that T1 set this round up. So they're going to updraft up and over, and the turret's going to ping Saya player in the air. So that gives the info over to Gen G that, okay, we heard the Blade Storm popped. We know very well that there's only one agent who can get that high. So let's see if we can maybe maneuver into mid here, maybe try to take some space off the back of this. Now, then there's going to be some info coming out here. They're going to tag Saya player. So now they've got him tracked again, and they wanted to go for the kill, but instead it's all just bait here for Munchkin, who's able to step up and get a huge double. So just these little plays like this that T1 had set up to kind of use the information that Gen G had against them was really, really smart.
Yeah, and obviously we can see from the minimap, if you take a closer look at that replay, they were clearly setting up for that as a team, right? It wasn't just Saya trying to play bait on his own, but this was a very meticulously set up situation from T1. So that's how T1 looked in the first half. But then we move on to the second half. Gen G started to really wake up on defense, and T1 also started to look like they might be panicking here in a couple rounds.
Yeah, just a little bit, Gen G, they get the pistol round, they move on, they get a bunch of streaky rounds, it gets very close, right? So this is going to be planted. There's also an attacker Killjoy ultimate that is down. So Gen G have to come into this one a bit late, right? Now, I want to show you how T1 react to this, right? It ends up becoming a 3v2, I believe, in favor of T1 after we do get the spray down from Munchkin. Now, T1, you've bought so much time, you could just go back into Boathouse, you can wait for them to push, but instead, T1 end up going out, they try to peek, and King shows up huge in this moment, and this is exactly what you need when everything is on the line. It's 10-9, right? King able to hit one headshot, two headshots, ends up being a 1v1. He's got a shorty, he's able to go for the jump peek, and Eco ends up surviving and getting the defuse. So such a super clutch moment for Gen G, and also I feel like T1, they're feeling the pressure, right? It's getting to them. They're trying to peek out here. They don't need to necessarily, and Gen G immediately stomp on that.
Yeah, kind of a situation where you're caught in the middle of the action, and Gen G forces T1 to react by setting up a nice crossfire, and of course T1, they basically bite the bait, right? And they say, okay, maybe we do need to push out. We don't have the information. They panic a little bit. Well, at the end of the day, sure, Gen G, they looked a little shaky in map 1, maybe in the beginning here on Ascent, but they looked a lot better and very explosive, which the casters pointed out as well. Meteor able to really get some of these kills, and a lot of that was thanks to the support of Eco, who's someone we wanted to focus on, right? I mean, King got some clutch kills, and Meteor had some nice streaks as well. But Eco's kind of been the consistent player today for Gen G.
I mean, really impressed with him. I was kind of saying that, you know, sometimes I prefer Sylvan, but certainly not in this case. In this map, he was definitely the star here for Gen G. I mean, just absolutely outrageous numbers that he's able to put up. A 250 ACS, just huge average damage per round, almost 156. Yeah, the first bloods, first kills weren't that, you know, impressive. He didn't really need to be doing that. That's Meteor's job, and he did it quite well. But I mean, Eco here had, what, 7 multi-kills, 2 clutches, so he was really a key player here for Gen G.
Yeah, absolutely, when they needed him most. Now, here's the big question. Going to map 3, this is going to go to the Lotus. In the past, they've been using that Fade, which has kind of been more a Sylvan thing. Eco seems to be really warming up to a hot streak here to move on to that next map. But, of course, I mean, this has to be predetermined. Do we expect Sylvan probably to still play here? Or do we think maybe Eco's just kind of locked in as the starting 5 now on Gen G? I mean, this is all speculation.
It's
right?
hard to
We don't
say.
know.
I mean, I think they would normally go to Sylvan here. Like, if it was like during the regular season, but now that it's the playoffs, maybe they don't. Maybe they just say, look, we just got to find something and stick with it day to day. Like, we've got to practice solely, you know, with this one composition to try to gain the synergy that way.
Yeah, I'd say, you know, Eco, let him play 3 maps, see how it goes. It's double elimination, and, you know, we see that he's playing really well, so obviously stick with it. I think, you know, you just keep him in and see how it goes and go from there.
Yeah, we'll have to take a look. Of course, once we get to the stage, we'll figure out what the roster submissions were here for either team. Of course, that's decided during the map picks and bans, but I like the idea, right? It's double elimination. You have this chance to just try what you've been working on. And again, it's playoffs. Maybe you try to find more of that consistency, which Gen G clearly lost a little bit of that touch in the second half of the round robin. Now, Gen G looks rejuvenated. I mean, T1, do you think that loss really came more from their shakiness, or was it Gen G just really hitting their shots towards the end?
To be honest, I think it's actually just Gen G. Like, T1 were still playing pretty well, but they were just getting outplayed. Like, there were some small mistakes kind of in that second highlight we looked at where, you know, they're, like, playing it a little bit too fast. Maybe they were getting a little bit hasty at the end, but already Gen G had done so much work to, like, build up to that moment to get to a place where they're retaking to tie it up at 10-10. So I give kind of Gen G all the credit. I think individually they've really stepped up. As a team, they've been able to match T1. They looked very comfortable on Ascent. Obviously, a very comfortable map for them.
Sure.
So maybe Lotus, we go back in T1, maybe they take it from here as the more solid team as of now. But this definitely might put a little bit of a stick in things, you know? Maybe T1 are going to be second-guessing a little bit more because they've been kind of on a hot streak, only experiencing success. But now the pressure of the playoffs, you never know.
Yeah, assuming that the comps haven't changed for Lotus for either team. Of course, T1 notorious for continuing with the Harbor Sky combo here as well. Do you think Gen G is going to have enough tape to have studied to really figure out how to break through T1's composition?
Yeah, I mean, I think you should, right? Like, T1's played this map quite a bit as well, so there should be plenty of opportunities here to use that Fade stuff. I think the Fade is a decent combo to some of that Harbor or, you know, sometimes Viper, whatever the people are running, utility, because you can get past those walls. You can kind of control the space, sort of like a Gecko, where you're kind of cutting in between those pizza slices that are being created on the map to find opportunities to get picks or at least clear the area so you know it's empty, so you can move through it. So I don't think the Fade's bad at all. In that regard, it's just a matter of is that what they're gonna stick with? Are they gonna go with the Sova? Like, we've seen some teams go with Sova on Lotus. I think that's like maybe actually a possibility here if they're not gonna switch Eco out.
Ah, okay, yeah. If Eco seems to be just kind of the locked-in starting 5, maybe we continue to see the Sova. Of course, Team Secret notoriously using the Sova as well on Lotus, so we've seen it. We've seen it work as well for some teams. So curious to see what that looks like. I think we're almost getting ready to get back to the stage. Take a look at, first of all, are there any player and roster changes? I mean, even on the side of T1, right? Obviously, in the past, that has been a possibility between Ban and Intra, and then afterwards, what are the team comps going to look like? This is a best of 3. We are going on to map 3 on Lotus between T1 and Gen G. The winner moves on in the upper bracket to face Paper Rex, the number 2 seeded team in VCT Pacific 2023. The loser will have to go down to the lower bracket and wait for a second chance to stay alive here in the playoffs.
And honestly, my eyes are going to drift to Meteor right away. Like, is it going to be Raze? Is it going to be Jet? Like, this is something I'm really kind of curious about here for Gen G, because look what he did on that Jet. Like I was saying, his Raze sometimes isn't always the best. but his Jet, when he's feeling himself, is absolutely incredible. So even though I understand Raze is maybe the better meta pick on Lotus in most people's eyes because of your ability to control space around B and around the doors, the rotating doors, so it is going to be Sylvanin. So it looks like it's going to be that Fade again for Gen G.
All right, yeah, we'll see. I mean, the Asian choices, of course, they have their pros and cons, right? I mean, Raze, in theory, like you said, Paper Thin controls a lot more of that space, but Jet, a lot more comfortable with the operator if you can build up to that and able to control that space, even, you know, sometimes on the attacking side if you want to counter the opponent's potential operator as well. So now with Sylvanin, we have a somewhat better guess as what the comps are going to look like. T1's shown on the screen first, no changes there. And it looks like it's going to be the same old for Gen G as well, with Sylvan playing that Fade.
These are two Korean teams going head-to-head. It's not a mirror matchup, but it's definitely very meta and very much what they've practiced and what they have played competitively already in the league. So not really too surprising that we see it once again.
Yeah, okay, well, the question has been thrown out there, right, Taylor? Did Gen G study and prep against this composition that T1 has shown so much, not even just on Lotus, but this is something that they've been working towards. This is a style that they've built up for themselves here in VCT Pacific 2023. We're going to find out who moves on to face Paper Rex in the upper bracket and who will have to drop down to fight for their lives in the lower bracket for a chance to go to Masters Tokyo. Let's find out as we go to map 3 with Quack and Achilleos.
Alrighty, here we go. It all comes down to this, a map 3 to decide who is going to be moving forward. As William was just saying, Gen G, a good response. They get that map win under their belt, albeit had to work very hard for it, 13-11. But this question does beg answering. Have they prepared for the composition from T1?
I mean, that's what we're all watching for. I mean, Paper Thin had a question as well. Is it going to be that Raze or Jet? I mean, looking at how Meteor played Jet, I think that's the safe bet. Still, though, these Korean teams, they never kind of stray away from their tried and true compositions, their tried and true methods. So it's the exact same composition that they've played before. And that means there is that chance for people who have studied. There is that chance for adaptations throughout the map. Wow. I don't know if our mics can pick it up, but that's the fan chant for T1 and Gen G this time.
Yep, Gen G able to answer back. Rallying now after seeing that map win come through. See how it fares, as it's going to be them first on the attack. Sylvan coming back in here to play the Fade. And while, sure, they have like to play this, it has been Sylvan playing it, it is also after Eco has two incredibly strong maps.
Exactly, I was just about to say that too. I mean, like, just thinking about it, right? Eco had such a monstrous performance on his set, now you're swapping him out for Sylvan.
On reveals quite a bit. Cove has to be used to try to escort them out. Carpe down low. King going to be able to find Zaya player to start things off. And this is just a bloodbath in the smokes. Carpe re-swings, doesn't know which target to look at. Manages to find one, but in the end, it is a trade up, and it's also Gen G backing away from the seat position, at least temporarily. King wants to grab the orb, is able to do so. Ban at least continues to draw interest towards this side of the map, but as you say, Ban inching his way out, but it's with a classic and some decent range.
TS is watching that angle too. Gen G just holding.
But now they know that they're completely contained. Ban getting closer and closer. TS watching, spotted. Ban backing away, sends the bite just in case they try to really wrap around on him. And that's what they're going to begin to do.
40 seconds left.
It's going to rotate all the way out.
At the same time, while Gen G does rotate over, T1 slightly weakened defenses, they might have to make a bet about which site Gen G's about to hit and just regroup and go in for that fight together.
Where are you?
Instead, hunkering down onto C, they're going to take a little bit of time just to transition all the way over to the A site. And in all that time, Gen G gets to set up their post plants.
Now they have their work cut out for them here. King, sure, at 74, but Zeta at 19 health. Value they can find as the turret is there to play first contact. Munchkin getting worked lower and lower, and oh boy, the HP bar is just not looking good for T1.
One enemy remaining.
This looks to set up a smoke, but looks like it's not even going to be necessary. 4 members left standing. It's going going to be Gen G taking yet another pistol round, now 3-2 in that regard across this series.
Sneak in the back. It's a good plan, yeah?
It's just T1. I mean, trying to go in for those duels, those fights. The flashes were there. You could see that Gen G's players were definitely blind, but overwhelmed by targets. Carpe not quite able to collect. Instead, it's going to be Gen G. Like I mentioned, having those post-plant positions set up, TS, King, and everyone else playing off of each other on the site itself.
Pop-off's beginning.
Here.
Fault line to start from God Dead. Dash forward, sees two. Meteor chip down to 20 HP, but manages to stabilize. Finds Munchkin, push out of the smoke. Carpe doesn't even get to fire a shot before King has taken his head off. That's about it as far as the damage is concerned. Just Meteor down low.
Right there.
Coming, expecting somebody wrapping around from the backside of the site into B. And Saya trying to get this pick, and it would have been a nice crucial one. Would have put a bulldog down on the ground for him to maybe scoop up, but misses the opportunity.
Gen G doesn't have to do all that much. In fact, they're probably not going to.
Yeah. Let's back away, hold on to all these weapons. Was a heavy investment, and being able to walk away from this one with a flawless, definitely going to instill confidence going into that bonus round. As the rest of T1 will just go ahead and sacrifice themselves to the spike.
Especially on a map like Lotus, too. Looking at all the win percentages that we've had in Pacific,
Here.
it backs to mind T1, how they approach this. They have to be very careful against a Gen G that's also incredibly cautious about how they play the map. We're just looking at the pistol round. They're already anticipating peaks. They're already holding up all around mound, everyone side by side. Meanwhile, T1, as soon as they go out for peaks, that there is a very good chance that they get picked off.
Where are you?
Comes up, Meteor trying to get ahead of that. Again, Value spotted off the haunt. Does see two, and no one can try to counter swing against King, so he just gets to scoop the orb for free. 3 more to go. That's going to be the lockdown.
Right there.
And this is good from Gen G. They're taking early control of the map, grabbing orbs, clearing the turrets. And then they drift back, keep things a bit obscure as far as where they might be looking to go. So Team 1 can't make any movements across the map yet.
Not at all. Speaking of orbs, King 3 away from his lockdown. T1 looking for those picks. Sai gets the first.
That he does, drop down right in front of his face, pulls back down towards water, but he is getting completely swarmed. Carpe able to peel 1, peels 2, peels a 3rd. Looks for Sylvan, can't make it happen, but still put some damage down onto him, and it definitely sets T1 up for a round win.
Looking for the next weapon, but instantly blocked off by ZETA's High Tide. Looking to reposition.
Fight to try to clear. Munchkin getting a read of it. Pings him out. The creep forward. Coming in. Sylvan finds it.
Okay.
And even with a round lost for Gen G, this is still great damage dealt. ZETA will be able to finish him off, but 3 guns lost to get themselves on the board. Not going to be breathing too easily there as T1.
Not so much. For T1, playing it safe, playing it careful because they have to. It's not a comfortable feeling. And at the same time, being that passive is something that affords Gen G their ults or picks up, their bits of map control, as you mentioned before, Achilleos. Having that fight early on hurts T1's mentality, and now looking for different approaches. They peek out. Oh!
That's a tie with a great jump, but he's getting body blocked! Carpe locks him out! God, that finds the kill. I mean, King's still going to be tagged down. Carpe going to look to try to turn this around as the Seekers do go forward. Backs off. Trailblazer out. Push coming in. Guardian's not going to be able to line him up. ZETA falling now. Carpe, Munchkin dead. It's all on Ban in the 1v3. TS and King very low. Spike not planted. Can he get the clutch?
He's going to have to be very careful about it. He's got the snake bites that he can delay with, but as soon as he peeks out, Gen G's players are sharp today.
TP forward, TS has to drop down off the top.
They have so much time.
That does delay a bit more. King working his way forward. He wants to maybe try to get the jump on him, but it's going to be Sylvan with 3. And Gen G as well, now 3-1. That's going to be one of those frustrating moments where you say, Carpe, stand a little bit further to the right next time. Or take a step forward.
Yeah, sometimes that happens, but you can also see that Carpe wanted to peek out and try to find a couple of kills himself, but still, I mean, Gen G being able to react to this, something that we've been looking for a while. Here it is. Now 3 possible ultimates for the side of Gen G. Looking to collect some ult orbs.
ZETA trying to raise the tides here, but widely, everybody from Gen G already up in front of that wall, and there's no one to play off of it. Try and deny access, but they're actually going to drift back through. Saya is in a very forward spot. There's one, and that's all he's going to be able to get. Far too quick is Sylvan. Can't even try to answer one back. Carpe now spotting, approach towards C. Ping's coming down, rotation's coming through. Ban going to be the last one left. Even the Nightfall going to be committed to this. They really want these round wins, and Carpe's got nowhere to go. ZETA is well taken out. Munchkin does have that Sheriff. Ever dangerous. Puts up a second kill to at least keep the damage rolling. Sylvan's going to look to challenge. It will be good for it, but does get caught right in the clavicle.
Planted.
Okay. Okay. He does make the long trip to recover a weapon just to make it slightly more doable for himself. Now slowing down in case anyone could be up around Mound. It's just going to be Goddead watching the angle instead.
Giving him the opportunity to isolate. But timing is just there in Goddead's favor. Swings his bands watching towards Waterfall. Gen G now going to move up 4-1. Question here is, do we see Autumn pump the brakes yet, or does he let it go a little bit longer?
Not quite sure what they're thinking either. Because you're playing against Gen G that's being very, very methodical about their approach. Maybe only then when you figured out exactly what Gen G's patterns are do you call the timeout. For now, leaving T1 to their own devices, they've got an operator in hand.
Surely it would have to be after this, but they can't pick up this round. Fault line goes across. Check on the up, and Sylvan! A 10th kill for him, shutting down the operator. ZETA raising the wall to try to stay alive, and the Prowler's on him, and somehow he actually manages to get Meteor to boot. Or Munchkin, rather, covering fire, finds one, pushes out at the back of the flash.
Okay.
Lockdown's invested on either side. Suddenly a 2v2. Both teams needing to back away and exit. And this is one hell of a round.
It's completely nullifying the... Oh, wait, hold that thought.
Well, no one can get the pinch, so it's just going to be King playing Protect.
It does keep Gen G up around C mount for the second. And in that time, T1 could actually move off to a different spot, but instead they're going to stick together.
They move into B. Turret's going to be able to make contact there. Will alert.
Just a little bit of information, if anything. Or...
Recalling my
I hear it.
It's going to have to be a good retake from T1.
30 seconds left.
Goes down. Nano Swarm preset to try to stop them from aggressing forward, and King will up top over towards defender spawn. Maybe just get tucked away. Goddead in the meantime pulls back over towards Link door.
Oh.
King waiting. Crosshair lined up. Man would need to be Johnny on the spot, but King just far too preset. Turret gets cleared. Swings the corner, finds one. Munchkin with a chance. And he gets it! Right through the corner of the floor. Munchkin will keep them afloat, albeit an incredibly costly round, but on the T1 absolutely needed to win. The clutch will come in. 2-4, Gen G still in the lead.
Very much so. Even down to those final moments. Playing together, sticking together. Gen G managed to get the spike down, but Onto the 1-on-2 again. Sometimes it's these heroics, players like Munchkin, who today he has been hitting so many of his share shots. Headshots are crisp. He does it on a 1-on-2 situation. The Red Bull clutch 2-4. Maybe T1 can string together more. But so far, the early round aggression has not really paid off for them. Now we have Playstorm versus Playstorm.
They know exactly where Saya is at. They managed to flush him out. ZETA, a little bit of covering fire makes it a 1-for-1, but Sylvan trades up. Munchkin going down. Talking about the economy here for the side of T1. They need to hold on. Genji's as well has taken a decent hit. It is worth mentioning. Van now creeping forward, finds one, looks to adjust, can't quite get God dead, brings it once again into a 2v2. A-side open, the rotation's just now beginning.
Oh, Sylvan.
Yep, creep all the way forward. ZETA, like he's aware that this could have happened. Spot. Okay, he's seen enough, but Sylvan lines up the head, and Carpe's just not in a position. He wasn't playing up through the backside of B. Footsteps heard, waits out the haunt. Wisely played, but he still has no idea where Goddead is located. Look. Got full range of view till Goddead from the back of sight. Now going to be spotted. The Seeker going his way. Flash used. Not of much concern here from the side of Carpe. Gets it up to half. Goddead on the push. Gets the headshot through. Genji. 5-2. Continue to stretch the lead, and Goddead will be able to hold the weapon at the end of it all.
It's almost a winnable round. With Goddead charging ever so forward, Carpe's crosshair was just shy of that forehead. Still, smart plays from Genji, and you can see how aggressive they're being. Sure, it's a little bit slow at the start, but as soon as the hit comes through, as soon as they're able to pinch out Saya, the rest of them, a secondary squad actually advances into the B site. Same thing goes through again, and it's going to be now TS getting information up on A. And then the rotations go through.
They could just pivot.
Saya.
They could just pivot the shot, not connecting. TS sends out the paranoia. Side player has to back away. Nightfall in the meantime crashes across B side. Dash in. ZETA looking for one, but Meteor strikes him down. Munchkin will be good for one, but that's about it. Plant coming in, it's just Ban left to his own devices. Sheriff in hand, wondering how in the hell have I gotten myself into this mess?
It's not even really Ban either. The rest of the squad falling to Genji.
Okay.
Ban does find that first pick.
He's reading this rotation correctly, and King has just shot the die. That's going to be a weapon now that he can pick up. Meteor not too far away, but also not too healthy.
Unless we can find Meteor first. Time though.
Poison Orb, the drop down. Pushes out, no, he does get TS, but Meteor somehow, some way will be left standing with 17 health as Genji lock in at least 6 for the half, and T1 are forced to call their first time out.
At 6-2 though, I mean, keeping in mind, I mean, these are signs of life from the side of T1. They are still able to come up with some of these frags. Ben, despite being in a 1-on-3 situation, finds himself a weapon and even takes out one player in his 1-on-2. It's not too bad, but Genji are here. And on a map like Lotus, with the way that they're actually kind of almost counter-stratting T1 in a way, they're able to find these spike plants. They're able to find these bits of map control. Meanwhile, T1 can't quite recover against it. And Sylvan is the one as the kill leader.
I mean, and I think to strong effect, because we were, again,
talking about Eco,
posing the question, Eco, looking so very good in the first 2 maps. Does Sylvan come in and put up a similar performance? So far, the answer is yes.
12 kills and 4 deaths. That is a big, big number in towards round 9.
Saya back to the operator. Gonna find some form of value, but this time it's not gonna be situated staring out of C, but not sure if he's gonna get too much action over here at A.
Not only just that, you got 2 other players at A. T1, they've got to be a little bit more careful about how they approach the rounds, and at the same time, thinking about how you position your players, right? It's going to be ban on towards C. A lot of walls.
Okay,
We're just
pit.
relying on the pit towards C.
Ban just sending it, wants to cut this off. And it's going to send them drifting away the opposite direction.
If we're going to do that, then T1's rotations, you know, you're going to have more faith and more players on the other parts of the map.
Which means that Saya by himself needs to be able to find some value, but it looks like they want to just cut noise long enough and then actually try to tackle this pit.
Okay. In that case, ZETA being on the site.
The Rolling Thunder. This could be the thing that allows them to spot the Viper.
Ban's hit.
Knocks him back, but good time by, but yeah, Ban's still going to end up falling. Meteor gets himself in, puts some shots across. ZETA widely ignoring it, guns down 2. Is he ready for the left side flank? Yes, he is!
Oh!
And ZETA, what a transition! Picks up 4, now he's on for the ace, but I don't think he reads that TS is around from behind. The Munchkin's there, as is Saya. They will be able to shut it out. What a play from ZETA. Keeps them alive. T1 will be able to pick up the round off the back of the timeout.
Just having that sense or that read on Genji's tendencies, perhaps seeing the ultimates, knowing that the Rolling Thunder could be used here. Yes. Still, ZETA always forward-thinking, always trying to predict that future. And he's able to answer it back.
Ban banging him up, saying, bro, you're so good. Well, more of that if you're a T1 fan is definitely what you want to see. Genji, though,
Reckoning.
See how they answer back. Munchkin going to be able to find one. God, that take it down. Sylvan with a frenzy, however, will get the punish. Reckoning, as you say, has been used. Push up into the smoke. Ban finding another. It's Meteor. The Stinger will find some value. TS cannot exit. And suddenly, just Meteor all on his lonesome. Swinging around the backside. 21 HP, a Phantom in hand. And not much of a hope in the world of being able to close out this round.
Yeah, not so much. The rest T1 just trying to find him as well. Meteor re-peeks in towards the A site, up from upper.
And Bo. There you go. A team ace. Everyone sharing in it. As T1 continue to try to run things back. They get through the thrifty there, the thrifty attempt, I should say, from Gen G. See how they fare now, whether or not they can get a third in a row.
It's all happening at the hands of these same players, right? I mean, you got Ban, Carpe, ZETA, even Munchkin as well has been incredibly sharp. Just trying to read the situation, truly. Gen G, B-side hits haven't quite been the most successful unless it's a rotation, so now back into the A site, and they're looking for some picks. Meteor already banged up and hurt.
No kidding. Carpe just holding. Very narrow angle, finds one. Munchkin in the meantime looking to drift his way out of stairs. Get the surprise shot, and he does, but only he's able to come away with one because ZETA takes down 2. It looks like Gen G maybe starting to get a bit overzealous. King will find the punish. Takes out Munchkin.
Careful here. Spike
He's not backing off. He's not straying away to try to go for a save.
Oh, no.
Puts a shot into Saya and forces the operator back.
Wall bang headshot.
Heals will get used. In the meantime, Ban's just creeping around from behind. Alarm bot in position. Can alert. Swings the corner though. ZETA will find a third, just trying to get that next reckoning available, it would seem.
That's down to the last round of the first half now. 5-6. T1 able to recover back. Off of heroic performances, again, from players like ZETA. Just having the sense to hold some of these angles. Genji can't really make it through. And at the same time, though, Saya not quite hitting a lot of his operator shots, or not even having the opportunity to be put in the right situation where that would be effective. So, timeout now being called by Bile, looking to secure a stronger lead as they go into the second half. Genji, some of these early rounds, they tend to hold. A couple rounds where T1 starts to push out, it actually works great, but otherwise now T1 being a little bit more active in certain situations and having the right safety maneuvers just to make sure that they are able to get themselves out of dodge sometimes. That's a little bit better. Meanwhile, if Gen G can continue to find little bits of map control, that could actually turn things around. Blind executes on the sites, however, not working so great.
Certainly not. It's taken a while, but T1 getting a decent sense of how these attacks are going to go. One last attempt at it, Gen G. Can they throw a bit of a curveball here? Get themselves at 7-5 half. Double lockdowns available.
And from the shadows from TS. I mean, this is Saya positioned up towards mid, B, excuse me. You have to be very careful about it. Fault line, and Genji could send so much more utility just to overwhelm him. He can't quite.
Still looking to play for, but God dead. Just scoped in, headshots him, and Saya.
They're expecting it.
Not having a good time of it. Counter lockdown will come through to try to prevent them from pushing into the site. Look at the jump up, but TS on the lurk around the side. Finds Zeta. Lockdown destroyed. No catch found. Ban on a flank. Trying to get in front of him. It's Carpe. Noted has to exit. Is able to do so. Ban gets the jump. But a 3v4. T1 still with a man disadvantage. Carpe. No smokes for a couple more seconds. Munchkin swinging around the side. Spots one, but cannot win the fight. King takes him down with a Spectre of all things.
Carpe though
does find one. Oh, gets Sylvan as he tries to go for the turret, it would seem. Now looks to hold on to the spike. Ban.
Oh no.
Holding the angle. Suddenly it's all on King. He pushes out. He was vulnerable.
Oh.
And Carpe will be able to get off the defuse, then hold it to bring it to 6-6 back from the brink. T1 somehow persevere to tie it.
4 rounds in a row, won by T1. And it's just so, that might be that the spike wasn't quite planted for it. Expecting the hold to be good. TS even going off a bit of that flank or lurk just to catch a player on the rotation, but it didn't quite happen the right way as soon as Carpe pushes in. I mean, this guy is being sharp. And at the same time, still, Genji, there's a lot of context between these two teams, right? Because they're so familiar with each other. Sometimes players like Goddead are able to read tendencies of certain players like Saya, knowing that he would re-peek or what so have you. 6-6 is the score, and once again, when it comes down to it, with these two teams, whenever they're playing, they're gonna have to look for those strategies and adaptations. The influence that the coaches provide to these teams as well. And again, you know, the desk was talking about it, you were talking about it. Whoever wins this gets to proceed forward to face Paper Rex in that next matchup. Lose and you only have 1 life left in the tournament.
And look, for either of those teams, that's a very tough match. You know, Paper Rex, obviously, no slouches. They are our second place team. But you know that both of these squads would love to take a second crack at them. You do not want to be falling down this early in the playoffs. But it's got to happen to someone.
Gotta go through with it. If you do get to play against Paper Rex and maybe you secure a win, just enjoying the halftime music.
Cat jams in the chat.
It's adorable, but still, I mean, if you do beat Paper Rex, if you do beat DRX, you move forward into upper bracket finals, that's basically a slot into Master Tokyo. So whether it's Gen G or whether it's T1, I think it's safe to say that today, Gen G, they've definitely made a change. They've definitely woken up.
They have, but can they rally back now? They have the lead for the time being as far as the pistol rounds are concerned. 3-2 in that regard for Gen G. Getting another one definitely would be a major boon for them to close out this map and get the victory over T1.
Still though, T1 on the attacking side now, and Gen G a lot more comfortable on the defense, just holding their angles and waiting for T1 to make a move.
Rushing forward, looking to clear out some of this Killjoy utility. Saya player goes dashing in. The dog gets the sun. Saya swings the corner with a frenzy, finds one. King, however, answers in kind. Instead of 1-for-1, but he's so very low. The band jumps the corner, finds him, and TS will also crumble. 2-minute approach now. coming in from the backside. God dead. Getting there. Looks like it's going to be a swing around for Sylvan to get himself into waterfall. No plant yet. Taking their time with this.
They're waiting for a wall to come back up.
Looks like for now they might be reading that the fault line could come back through here in a moment. Carpe swings out. Fault line, however, not going to get the catch on the one, and God then continues to press forward with a flash in hand. Sylvan reveals one. Prowler goes in as he tries to rush forward. The ban will be the one to say no. Takes them away, ties it up 3-3 in pistols.
Good shot from Ban, and it's T1 being a little bit more cautious about their hits, not wanting to commit the spike too early. So that could expose themselves to even more gunfire from Gen G. They secure the pistol. That brings us to a slightly more even pistol wins on both sides, I think, but still. It's just that double controller play style of T1 on the attacking side now. We get to see that in full fruition. At the same time, Toxic Screen, a bit of default, and that could confuse Gen G. Player.
I mean, he's just getting in ahead of the fault line. Meteor does manage to stabilize, finds ZETA before falling, but the 3 members gone in the blink of an eye. ZETA traded out. 2-man approach coming in from behind, and I believe Munchkin's going to be out of range, so turret alarm bot will go off once he swings around rubble. But aside from that, TS for now in a surprising position. Now they note it.
So opening the door, they're looking
this
for
is
a
bold.
fight.
This is how rounds get lost.
Or, you know, just
they're hitting it again.
Taking a little peek. Hello.
In the meantime, all of your attention is being paid towards TS here. King getting closer and closer, but Saya watching the angle. At least was.
All right, we're looking to exit up from Evan.
King, can he get anything
Right
done
click
here?
could.
Damage dealt would be huge, but yeah, sees the Bulldog, doesn't want to take that fight.
Okay.
It backs away, will just let the spike claim them. But it is going to be T1 now, separating themselves 8-6.
An 8-6, sustaining minimal casualties. T1 get to carry their weapons over onto the next round of Bulldog, Spectres, and that Marshal. Gen G, on the other hand, here's the question. I mean, with this little lead that T1 has secured for themselves, will they push out and will they try to make use of their stronger firepower to potentially damage T1's advances? Certainly looking for it. It's going to be Meteor jump peeking up by Mound.
They're not even looking to entertain this. They thought about it for a little bit, but Ban has just said, hey, I've gotten through. No sound really of any util over here towards A. And the rest of the team looks to join in, and that is only King by himself.
Oh, could be a big tell as they execute onto the A side, but what I'm worried about now is going to be that B-link door.
Not broken. No attention really being paid to it quite just yet. Saya up and over the Nano. Dog goes in, stuns the turret. Unable to clear far enough back as TS gets himself up here onto the high ground. Wants to look to push ahead of the wall, but Ban swings into the backside. King goes down, TS falls as well. Saya finds God dead, and they are just getting torn asunder. Sylvan gonna be good for one, but now it's a 2v4. He and Meteor have their work cut out for him. Spike not yet planted. Just now going for it. Cove there. Gonna look to break, and he does. He interrupts it. ZETA trusting a bit too much in that. Ends up falling. Spike now.
Standing.
Held by Carpe. 1 HP remaining on the sky.
30
Sylvan
seconds left.
damn near full. 2v1. Carpe inching forward. Cuts back. Now goes for the plant. The haunt at the ready.
Spike planted. I'll find you.
Spends it and then goes for a drop.
One enemy.
He hits a headshot. Sylvan looking to bring it back. Unsure of his position. Carpe only with the Spectre. Inches his way into the center, swings into backside, and Carpe, you absolute madman, you Giga Chad, wins the fight to stretch it now 9-6.
The bonus round.
With a Spectre.
With a Spectre.
Actual 1 HP clutch. Unbelievable.
I mean, I hope. Wow.
And look at him, just instant fist bumps, just like, yeah.
Yeah, I just did.
Carpe doesn't look at explosions.
Meteor goes for the buy, though. That's the rest of the team on Sheriffs.
Yeah, Hero, he's going to be relying on the blades in the next round.
Fair enough.
As here comes the swarm. TS swinging around the back, put some damage down, will be able to finish off Ban. It's ZETA as well. That's already quite a bit of value found. And some weapons that could potentially be recovered unless they want to juggle them all the way forward, but don't suspect that that is going to be the case. Prowler in from the rear should have been heard. I hear these footsteps, that's for damn certain.
Just collecting on those ult orbs too. T1 now regrouping.
Okay, Meteor, he actually pops the Blade Storm now, passes the Vandal to Sylvan.
Okay.
Certainly gives them a fighting opportunity.
I got the spike.
T1, you know, they can't be too careless on certain approaches despite seeing that Gen G has that save. So now Sylvan with the Vandal. Certainly something they're very aware of.
Line coming down, looking for the
Whoa.
rush. Meteor takes out Carpe. Saya dead. Meteor looking for a little bit more. Munchkin, however, will find one, but they cannot get the rest. And it's going to be a thrifty for Gen G to fire back, break this little win streak from T1. Put themselves back on the board.
Man.
That one certainly hurts.
Just look at that replay again. I mean, that's just what happens when Gen G plays and turns it on. You got the heroic performances, smart pickup with the ult orb, just to pass the rifle over onto Sylvan. 9-7 is, and they stand a chance at closing in on this gap. Meanwhile, for T1, they have to wonder, where did it all go wrong? You know, was it that approach towards the A site and they were being a little bit too careless with it? Losing 2 players to TS.
Certainly comes back to bite them in the end. Knives here for side player. Wall going up, cuts off the C site. Dash over the top. Nano's still rolling. Carpe gonna use his updrafts just to keep himself above them. Site, however, widely is theirs.
I've got your trail.
No ults at the moment to try to flush them out as Munchkin trying to go on a big flank mission.
All the way around, but now the spike has been planted and the Viper's Pit will be deployed.
Okay, fault line into the back, the reveal
Oh.
gets ZETA. They take him down, that's the first step of many. Ban needs to try to win out. Blades, the right click, Saya claims one, swaps over, picks up a Vandal now. Pushing to the smoke, Carpe comes in with 2. King and Goddead both gonna be taken down. Munchkin off screen gets TS, and now it's all on Meteor. But as he pushes into the smoke, they are prepared. A counter thrifty, back to back. T1 again, stretch the lead by 3.
What is this game? I can't believe it.
I mean,
thrifty for thrifty.
It feels like 2 teams that are very, very familiar with one another.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I'm thinking about as well. Okay, so now we're going to have Bile calling the timeout, but if you think about it, the way that they're playing, it almost feels as if they're trying to read each other's strats, not singular individual player tendencies, but rather the team as a whole. And sometimes in reading calls like that, tiny little things slip through the cracks. Tiny little things like certain players going for certain plays, certain players being able to take control over sites and then setting up those Viper's Pit. Saya player getting a frag with a simple weapon and then getting and upgrading it into a full rifle. 10-7, getting a lead like that. T1, they might be the first team to reach that match point. Can Gen G make a comeback like what we saw in Ascent?
It needs to happen, but unless I've missed one, which I may have, I believe that currently Gen G are 0 for 4 on timeout call into round win. So maybe this could be the difference maker, and it needs to be, because you cannot allow them. They're already at double digits. You cannot allow them to get to 11 and be 4 rounds behind.
I feel like you're right, though. I mean, those timeout calls, I haven't seen that great impact. I mean, there are some rounds where, you know, he calls it for the subsequent round. Whereas for right now, that very well might be the situation. Looking at Gen G's economy, it's going to be Goddead with that Guardian buy.
I can confirm they haven't even won the subsequent rounds after the timeout call. Meteor, though, looking to push the pace. Haunt goes out, but Wall blocks it off. No one getting spotted. No real damage taken. I don't mind the change in tempo. That's going to be the reckoning now, sent over towards a very empty A site. 5-man going to get gathered up. King, though, he could grab this orb. Never mind. Plant now going to be coming through in time. I was going to say they can get that. Maybe if they find a pick, try to set up for a lockdown retake, but seems like they're going to opt to play without it.
Now just holding for them as they push in. Saya.
This is just 2 quick kills. Saya feeling a little bit more warmed up now. A bite out from Ban. Lone player here at Tree. Everybody else just backing off away from the site. Turns away from the flash. Goddead will be able to get 1. But Saya guns down 3 at the end of it all. And this time, no further thrifties to be found. T1 will plant their feet.
And that's going to be that streak ended. Timeouts, like you mentioned before, Achilleos, that's the question at hand. Gen G, they've got a couple of ultimates with them. They're going to have that full buy now. And if they are to stop T1 from reaching match point, it's going to have to be this round. All day we've talked about earning that spot, continuing forward with that momentum. They did it on Ascent. What's happening here on Lotus?
Meteor forward. Saya just dry swings, and King too slow to try to reply. Puts a bit damage down, but okay. Saya doing Saya things. He actually re-aggresses and it definitely eats the pavement.
Just gonna get floored, but now back towards the A site. Ban hears those jump peaks, and he's looking to catch Sylvan by surprise, or is that gonna be a bait?
Oh boy.
Here we go.
One last jump peak. Just trying to investigate. Ban gets himself perfectly positioned for that punish.
Oh no. That could be match point.
Now, yep, up here in the heavens, the plant coming down. King will break through the baby door. The lockdown is available. But with a 3v4, still some significant risk in trying to commit it.
King has
so many
take
angles
out
to try to
Munchkin.
clear out. Munchkin tucked away. Door goes out. Zeta swings through out of that one. Munchkin as well. Peeks towards stairs. Finds him. TS completely and utterly noted. And with no cash on the rest of your team, do you just tuck tail and look to save? Looks like the answer is going to be yes.
You have to. It's going to be match point, and you want your best fighting chance possible at coming back into the game. But T1 have recovered. T1 have looked a lot stronger now. That's going to be 3 rounds won in a row off of the initial thrifty as well. Despite Saya player getting, a little bit overly aggressive, re-peeking at times, sure, but in all that time, singular duel, Ban versus Sylvan. He hears those jump peaks and instantly knows how to seize that initiative. And speaking of protocols, you can see those post-plant protocols from T1. As soon as Spike's down, that's exactly what they did. Munchkin back towards rubble and rock. And very unfortunate for Gen G as King, despite trying to go for that heroic play, gets splashed in the face with a cascade, just unable to steady his aim, steady his gun. 12-7, this could be it.
It feels like despite how things had begun for this map here in Pacific, a lot of teams being defender-sided, it might be trending the more global direction where attack reigns supreme, at least for T1 here in that regard. So far, not dead?
What?
Okay, I'm gonna need a replay on that one. Meteor as well. The Guardians coming up huge.
I'm speechless.
It's looking like Monyet, but with a Guardian instead of an Odin.
But it's not even really a full, true wallbang. He's just working off that tiny little sliver.
Still just an insane amount of value found. That's one way to keep yourself in this.
King.
Munchkin. Fast on the reaction, but Zeta now at risk, swinging around the corner. Granted, it is a Spectre. And
that's why he's going to play it safe, I guess.
We might underestimate the Spectre, but I'm still remembering what Carpe was able to do with it.
Yes.
One goes down, Aftershock as well, going to be invested.
Back through the door?
Zeta, yeah, he's going to go through the door, cut himself over towards C. In the meantime, Munchkin in a perfect position
No
for a
way.
backstab. King gone, Meteor dead, and suddenly it's a 2v2. Goddead does hold on to the Rolling Thunder, but the lockdown is available for Munchkin, and he's going to use it immediately as they try to get the plant down, and they do. Rolling Thunder across. It pushes Zeta, but he manages to make it across the wall. The Nano Swarm, they have and Munchkin guns down all of them. A 4K to close the round, to close the map. It's 13-7, and T1 will advance forward to take on Paper Rex.
Oh my God! I hope the Des caught that final round. This is such a fun one to break down. Just the incredible mid-rounding. And that has to be a call from ZETA. All the way around through, despite losing that many players. Scott Dead, Meteor, their heroic efforts on the A site, all thwarted. Just because he rotated through. At first you might have thought it was going to be a hit on towards the B site, but then backing at it through the revolving door, and then sticking the plant. Munchkin ends it all.
What a way for this to conclude. It felt like they had it, that this should have been the 12-8, the attempt at the run back, the miraculous push to try to go to overtime, but Munchkin was having none of it. Had an absolute day in the park in this series. Across pretty much every single map, Munchkin was looking pretty damn solid for the side of T1.
And it calls to mind, if you think about it, he still hits those shots, especially when he's on the Sheriff too, and you were comparing him to RQ. Munchkin today has been absolutely insane, but at the same time, for a couple more players, I mean, Carpe on this map, you were talking about it, that Spectre clutch. T1 was coming out on top, being able to recover.
And certainly there were moments for concern. A couple times where it seems like Gen G were going to be able to break down the doors, that they were going to be able to push through and get the better of T1. We saw it happen on Ascent. Certainly had its moments on Fracture with the way that they started. But T1 were able to really put their foot down, lock them out of this game. And now T1 get another chance at Paper Rex. The first time these teams faced off against one another during the regular season. Let's be frank, it wasn't pretty. Paper Rex really had something join the roster, and they absolutely ran over T1 Saya player, finding pretty much no value in the op fights. How do they fare this second time around? Can it actually be done for them to take down the number 2 seed?
I'm not gonna lie, it's not gonna be easy, and you're talking to the PRX bias caster too, but thinking about it, right? This is a new version of T1. It's also a new version of Paper Rex with that something being added to their roster. You were talking about it. Can they actually figure out a new way to play against them, especially on different map picks? We talk about Bind. Paper Rex is really strong on Bind. We saw that against RQ.
Yeah.
It's hard to predict.
I mean, frankly, that makes me excited to think about. T1's Gecko Bind comp versus maybe something playing Reyna. Who knows? Who knows? It could very well happen. But boy, what a way to kick off the playoffs. I mean, double overtimes in our first series between ZETA and Team Secret. Secret able to persevere, push forward. They get their rematch versus DRX. Now we get T1 versus Paper Rex at the same time. Oh, it's delivering already.
Oh, you are so excited. You can see
Pacific truly
Kilios is like
the greatest region.
Well, yes, let's say that. And hopefully maybe even better at Masters Tokyo. But still, I mean, for today at least, yes, it's a great performance from T1. And yes, they have shown a lot of different colors. Players like Munchkin are showing up on top, and it's amazing. But, you know, let's not discredit Gen G. I think they still did a pretty good job today.
Yes, I'd say that I have a bit more confidence in Gen G, where before it was looking, let's be frank, hopeless coming into this, because it felt like RRQ, that should have been their spot. Gen G didn't get it, you know, through necessarily their own efforts. They were able to ride off the efforts that they established at the very beginning of the season. Paper X took out RRQ. They did them a solid, and they said, hey, now it's your turn to earn this spot. I'm happy that they were able to take a map. I'm happy they were able to make most of these maps look fairly competitive at times, but it's still not the same Gen G that we were seeing at the beginning of the season, where they were looking dominant, where they were able to push loud at lock-in even. So there's still work to be done, but not a lot of time with which to do it.
Yeah, you're only going to have, like, what, maybe a day just to figure out your new strategy and how you're going to play against your next opponent.
Who you don't even know who that is.
Exactly. And that still You know, there's so much to consider. It could be a rematch at the same time or what have you, but Gen G, you could see that they have the heroics. Players like Meteor got that final round, the Guardian shots, they were good, but somehow the adaptation's just not quite there.
Yeah. Well, a brutal way for Gen G to go out, but a big win for T1 to keep themselves in that upper bracket. And again, still have a very tough opponent ahead of them, but it's possible. You know, if the stars align, if Munchkin's playing like that, and Saya doesn't have those little minor dips that we kind of saw there on Lotus, if you know, he was able to get his groove by the end of that map. But if he doesn't have that soft start, maybe that can be the turning point for him, because he will absolutely need to be the tip of the spear for T1 if they want to win that matchup.
That's true. And, you know, just for today at the very least, looking at their performances, they've managed to recover. They've managed to find their form, and Munchkin as well being incredibly crazy. But, you know, for now, we're going to have that interview with ZETA. Jen's going to do it all. Let's take it away.
Thank you, guys. I'm standing here with T1 ZETA. Now, congratulations, ZETA. The revenge is done. And I think we all love how much confidence T1's been showcasing week after week. So you must really be enjoying this upward trajectory that T1's on. 해석해드릴까요? 네, 승리 축하드립니다. 사실 오늘 이렇게 젠지 복수도 하고, 그리고 사실 T1이 상당한 상승세를 가져가면서 이제 선수들도 자신감이 붙은 모습이거든요. 이제 대회 할 때마다 좀 게임하는 게 즐겁고 또 대회가 기다려질 것 같아요.
네, 말씀해주신 대로 저희 팀이 지금 자신감이 많이 붙어 있는 상태가 맞고요. 그리고 저희가 이제 앞선 좀 쓴 패배 덕분에 저희 팀이 팀적으로 많이 성장해가지고 날이 지나면 지날수록 저희 팀이 이제 팀적으로 더 강해지고 있고 피지컬도 조금 더 계속 올라오고 있는 모습이 보여서 좀 앞으로 치를 대회가 좀 기대되는 것 같아요.
Yeah, as you said, we're pretty confident and we feel like we're learning week by week. And also, we're on a great momentum, so we want to keep that going as well. And I feel like the past losses, we were able to address so many issues, and that gave us the possibility to grow as a team together. So I'm super excited about what's going to come in the future for us in the playoffs as well. Well, there was a battle of IGLs between you and TS, and I feel like today you came out on top. So what do you think went well against TS? 그러면 이제 TS 선수와의 오더 싸움도 있었는데 제타 선수가 오늘 우위를 점하기도 했었잖아요. 좀 어떤 부분을 잘 공략했던 것 같나요?
우선 첫 번째 게임에서는 저희가 시당초에 프랙처를 좀 잘하는 팀인 거를 제가 스스로 알고 있어서 딱히 TS 선수를 신경 써서 게임을 하는 건 아니었고요. 두 번째 어센트 맵 같은 경우에는 저희가 이제 세컨 하프 가면서 이제 적 팀이 수비를 엄청 잘해줬는데 이거는 그 부분은 제가 볼 때 젠지 선수들도 엄청 잘해줬고 팀적으로 저희보다가 좀 더 좋았던 것 같고 저희가 이제 팀적으로 실수를 많이 해서 이제 두 번째 맵은 진 것 같아요. 그리고 마지막으로 이제 세 번째 맵에서는 TS 선수도 엄청 콜링을 잘했다고 느꼈고 조금 팀원한테 좀 와이드 피킹이나 이제 드라이 스윙 같은 거 하라, 자신감 있게 게임 하라라고 하는 모습을 좀 본 것 같아요. 그래서 그런 부분에서 저희도 그거를 알고 있었기 때문에 저도 저희 팀한테 좀 많이 드라이 피킹이나 좀 건파이트 이기라고 많이 강요를 했었고 그리고 실제로 그렇게 됐고 그리고 조합적으로 저희가 준비를 좀 잘한 것 같아요. 네.
Well, speaking of Fracture first, the first map, we knew that our Fracture was pretty strong, so we tried to play our own game. And in terms of Ascent, in the second half, I think Gen G did a better job of defending their site as well. And heading into Lotus, though, we saw a lot of Gen G's tendency to be more aggressive, kind of going for the dry peaks or the wide swings and stuff. And TS was, I felt like TS was telling his teammates to be more active as well. And we were aware of that. So I was telling my teammates to do the same, stay confident, take the aim duels, fight confidently. And I think that's what went well with the last map. Yeah, speaking of Gen G's comeback on Ascent and the whole momentum swinging their way on Lotus. But after a timeout, though, T1 started winning 7 rounds in a row, and then you guys were able to get yourself back into the game and close it out. So specifically, what were you able to change, and what did you tell your teammates? 그러면은 이제 타임아웃 이후에 좀 로터스에서 훨씬 더 좀 7라운드 연속 따내면서 결국에는 승리를 가져갈 수 있었잖아요. 좀 더 아까 얘기를 해주셨지만 더 구체적으로 좀 팀원들에게 어떻게 자신감을 불어넣어 주려고 했었나요?
우선 타임아웃 전에 실반 선수가 이제 퍼포먼스적으로 엄청 좋은 모습을 보여주고 있었어가지고 그 부분에 상당히 좀 위협적이었어가지고 저희 팀 입장에서도 이거 저희가 슛백을 못하면 이거 질 수도 있겠다 이렇게 생각을 해서 그때부터 저 스스로도 좀 많이 이제 자신감 있게 피킹을 많이 하려고 했고 적 팀이 이제 조합적으로 강한 부분이 있더라도 우리의 이제 조합 강점을 살려가지고 싸워보자라는 마인드로 팀한테 이제 하라고 이제 지시를 했고. 이제 팀원들도 이제 팀적으로 잘 따라줘가지고 저도 이제 해당 라운드 때 4킬한 라운드에서 실제로 보여줘가지고 좀 모멘텀을 바꾼 것 같아요.
Well, first of all, yeah, speaking of confidence though, I told my teammates to be more confident. And also, you know, in terms of the comp, I know Genji's comp was a great comp to play into our own composition, but we know that our composition is strong as well, so we try to make the most out of it. And also, I was telling my teammates, you know, we need to take this aim duels as well, because Sylvan was popping off when Genji was taking the lead, and we had to shut him down to gain the momentum back. So I feel like I was doing what I was telling my teammates myself. So when I picked up that 4K around the timeout, that's when the momentum really started to shift. And so you'll be playing Paper X next week tomorrow with this win. So are you ready for that matchup? And how excited are you to play Paper X again? 그러면 이제 페이퍼 X를 내일 만나게 되잖아요. 이제 좀 어떤 경기 기대하시는지 궁금해요.
일단 저희가 저번에 페이퍼 X한테 완전 거의 치욕적으로 패배를 당했는데 그때 당시에는 저희 팀의 이제 자신감과 퍼포먼스가 준비가 안 돼 있었던 것 같았어요. 그래서 이번에는 저희가 이제 많이 준비했고 팀적으로도 준비 많이 했고 퍼포먼스적으로도 많이 준비를 했으니까 이번에는 엄청 좀 재밌는 경기가 펼쳐질 것 같아요.
Well, yeah, that was a tough loss the first time we met Paper X, but I feel like we weren't really fully ready, or we weren't really at the prime form back then. But I feel like this time around, we're fully prepped, we're feeling ready, and I feel like we're going to have a great match against Paper X. Well, thank you very much, ZETA, and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you so much.
And that was ZETA, everybody, and to close out the day, I'm going to throw it over to the desk.
Thank you, Jen, for the great interview with ZETA from T1. And, of course, congratulations to ZETA and his teammates and, of course, all of T1 for moving on in the upper bracket of the playoffs here at VCT Pacific 2023. A hard-fought battle, but they do come out on top 2-1 against Gen G. And quite frankly, at the beginning of Lotus, they talked about in the interview, Gen G was taking the lead.
They absolutely were. I remember Sylvan was on the board in, I think, the first 3 rounds, or maybe even 2. He had 9 kills and 1 death. It was pretty insane. So, ZETA had obviously a lot to say about how the match went, and actually delved pretty deep into, the inner mental workings between his team and how to navigate it and stuff. So I feel like that interview was really great. If you guys missed it, definitely go back and check it out. Just to get an inner look at the workings of T1 in a very high pressure match. So obviously meant a lot. They were able to turn the tides, as he said. It was 6-6 at the half, but then immediately T1 able to hop on the attack and turn things around.
Yeah, and I mean, I like what ZETA is saying, and I think that's a big part of why they're able to swing this match in that direction, is because he's just telling them, just have confidence. Just saying, I think you guys are better. Now go out and show it. And throughout the day, they were winning first kills, across the board. So, yeah, bringing Sylvan in does inject some life into Genji's gunplay. He's that good. And this is why those of us that have, casted VCT KR for the last couple of years, like you and me, Will, that we've been so high on Sylvan is because we know he's nuts with these guns. And you can see here he has pretty good stats, but at the end of the day, it's players like Carpe and Munchkin, especially Carpe now, who's gotten seemingly better and better and better as this year has gone on. But, Munchkin is a pretty darn good player. He's great at those dry peaks, great with the Sheriff, so really impressed with the way that ZETA not only handles himself in an interview, he's brilliant there, but also the way that he's leading his team here.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think maybe that's the part we're finally seeing from T1, right? Is that they've got the whole team thing down, they've figured out their comps, they know what strats they want to use. Now they have to execute it with their own shots, and ZETA seemingly understanding that that's what the missing piece was here for T1. Now let's take a closer look at a couple of these rounds, because in the beginning, I mean, Gen G, they showed a lot more life than they did, even in the first 2 maps, even on Ascent when they won. That seemed a little bit tougher, whereas here at Lotus, they came out swinging right from the get-go.
Yeah, they absolutely did. I mean, this first half, as I mentioned before, was 6-6, and we'll take a look at round 8 as well, and just show how they were able to navigate some of this. It is just so confident and so aggressive from Gen G, something you don't always see. So, you know, Sai plays out there, he's looking for peaks, but take a look at Gen G, so quick through the tiny door, and take a look at this entry. Goddead gets an aftershock kill. We also have Meteor just swinging straight in. They pick up 4 kills so quickly and get this spike down. And obviously T1 on a bit of an eco. Ban gets the 1 kill, and he actually is nearly able to shore it up, actually. So shout out to Ban as well. He gets 2 kills. He's doing a great job of kind of sneaking around the map. He picks up a better gun and makes it pretty interesting. But at the end of the day, it does go over to Gen G. As you see, he tries here, even picks up a 3rd kill as well. But yeah, it just shows, you know, kind of the momentum that Gen G were really trying to force. It's like, okay, we're going to hang around A. They tap the orb like 2 or 3 times. Actually, they're like, we are going A. They're not going A. A pretty common strategy, just go straight through the door very aggressively. I think they had the Nightfall as well, and they just totally take over the site. It was the site rather. It was a great look from Gen G.
Yeah, absolutely. Kind of the explosiveness, and also seemingly everyone being on the same page, which is something that we didn't get to see a lot from Gen G in the last couple of weeks, but we did get to see it in the first half. Now, right after that round was the timeout, and then the round that they were talking about in the interview where T1, they're able to bunker down, and ZETA specifically holds it down over on C-side.
Yeah, this is a brilliant play from ZETA, but it's also a really good execute here from Gen G. I mean, this is a good reason to kind of switch Goddead into this breach here. You have the Rolling Thunder to clear out space in the Viper's pit. So they're going to get Ban dead. That's Viper's pit down. Now, the spray comes through from Meteor, but ZETA silently dodges it, so they assume it's maybe not clear, but they're not quite as ready for it as they should be. And this is just absolutely nasty from ZETA. And then he's able to basically win this round. Yeah, there's not too much here before Sai gets the final kill, but that's just a hero play here and kind of like leading by example, right? Like, this is something that's so important that, you know, like, I think Jesse Vash does really well for Team Secret, but here's ZETA as well coming through and just having a monstrous round, a turn that was the pivot point of this entire map right there.
Yeah. Cuts off the momentum, and ZETA talked about that, cutting off the momentum specifically of Sylvan, who was putting up great numbers, and he's able to, like you said, show by example. Instead of kind of panicking and swinging over to Meteor, he says, no, I just got to get as many kills as I can, and he sure does that with the 4K. And ever since then, T1 was able to string together several rounds, even into the second half, keeping up the momentum.
Yeah, I was also really impressed with the round here on the bonus for T1. And, I mean, obviously, they're going to win it. It's close, but it's this execute here where they're able to get Saya player deep over this utility of Gen G. They can use this cascade to cover his entry, use the dog to make sure it's clear on the corner there. They know that, but they don't keep pushing. I love the patience here from T1. A lot of teams push drop, and they end up losing players along the way, but T1 able to just kind of hang back and pick up kills as members of Gen G try to push space and try to get this retake already, but T1's just kind of ready for these angles that they start coming down at. Now, you are going to get a couple here. Spam interrupts the plant, but at the end of the day, there's just too much health left on the backside. Yeah, Sylvan, who has been really, really good, is going to get an important kill onto the fully health, or the almost fully health. There's 46 armor there. Very close to full health Saya player versus a 1 HP Carpe. And then Carpe, who was, I think, maybe the key player for this map, potentially, you know, able to come through and get that big headshot kill. Just, I mean, huge stuff from him today.
Yeah, but that's kind of the 2 players we looked at, of course, on the scoreboard as well. But ZETA talked about Sylvan. He was continuing to put up numbers. If Sylvan had gotten that clutch, maybe momentum swings back, right? But then Carpe able to get the just clean headshot with the Spectre and able to shut that down, continue the streak just for 1 extra round on the side of T1. Well, that means T1 will be taking the 2-1 victory over Gen G to move on in the upper bracket. I mean, as it has been with all 3 maps today between T1 and Gen G, it was kind of tough for us to choose a key player. Let's take a look at who it ends up being with our votes tallied up. Of course, this is just for Lotus, and it is going to be Carpe. I mean, I think it was a tough choice, especially between ZETA and Carpe. They had these 2 rounds we actually just looked at in the replays that really helped pivot the match in their favor.
Yeah, just did a great job on the Sky. Obviously put up some really big numbers in terms of his KDA. Ends up with 2.5 there. And, yeah, just holding down the fort for the team. For me, he was also my MVP, but, you know, a little bit of a spoiler. He doesn't end up picking it up, obviously. He was the key player on this map, though, and he had a pretty fantastic series, even though, you know, on his role, he's not always the guy that you look at. But as we mentioned at the beginning of this segment, like Carpe has really been leveling up bit by bit, and he's been a really important key part of the puzzle here for T1.
Yeah, absolutely. To have an initiator you can now trust to make their own decisions, get those clutch rounds, and support even, you know, the explosive players like Saya player. I mean, this is a huge boon to T1 and something that I think a lot of Carpe fans were waiting to see here in VCT Pacific. Well, you already gave a little bit of a teaser, but let's see who gets the overall MVP for T1 in this best of 3. They win it 2-1, taking the first map on Fracture, third map on Lotus, and it is going to be Munchkin. And I gotta say, probably the biggest thing is his consistency throughout all 3 maps.
Dude, he was just so good today. I mean, just so clean with his accuracy. The Sheriffs were just Elmi Moore-esque, I suppose. Like, very, very, very good today. So that's a big part of why he's able to have so much impact here. Of course, a lot of multi-kills. I think I know all of T1 had 6 4Ks, and I think Munchkin had 2 of them, and ZETA had another 2. Jeez. So, like, they were just absolutely crazy in these multi-kill rounds.
He also had 6 first kills on the map that they lost, right?
Yes. Yeah.
So, I mean, it was a pretty close map, but also Munchkin isn't, you know, he's not the entry guy, right? He's just holding down the fort, like getting 6 first kills. He's just kind of insane. So
I think
it makes
everybody
sense.
was positive on first kills versus first deaths for T1 today.
They had a total of like over 30.
Yeah, wouldn't be surprising.
As a team.
Yeah, because overall, even on the first map, I believe pretty much everyone had like a positive KD to begin with, so then it just goes to reason that probably first kill, first death as well. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that wraps up all the matches for today. Let's take a look at the updated bracket to see what's coming up the rest of the weekend. We still have 3 more days of VCT Pacific 2023 playoffs, and there it is. We continue right on into the round 1 of the upper bracket. Of course, 3rd place through 6th place fought for their position in the upper bracket today. So Team Secret moves on to get a rematch against DRX. Can they win 2 times in a row against the powerhouse of VCT Pacific? Next up, of course, tomorrow night, it will be Paper X versus T1. They talked about it in the interview. T1 only got 9 total rounds in their 0-2 loss last time they faced Paper X. See if they can redeem themselves that time. And Gen.G and ZETA Division, they will be waiting for a second chance in the lower bracket.
I mean, T1 only got 10 rounds versus Gen.G the last time they played, so this went a lot better. I mean, Gen.G played better today than they had in the last couple of matches for sure, but yeah, T1 has a really tough opponent. Team Secret can lightning strike twice. Maybe it's just one of those matchup things. Maybe they just match up well against DRX.
Could be, right? I mean, you know, for the longest time, Paper X just couldn't get a match against DRX, but then they actually got a higher placing earlier than DRX at international tournaments, right? So there is something to be said about stylistic differences.
Yeah, I think, you know, Team Secret, have they really shown their full potential? You know, was it just a one-off thing against DRX? I think we're going to have a lot of those questions answered tomorrow. I do think that based on what we've seen, they're definitely capable of it. So is DRX going to be ready for it this time? I'm not so sure. To be honest, like between the 2 matches we do have tomorrow, I think this one is more likely to have an upset. I think that Paper X, after what we saw today from T1 were great, but Paper X are kind of on another level in my mind. So I would say that Paper X more highly favored, actually.
Ooh, okay. All right, then DRX.
Against T1, then DRX against Team Secret based on the last best of 3. So if you're a Team Secret fan out there, hopefully that's a little bit of hope for you because they've already done it.
Yeah, there
Why
you go.
not again?
Yeah.
You can follow Brendan Valdez at Brendan Valdez
That's right.
on Twitter.
The flip-flopper extraordinaire. Actually, you
I'm
didn't
just
do
great
too
at
much
playing all the
today.
sides,
Yeah,
you know? Like, just got to be ready to be on a winning side.
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that wraps it up for the very first day of the first playoffs here at VCT Pacific. We continue tomorrow with the upper bracket round 1. You won't want to miss it. It's going to be the same time, same place. We'll see you then. We are getting ready for our very first playoffs match of the very first VCT Pacific playoffs. Who's going to win this one? Let's dive right into our very first playoffs match right now.
This match off the flank though, and A-Link managing to find 2. Quick little shot through the smoke. Takes out Laz for 3. Gets the 4K. And that's going to be Secret taking the first round. Dep playing forward into the link, finds 1, lockdown still ticking away. Borkum dubstep, 1 apiece. Oh, he just pushes in despite getting paranoid. Will be ZETA being able to finally Jets over to Jesse Bash. Rolling Thunder, however, cuts across. Invi finding 2. Jeremy getting 1. Dubstep joins the fray. Should have some, pushes in, gets 1, but can't get the second, and even then the third. 6-0 now. Clear. Jeremy, however, does get 1. Push out of the smoke. Dubstep now pushing in. Not much else to be done there. Jeremy, however, will be the last one to fall, and it's going to be a 9-3 half here. Gets himself in a position, and Pro finds Borkum, tucks away into hell, needs more. Separate lands find one apiece. Step gets another, but Dubstep with the 4K will put them down.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have another banger in line. It's going to be second match of the playoffs here at VCT Pacific 2023. It is going to be T1 going up against Gen G.
Finding a kill of his own with the Sheriff. Man now out of the fight. Munchkin swarms. Blast pack out. He's got to jump off the spike. And a shot through the box. Meteor gets him. That's going to be Gen G finding the first round. How do you feel about it? Round 3. Showstopper, but side player is having none of it. He's at 10 HP. Need to play with the Sheriff since he knows he's going to be in range. But Munchkin still gets the Vandal headshot. That will be the bonus going the way of T1. Already at the ready. Showstopper around the corner. Does go over towards the corpse of King. Dwindling Saya looking to go for the push. But Eco will steady it. Finds the shot. Holds on to the ult and keeps Gen G neck and neck. King able to flush him out. Pop flash into the face of Cardbay, but he's just going to hold down. Sets up ult line. Now finds Meteor. Saya gets Eco down to a sliver, but Van will swing out. And that is going to be T1 5-5. So far, not dead. What? Meantime, Munchkin, the perfect position for a backstab. Pushes ZETA, but he manages to make it across the wall. The Nano Swarm, they have the and Munchkin guns down all of them. A 4K to close the round, to close the map. It's 13-7, and T1 will advance forward to take on Paper Rex.